For Sportsman to come on down to lanes 1 and 2. TDN Constructors, Sportsman. This is your second call now to lanes 1 and 2. First pairing coming around the corner underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. And we're ready to rumble. First pairing and first round qualifying. Randy Hermson out of Mission in the Winged Behemoth 58 Oldsmobile, going up against Carson Barlow in the 1970 C10. Barlow turns on the red ball, 0.05 of a second. But not such a big deal in qualifying. Hermson gets there first, 13.478 at 102 miles an hour. Carson Barlow at 13.775 at 96. Next pairing, Joanna Rebello out of Pitt Meadows in her 1986 Corvette for Colt Ams and Alex Automotive, going against Ryan Wakelam's Precise Mechanical Repairs 1983 Ford. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. We need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. First call, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Jim Mantle in the Black Creek 1977 Pacer going up against Colleen Davis in the Skeleton Crew Racing Chevy 2 for Lordco Auto Parts. 061 of the tree for Jim Mantle, but it's Davis to get there first. 13.949, 99 miles an hour. Jim Mantle puts down a 14.638 at 89 miles an hour. James McKinnon out of Langley in the GMC Blazer, going up against Eric Hansen out of North Vancouver in his own Plymouth. 367 light to an 028. Looks like it'll be the Plymouth to get there first. 13.217, 99 miles an hour. James McKinnon to 13.38 with an 8 at 98 miles an hour. Mark Muscan for the Muscan Family Racing Studebaker, going up against Colin Moore in the Falcon. Scott Wilson coming on up in the 1981 Woody Chevy Malibu. Sylvia Hookstons out of Maple Ridge, once again bringing the 1966 Mustang out to play. Hookstons turns on the red ball, 29 thousandths of a second. Scott Wills was 0.78 to the good on the tree. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, you are on standby. Vancouver Car Wrap, Super Pro, you're on standby. And once again, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you've been called to lanes 1 through 4. Ken Christensen bringing up the Old Car Center and Tybro Construction Chevy pickup, going up against Steve Baskerville's Volkswagen Golf. 113 to a 156 on the tree, and Baskerville out in front. 12.011, 115 miles an hour. Ken Christensen, a 12.61 with a 1 at 106. Continuing through Sportsman qualifying, Al Learmonth coming on up next, going up against Bo Dickey. .017 light for Al Learmonth. That is going to be the best reaction time so far in your Sportsman category. He'll top that off with a 14.026 at 98 miles an hour. Sidney Jung usually runs a 1996 Chevy Camaro, but instead has decided to come on out in Dad's 1981 Chevy Malibu, going up against Kai Jessamine in the 78 Monte Carlo. A 154 to a 315. Sidney Jung runs through at 12.029, 108 miles an hour. Kai Jessamine at 12.278 at 109 miles an hour. Solo pass for Archie Lipwright. 1/10 with a 1 second reaction time. And he will run through a 13.609, 97 miles an hour. That wraps up qualifying for TDN Constructors Sportsman. We move into first round qualifying for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap, Super Pro, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. And standby Junior Dragsters. Stu Funk in the Chevelle from Hell Chevelle, going up against John Vandeven in the 1968 Firebird. Great start for qualifying from John Vandeven, 002 on the tree. Stu Funk, 078 red. Vandeven puts down a 10.230 at 124 miles an hour. Stu Funk, 10.729 at 123. Brad Litzenberger from Chilliwack in the Malibu going up against Walter Johnson's Chevelle. Litzenberger rolled straight into the beams. Walter Johnson now staged as well. And at the quarter, 11.352, 117 miles an hour for Johnson. Litzenberger, 11.629 at 116 miles an hour. Bring up Steve Modenese, the titanium model group above the Speed Shop 1988 S10 for Hunter Helicopters, going up against Del Northgraves in the Ritchie Racing Engines Nova. Steve Modenese a little bit eager off the line. 0.7 of a second red and only going 61 miles an hour. At the 8th mile, Northgraves runs at 10.609 at 125 miles per hour. Nick Ribello up in the MFB Industries machine out of Maple Ridge, going up against Jeff Whitworth from the Nymo in his Precise Mechanical S10 from 1984. .998 with a 1, 133 miles an hour for Whitworth, 11.22 with a 7 at 117 for Nick Ribello. Start line crew doing a bit of mop-up just past the starting beams as Kevin McCauley gets set to run his 83 old school Cutlass against Bobby Ehlers' Mustang. Both drivers go red 020 to 023, so fairly even on the tree regardless. Bobby Ehlers at 10.492, 126 miles an hour. Kevin McCauley, 11.977 at 110 miles an hour. That brings up Russell Jeffrey in the 1966 Nova. Has made plenty of testing hits over the last 2 days. Kim Cornish bringing up the Stang 2 local racer out of Mission. .002 light, TCS side, Lordco side, it's 086. Jeffrey way out in front, 929 out of 7 with 146 miles an hour. Kim Cornish, 11.365 at 116, Lordco side. Veronica Hodgson, once more, bringing up the 1969 Dodge Dart, going up against Everett Heath out of Maple Ridge in the Chevy Nova. Red light for Hodgson. Doesn't matter in qualifying though. Everett Heath 240 on the tree. Heath gets there first. 11.747, 112 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson 12.537 at 107. Next runner-up, Mal Patterson, the malfunction Acadian for Albion Tireland. going up against Ross Walker in his Chevy 2. Darren Burt out of Sydney running down to the Nova with Dustin Hunter pulling away in his Ford. Hunter 9013, 148 miles an hour. Darren Burt at 9909, 133 miles per hour. Brian Vader going to be up next in his Dodge Dart. Will be racing Brian Prescott in the Chevelle. Prescott puts 002 up on the boards while Brian Vader goes red. Vader will log at 10.095, 132 miles an hour, with Prescott at 11.653 at 116. We have Craig Johnson in his Johnson's Custom Exhaust 79 Malibu. We're going up against Dylan Cairns in the Titanium Auto Group 1986 Blazer. Both these racers just a little ways down the #1 highway from Langley. .743, 111 miles an hour for Craig Johnson. 11.808 at 112 for Dylan Cairns. Anthony Katnick in the 2024 Mustang has been making so many test hits throughout the last Thursday and Friday, and looking to see if he can put his name on the boards here today. We'll race Carl Gronmi in the 72 El Camino. Not the best launch for Anthony Katnick, but he can definitely make improvements on that one for the second qualifying. Hey, Gronmi will run through a 9.839 at 135 miles an hour. The Mustang can only muster a 12.892 at 125. And that brings up a very, very familiar pairing. So many times on Friday, and well, wouldn't you know it, again today. Chris Stone for Stone Cold Racing in the Dodge Dart, going up against Jim Banky in the Rad Torque Systems Plymouth Barracuda, as well as Buckley's Mini Excavating Services. 001 for Jim Banky with Chris Stone, 016 right on the tree. Banky runs a 10.118, 131 miles an hour on the Lordco side. Chris Stone in the left lane, a 10.150 at 130. Dennis Winton brings up the Shaggy Bel Air out of Abbotsford, and from Langley, Lorenz Schwartz. Back for more in the Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop 83 Monte Carlo. as we bring up Kevin Garlock in the Camaro from 71 against Mike Render in the Fountain Tire S10. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we're calling you to the staging lanes. Peden Industries, Junior Dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes. We need Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2. 205 on the tree for Garlock, 061 for Render. 9.132 at 143 miles an hour for Garlock. 11.470 at 115 for Render. Steve Baskerville just made his qualifying hit in Sportsman. He's up again for Pro Bracket. In the 2016 Volkswagen Golf, with a 2-liter turbo engine underneath the hood there, going up against Eric Stone out of Lake Country. That car was in storage for over 10 years before he bought it just last year. And a happy 65th birthday this weekend to Eric Stone. Nothing on file just yet for this car over here at TCS side, but likely we'll have all of that by the time we get up for the second round of qualifying. Bruce Floden in the Floden Auto 1993 Dodge Dakota. Almost 4/10 red for Bruce Floden in the Dakota. Still is going to be that car at GCS side to get there first, and 92.95, 132 miles an hour. Bruce Floden went 10.92 with a 0 and 121 miles an hour. Rick McKinney bringing up the new Magoo 1996 Camaro. Frequently runs over in the NHRA divisionals, going up against Jordan Almaus in the 1969 Dodge Dart. .008 on the tree for Jordan Almaus. Rick McKinney goes 0.38. Camaro at the quarter, 10.41 with a 5, 127 miles an hour. For Jordan Almaus, 11.353 at 116. And that makes him McIsaac in the 1969 Plymouth out of Chilliwack on a solo pass. Off the limiter right between the 60 and the 330 foot for him. McIsaac will run through the 10.120 at 122 miles an hour. That will wrap up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. Single licensing path before we move on over into the next round. Your top 5 in qualifying, which is set by reaction time. Jim Benke is currently the number 1 with the 001. John Vandeven, Russell Jeffrey, and Brian Prescott all tied for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th with 002s. Jordan Almaus, 008. But even from there, Ross Walker with an 017, Justin Hunter an 030, Jeff Whitworth 036, McKinney with an 038 and 042 for Dylan Cairns. That's a top 10 so far in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying. As Don Almas makes a run down the racetrack in the dark. To an 013. Kelly Voss taking off down the racetrack. 8.920, 143 miles an hour for the hardtail dragster, Alvin K. Smith in the Nova. 9:59 with the 6 at 136 miles an hour. Next pairing up, Wes Voth in the Lordco and a Cuban machine of the 83 Firebird. His 13th year of competition, going up against Stephen Robert in the Bucket Chevy Roadster, as he calls it. Massive wheels up launch there, but Robert goes 004 red. 8.439 at 153 miles an hour for Stephen Robert. Wes Voth goes 950 with an 8 at 141 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung. We're going to have the Artex Barnes and Solutions and Coleman Dairy Solutions Chevy machine. And John Brennan taking off after the Camaro. The Striver TCS side, a frequent runner at MRP, Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10, going up against Mike Stewart's Chevy 2. Calls that card the Super Chicklet for 10 Specialty Auto, Kit Trailers, and Bucky's Mini Excavating. 009 for Richard Love. But it's Mike Stewart to get there first. 10.128, 130 miles an hour. Richard Love at 10.895 at 124. That moves Richard Love to the number 2 spot on the qualifying boards, but 1,000th of a second off of Ted Buss's number 1 reaction time of a 008. Craig Johnson at the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Malibu Wagon for Rad Torch Systems going up against Jack Piston Liston out of Mount Vernon in the Out of Wallet Racing. And 072 for Piston Liston as well as Johnson. Hot Rod, we need lanes 3 and 4. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. And Junior Street, we're having you on standby. Dan Provo in the Rad Tour Systems M&M 2013 Dragster going up against Shane Williamson. Both Dragsters off and away. Dan Provo out of long way in front, though. Off the throttle at the top end. Runs through a 7.857, 112 miles an hour. The Dragster in the Lordco lane, a 7.671 to the 163. That wraps up then Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro qualifying. Got an announcement on behalf of Mission Search and Rescue. They are here on the property today, and they are fundraising for the purchase of 4 new e-bikes to add to their fleet of rescue equipment. So you can make sure to head behind the bleachers on the spectator side of things, so the parking lot side, and you can say hello to them. Now, during track prep later on in the day, they're going to be helping out, say, bon voyage to a retired rescue truck by doing a live auto extrication demonstration, which in layman's terms means they're going to be tearing a car apart. So if that sort of thing interests you, be sure to go over there and check that out. We're also hosting a raffle. Contour Helicopters donated a helicopter tour to Mission Search and Rescue, and they want you to be the one to go. They're doing a raffle for a 45-minute city or mountain tour and a sightseeing flight for up to 4 people. Tickets are by donation with a minimum amount of $20 per ticket or $50 for 3. The draw for the raffle is running all day today and will be drawn at 4 p.m. during track prep time, so make sure you stick around for that. So if you're interested in that helicopter tour, you should go over there and get yourself raffle tickets while they last. We roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder, running dragsters that are about 1/3 the scale of full-size dragsters. And you'll be getting to see a full-size dragster in full action later on today when Darkside Racing brings up their top field dragster for an exhibition run later on this afternoon. First pairing up, Connor Jackson for TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab and his smoking hot 2009 Martin Dragster. Going up against Emily White in the White Lightning Racing Pioneer Truck, Lordco Auto Parts, Walco TNT, and SNT Enterprise Machine out of Mission. .083 on the tree for Connor Jackson. Emily White goes 142. She'll run through an 8.967 at 72 miles an hour, while Connor Jackson runs a 9.239 at 72 miles an hour. So Wesley Armstrong making a return from a race down to the States from Friday. That's why we didn't see him out in testing yesterday morning or afternoon. Out of Chilliwack in his BD Power Badass Garage Lordco Auto Parts and Tumble Towels machine. We'll race Nick Bond, the JVS Equipment Junior Dragster. Bond turns on the red ball by 53 thousandths. Wesley Armstrong was 086 to the good. Nick Bond, 8.930 at 73 miles an hour. And for Wesley Armstrong, it's 13.963 at 44 miles an hour. Bring up Hunter Gallant in the VDL Automotive Diversified Metalworks and Rocket Coatings machine. With paint by Mr. Rodrigue. That dragster all the way back from 2005, so that's about 17 years old at this point. April Bond also racing under the JVS Equipment banner. April Bond is already pre-staged, waited on Hunter Gallant to bump his way in. And Hunter Gallant times out on the starting line. April Bond will make this into a solo pass. Runs a 10.825 at 60 miles an hour with a 269 reaction time. Gallant going to take a second stab at this one, now on a solo run. 065 on the tree. 12.115 to 52 miles an hour. That'll bring up Cadence Rodrigue for 10 Specialty Auto, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck Body will go up against Nate Green for JBS Equipment, Titanium Auto Group, and Papa Roach. Trouble setting in for Nate Green's car. They had to reignite the engine. Sounds like everything's smooth sailing now, though. Oh, 60 on the tree for Nate Green, Cadence Rodrigue. A 232 light. Green gets there first. 12.072, 53 miles an hour. Cadence Rodrigue, 11.966 at 52 miles an hour. Alex Green puts down a 14.138 at 44 miles an hour. Ashton Katnick for TK Performance runs a 14.012 at 45 miles an hour. Katnick for TK Performance out of Maple Ridge up next. Will run Brody Brimacombe out of Courtney for Dwight at Dominion Lending. Both drivers turn on the red bulbs, but pretty close to each other. 025 to 027. Adam Katnick gets there first. 9.02 with a 2 at 72 miles an hour. Brody Brimacombe, a 14.840 at 42 miles an hour. Carson Brimacombe up next out of Courtney for Lordco Auto Parts and Grandpa's MasterCard. will be racing against Alana Everett. Everett was licensing earlier on this year and has since graduated into competition in your Junior Thunder category. Carson Brimacombe turns on the red bulb, 096 red. Half a second to the good for Alana Everett. And with those two passes complete, that wraps up Junior Thunder qualifying, or at least for their first attempt. We move to round 2. And to Junior Lightning. First pairing up in Junior Lightning, Colton Morin in the 2022 Mike Boss machine for JBS Equipment, Total Dairy Solutions, Tire Plus, and Big Kids Racing. Abigail White for White Lightning Racing in TK Performance, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco Auto Parts, and TNT. White goes red, 0.39. Colton Moore was 0.45 for the good. White puts down to 7.840 at 83 miles an hour. Colton Moore goes 7.953 at 82 miles an hour. From Lincoln Shirk in his 2005 Mike Boss Junior Dragster for Titanium Auto Group, Brad Torque Systems, and Bubba Speed Shop will go up against Ciel Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach. And the Big Kids racing their Titanium Auto Group machine. Attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you to lane 1. Junior Street, this is your call to lane 1. And motorcycles, you're on standby. Emma Debris Coos out of Shawnigan Lake for straight line race cars and B&D lift trucks. Up next, we'll race Lexi Winterbottom in the Bowtie Ventures Hobo Racing Machine. Standby call for motorcycles as we're going to call you out to lane number 2. Motorcycles to lane 2. Super Combo, you're on standby. As Aiden Catting for TK Performance runs down the track and puts down a 7.99 with a 3 at 80 miles an hour. We'll wrap up qualifying for the Junior Dragsters and roll into Badass Garage Hot Rod. First pairing up in Badass Garage Hot Rod, it's Mark Bresinger in the out-of-time Nova for Vinny's Speed Shop. We'll race Randy Hermsen in the Winged Behemoth. Bresinger carrying the wheels way past the 60-foot. 038 to the red on the tree. We'll put down a 9.637 at 136 miles an hour. Randy Hermsen, a 13.41 with a 1 at 103. Ken Christensen up next in the Tybro Construction and Old Car Center Chevy pickup. We'll race Brad Owens out of Bellingham in the 1955 Chevy Bel Air. $43,000 red for Owens. We'll get to the top of it with a 9.616 at 136 miles an hour. Ken Christensen, 12.653 at 106. Steve Wilson up next, the Genesis Langley and GL Electric Chevy 2 will race Ryan Johnston's Nasty Fish Investors 63 Corvette. And the Corvette goes red by 44 thousandths of a second. Easily gets there first though regardless. 8.252, 165 miles an hour. Steve Wilson a 117.46 mile run at 11.359. bring on the White Knuckle Racing 1931 Model A, driven by Rob Monroe Sr., racing Dennis Winton's Shaggy Bel Air. Really early launch for Rob Monroe Sr. goes red by 2/10. Runs through 9.171, 146 miles an hour. Dennis Winton 11.856 at 111. You bring on the straight axle Chevy machine driven by Terry Charles out of Langley, going up against Rob Hodgson's Plymouth. Rob Hodgson turns on the red ball by 18 thou. Terry Charles, 10.041, 130 miles an hour, with Hodgson at 10.861 at 122. You're running Dustin Hunter next in the It's Falcon Fast Ford Falcon, racing Jim Banky in the Rat Torque Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating Barracuda. Wheels up, wheels down for both drivers. Dustin Hunter out in front, 8.98 with a 4, 148.9 miles an hour. Jim Banky 10.10 with a 0 at 131. Martin Jackman going to bring out the Chevelle wagon next. We'll race Jerry Bravander out of Cloverdale in his Chevy 2 as we continue on through our first round of qualifying in Badass Hot Rod category. Yet another red ball, this time 10 thou red. Jerry Bravander, 10.758, 122 miles an hour. Martin Jackman, 12.993, 104. Brown Larry Rodenizer, the Old Yeller Machine by Lordco Auto Parts. A 1946 Ford will race Darren Burt in the Nova. .948 with a 2 at 140 miles an hour. Darren Burt, 995 with a 4 at 132 miles an hour. Yet another straight axle machine, this one driven by Jody Wilson for Wilson Racing. Calls that Bel Air it's go time for Delta. And Bill Halicki will turn the red bulb on in this Ron's engine machine Ford Falcon. Russell Jeffrey already qualified in Pro Bracket earlier today, making another run up, this time in Hot Rod in his 66 Nova out of Aldergrove. And Jordan Almas from Enderby brings up the dart. Both drivers red light this time. Not a big problem though in qualifying as Jeffrey runs it down. 9.421, 145 miles an hour. Jordan Almas, 11.342 at 116. That lines up Sylvia Hookstons in the 1966 Ford Mustang, racing Tim Corner in the Freak Child machine. 1,000 seconds separated them on the tree. 066 to an 065. 10.294, 128 miles an hour for the pickup, Lordco side. TCS side, it's a 12.580 at 106. That brings up Brady Peterson in his 1966 Fairlane. Will race Glenn Fillingham's AMX from Coquitlam. Numbers of John Nielsen out of Delta in the 1966 Cancel machine. He'll race Doug Marshall out of Enderby in the Chevy 2. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super combo, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Lordco Auto Parts, super combo, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Stand by. Cloud BC Super Shifters. Rick Hoekstra in the pickup, racing down Graham Edney in the Genie Enterprises Ford machine, but it is Edney to get there first. 9.089 at 143 miles an hour. Rick Hoekstra, a 9.548 at 117. Burt Worrell going to be the next and possibly last pairing up in the 67 Chevy Nova, racing Blair Criddle. That'll wrap it up then for Badass Garage Hot Rod qualifying for their first attempt. They'll get one more though before we run into eliminations. So with Hot Rod out of the way, we move into Peden Industries Junior Street, the third of our 3 junior classes on the property today. We'll start it off with Richard Peterson out of Grand Prairie, Alberta for Pro Power Management, Stitches by Shireen, and Naughty Dance. We'll race Tara Monroe out of Surrey. Both drivers turn the red bulbs on, 089 to an 050 as they head down to the 8th. .990 with the 2 at 69 miles an hour. Tara Monroe at 10.792 at 66 miles an hour. Only 3 junior street cars on the property. The third one being Tyler Smith for Zap Strap Racing in his Chevy pickup. We roll into Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles, starting off with Theodor Gerst for Torque Twisters Racing, going up against Rob Fortner in the Graceland Garage 1998 Well. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Shifters, BC Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters 3 and 4. Sportsman, you're on standby for second round of qualifying. Fortner already fully staged, waited on Gerst. Both motorcycles take off on green lines, a 185 to a 443. Torque Twisters Racing bike gets there first, 9.593, 136 miles an hour. Fortner for Graceland Garage, a 12.609 at 105. Bringing up Al Omen here on the Lordco side. Outlaw with a very extensive record at MRP in his thrifty machine shop Kawasaki. 13 championships, along with 2 Division 6 championships, an ET finalist in 2001, where he was a champion there, along with a 3 times runner-up. He'll race Roger Bouchard on his 2005 Athanas. Both riders off and away, racing to the quarter mile. Roger Bouchard lifts early. Al Oman, 9.210 at 140 miles an hour. Bouchard, a 10.158 at 85 miles an hour. Dave DeGrassi brings up his Suzuka. Will go up against Wild Bill out of DeRoche. Riders away on green bulbs. DeGrassi, Suzuki trying to race down Wild Bill. Won't get there. Bill puts down a 9.289 at 137 miles an hour. DeGrassi, a 9.521 at 145 miles an hour. Next pairing, Daryl Storzuk in his own Suzuki from 1984 will race Jody Brickwood on the Fat Chance Kawasaki. Storzuk, after putting down a 157 light, runs down an 8.965 at 148 miles an hour. Jody Brickwood at 10.098 at 127 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Will the owner of a white Chevy dually pickup truck near the beach entrance on the pit side please return to your vehicle and get it moved? There is a white Chevy dually pickup truck that is sticking out into the roadway, which is a very active roadway that has race cars and race bikes and spectators and other pedestrians constantly moving back and forth. It is only inevitable that sooner or later somebody is going to hit that truck. We need that vehicle moved now, please. That wraps up Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle. We will now roll over into Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. These cars usually running on a combination index. Sometimes it's an 890, but that's very rarely so. More uncommonly is a 990, but most commonly is the Super Street Index of a 1090. That's the index that Martin Rochelle typically runs, as well as Jody Lackey, John Lackey. And John Lackett, the Lackett Racing Acadian out of Port Moody, leaves way too soon. He won't get a time. Rochelle goes down to 008 in his 78 Malibu and runs 11 seconds exactly at 126 miles an hour. Next pairing, Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster from Powell River, going up against Jen Christensen in the 1962 Nova. Throttle stops engaged, 067 and then 036 on the tree. .935 at 130 miles an hour for Dan Parsons. Christensen's Nova runs a 10.960 at 152 miles an hour. Nothing on file yet for the driver Lordco side, but we know it's Mark Downey over here, TCS side, out of Maple Ridge in the 1978 Chevy Malibu. Attention to pits. Sportsman. This is your call for second round of qualifying to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Sportsman, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2 for second round qualifying. That means Pro Bracket, you're once again on standby. Terry Langdon-Davies up next in the Langdon-Davies Concrete Willies. That car usually runs in the Canada West Doorslammers category. It looks like he'll be moving over to the Super Combo class for today. He'll race Tyler DeGleesh in the Davis Roadster. It's a second generation Dragster runner-up over at Super Gas in 2021. He typically runs to the 990 index. 094 for Tyler DeGleesh. Terry Langdon-Davies 010 on the tree. Sure enough, 995 for the 6th for Tyler DeGleesh at 153 miles an hour. TLD, 1221 with the 6th at 75 miles an hour. Very healthy Super Combo field today. As Warren Jacobson brings up the Chevy 2, we'll go up against Jerry App, the 1966 Mustang. If you're looking for qualifying sheets, best place to check in for that at the moment would be on the Mission Raceway Twitter, which is @Mission Raceway. Once again, we are constantly updating that Twitter page with updates, run orders, class calls, including lane assignments, as well as additional racer and spectator information. So if you're looking for a qualifying sheet at the moment, that's your best place to look as we start to wind down first round of qualifying for all our bracket classes. Steve Lowe will be the last Super Combo car in the 1975 Chevy Nova. And he will go 003. Second best reaction time only to Warren Jacobson with his 001. started rolling into the McLeod BC Super Shifters category for their first round of qualifying. Dale Bosnick and Scott Winterbottom. Up next, that's a high and heavy launch for Scott Winterbottom of the Ranks Bridges Top Shop Chevy 2. We often see Winterbottom carry the front wheels a little bit, but not that far. And from the looks of how he jostled around, I think he was a little bit surprised by that run. Bring up Gordy Abigail in the BDL Automotive Chevy Nova will race Lynn Brooke, excuse me, in the 1967 Chevy Camaro. .017 on the tree for Brooke out of Port Angeles, Washington. Runs through at 8.738, 153 miles an hour. Gordy Abigail puts down at 8.633 at 154. Next pairing up, Will Zork out of Langley against Jamie Roth in the Comet. Trouble sets in for Will Zork as he rolls through, and that's going to be a slow run for Zork and an abandoned run at that. Jamie Roth will run down to 10.206 at 132 miles an hour. And Alan Lougheed being backed out of the starting beams in the Falcon. Deep stage the car gets a 279 on the tree. And he'll drive that through with a 999 with a 1 at 122 miles an hour. That'll wrap up McLeod BC Super Shifters. And that in turn will wrap up our first round of qualifying for all of our bracket classes. Track prep in these few minutes here. Want to once again shout out Mission Search and Rescue currently on the property. They are fundraising for the purchase of 4 new e-bikes to add to their fleet of rescue equipment. So make sure to head behind the bleachers and give a nice warm welcome to them. And later on, they're going to be doing they're going to say bon voyage to a retired rescue truck by doing a live auto extrication demonstration, which going to tear that vehicle apart, which will be over on the parking lot side or the right lane side over of the facility. You should be sure to make your way on over there to check it out. I'll be during down one of our track preps later this afternoon. As well as that, they are currently having a raffle. They had a helicopter from Contour Helicopters donated as one of their helicopter tours to the Mission Search and Rescue, and they want one of you to be the ones to go. So they're doing a raffle for a 45-minute city or mountain tour and sightseeing flight for up to 4 people. Tickets are, of course, by donation with a minimum amount of $20 for 1 ticket or $50 for 3. The draw for the raffle will be at 4 p.m. during track prep, so make sure you stick around. And they are accepting current donations for those raffle tickets. So once again, if you want to get yourself a raffle ticket to have the chance to win a helicopter tour courtesy of Contour Helicopters and Mission Search and Rescue, make your way on down to the spectator side of the facility and say hello. in the pits. Attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you in lanes 3 and 4 with overflow for Pro Bracket into 1 and 2. So primarily 3 and 4, but any overflow to 1 and 2. And we're going to put Super Pro on standby as well. Randy Herbson throws down an 014 light. That will improve him on the qualifying sheet, but it will not be enough. Actually, that will be enough. So Randy Herbson, your new #1 qualifier with that 014 light. Pair of trucks, one an S10, one a C10. Carson Barlow racing Bo Dickey. Three tints red for Bo Dickey. While Carson Barlow will put himself #6 on the boards. Next pairing, Eric Hansen out of North Vancouver for North Vancouver Transmissions in the Plymouth will race Mark Muscant of the Muscant Family Racing Studebaker. Joanna Rebello puts down an 034 light on that last pass. That will move her up to the #4 spot, bumping Colin Moore back to 5th. And speaking of Colin Moore, here is Colin Moore in the Ford Fairlane over here TCS side with James McKinnon in the GMC Blazer on the Lordco end of things. Blazer moving towards the top end, and James McKinnon puts down a 13.360 at 98 miles an hour. Colin Moore puts in a 14.289 at 96 miles per hour. Colleen Davis, the Skeleton Crew Racing Chevy 2 for Lordco Auto Parts, going up against Ron Clark in the Chevelle. 2,000 seconds separate them both on the tree. Colleen Davis will now improve up 1 spot in the boards to 8th. Ron Clark will be right behind in 9th. Cal Learmonth turns on the red ball by 0.04 of a second in the Nova Wagon, and Sydney Jung goes 111 in the 1981 Malibu. She'll lay down at 12.09 with a 9 at 107 miles an hour. Learmonth 13.387 at 100 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, come on down to lanes 5 and 6 with Junior Dragsters on standby. Ken Christensen will put in an 043. That will be, I believe, the last pass in Sportsman. When we see them up next, they'll be eliminated. to be the best birthday present in his Chevy 2. He'll race with Ray Bollinger in his testandtune.com Pontiac out to the quarter mile. Puts down an 0.11 reaction time. Goes 10.599 at 124 miles an hour. Bring it up again to Anthony Katnick in the 2020 Mustang GT500 with Jordan Almos beside him in the Dart. Last one didn't go all according to Katnick's way. We'll see if he'll get a better run here. And takes off once more towards that quarter mile. Almos goes 11.32.5 at 117 miles an hour. Anthony Katnick goes 12.99 with a 1 at 125 miles an hour. Continue to roll through in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying in the second round. Brian Vader and Craig Johnson. Both go red, 001 to a 009. And that will bring up Kim Cornish in the Stang 2, along with Del Northgraves in the Ritchie Racing Engines machine. And who could have seen this coming? Jim Bank and Chris Stone going up against each other. Stone currently sits number 35th in the qualifying spots with 016 red. This time it's 021. And that will put Chris Stone in 8th on the qualifying boards. We have Brian Prescott and Don Almas. Almas was licensing all throughout yesterday. I believe he even made 1 or 2 license hits this morning as well, and now he's qualified for Pro Bracket out of Enderby. Tim Buchanan, the 1975 Monza, will race Carl Gronme's El Camino over here on the PCS side. Bit of a wiggle there for Buchanan. He'll run down to 9.185, 146 miles an hour. Carl Gronme a 9.861 at 135. Steve Baskerville brings up the Volkswagen Golf with Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder, come on down to lane 1. Junior Lightning to lane 2. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Hot Rod, you're on standby. That 012 Life of the Old School Cutlass by Kevin McCauley and Lordco's side. He will now promote himself into the 7th position, slotting in between Ray Ballin and Ross Walker. Everett Heath back for more in the Chevy Nova from 1972. Will race the Shaggy Bel Air by Dennis Winton. Up one for Bruce Floden and Rick McKinney. McKinney puts down an 011 in the new Magoo Camaro. 10.435, 127 miles an hour. Bruce Floden for Floden Auto runs a 10.646, 123 miles an hour for the Dakota. We have Kevin Garlock in the Camaro, racing Stephen Montanese in the Titanium Auto Group of the Speed Shop S10 for Hunter Helicopters. Kevin Garlock going to be back out of the staging beam. Start line crew not happy with something they're seeing. Solo pass 10 from Mountain East. And Kevin Garlock will not be allowed to make a run on his second attempt. Leaking something down there on the starting line, they're going to back him out. So Kevin Garlock going to have to be content with his current qualifying spot all the way down in 33rd. Will run down the track as the last car in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket qualify. Hey race fans, if you want to feel what it's like to be in a drift car, check out the Hard Knox Stunt Team Drift Ride-Alongs. You head on over to the SCG Performance tent in the vendor area, which is on this side of the racetrack, pit side, just behind the bleachers over here in the TCS lane. Head down to the SCG Performance tent to sign up for a Hard Knox Stunt Team Drift Ride-Along. Bet that's going to be something fun. I've done race car ride-alongs, not drift car ride-alongs. I'm willing to bet they're nowhere even close to being similar. And while we're at it, we do want to make the announcement that for the time being, due to some unfortunate problems, the public washrooms and the showers are currently closed. They are not functional as of today and yesterday. So we apologize for the inconvenience, but we would like to direct you to any one of the porta potties that we have all over the facility. So once again, do apologize for the inconvenience, but there will be no access to the public washrooms and showers for this weekend. Move to Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro qualifying for their second and final round. First up, it's a pair of roadsters. Stephen Robert in the bucket Chevy Roadster going up against 10 Bus's Ford Roadster for Shawnigan Trucking. Something going awry for Stephen Robert as he breaks the tree. Rolls through before he staged properly. Ted Bus will go on the solo run. Fire with the tree today, 009. On his first run, it was an 010. This time, if he can keep those lights up, he could find himself with some seriously good runs later today in eliminations. a couple of the vehicles we hadn't seen out for the first round of qualifying. Emily Gerard in the 2001 undercover dragster for Radial Systems. She has Power Sports and Sheer Solutions going up against John Jenkins in the Mackenzie Racing and Lordco Auto Parts S10 for Restruction Building Services out of Delta. Gerard goes 7:44 with a 9 at 180 miles an hour. Jenkins at 10.691 at 123 miles an hour. Next up, Dan Provo for Radial Systems in his 2013 M&M Dragster, going up against Kelly Voss from Pit Metals in her hardtail Dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you're on standby. It to the #1 qualifying time with that 002 reaction time, besting Jen Christensen's previous 007. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Junior Street, we need you to lane 1. Junior Street, we need you to lane 1. And motorcycles, we need you to lane 2. Street to 1. Motorcycle to 2. So some good news regarding the washroom situation. The washrooms themselves are open for use now. Showers still down for the count for the time being. So you can feel free to come on down to use the washrooms, but showers, no luck on that one, unfortunately, for now, but we'll keep you updated if that situation changes as well. Mission Raceway Park is very much a pet-friendly facility. We do allow dogs and such on the property here, provided that they are, of course, leashed at all times. And we do request that you clean up after your dogs. And this is actually a pretty serious concern right now because we have, I can't believe I'm saying this, we have actually gotten reports of cars spinning out because somebody is not cleaning up after their dogs, and they're slipping on its business. You really need to do that. It is a genuine safety concern all of a sudden. Did not think that would be an announcement I would have to make, or one that I would be making, but once again, like yesterday, here we are. So we are a pet-friendly facility, but please keep your dogs on a leash and make sure that you clean up after them to make this a safe and pleasant environment for everybody around you. Thank you. It's attention in the pits. Super combo in each of the lanes 5 and 6. Super combo to 5 and 6. Super shifters on standby. Call for super shifters to come on down to the stage lane. So super combo, you've been called to 5 and 6. And shifters, you're up to 3 and 4. Getting fired up and rolling underneath the the Lordco bridge into the water box. We're going to put Sportsman on standby. Sportsman, you are now on standby. Roger Bouchard, 2005 Athens motorcycle, going to go up against Outlaw into Thrifty Machine Shop 2007 Kawasaki. Roger Bouchard puts down an 8:38 with an 8, 153 miles an hour. Al Omen a 9:20 with a 9 at 141 miles an hour. Gonna bring up Daryl Storzuk next in the Suzuki. Gonna be up against Wild Bill's Wild Racing Kawasaki. Goes 148 miles exactly at 8.756. Wild Bill got a bit close over to the right side wall, so he lifted out and just coasted that through to the top end. Next riders up, Jody Brickwood in the Brickwood Racing Kawasaki and Dave DeGrassi. Make that a single pass as Jody Brickwood has trouble getting the bike fired up. Tank slaps it just past the 60-foot. Gets back in it though and runs through 9.427, 144 miles an hour. Brickwood's got the engine problems figured out. He'll now be up against Rob Fordor in the Graceland Garage Buell from 1998. Brickwood goes 9.917, 130 miles an hour. Rob Porter goes 12.598, 102 miles an hour. That brings up Dieter Gerst and his Harley Davidson going up against Ryan Baldwin. Baldwin unable to get fired up, so the Torque Twisters Racing Harley Davidson will be on a solo pass down the racetrack. .670, 137 miles an hour for Dieter Gerst. We have Dylan Keeler in his Torque Twister Racing Harley Davidson. Bit of a rough run, but he'll clock in the 11.921 at the 105 miles an hour. That'll wrap up Mountain View Harley Davidson's Motorcycles for their qualifying rounds. We roll into Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Throttle stops engaged for Jan Christensen and Martin Rochelle. 004 for Rochelle off of the gate. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, we need Sportsman to come on down to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of eliminations. Sportsman, this is your first call to the staging lanes 1 and 2 for first round of eliminations. Super Combo all wrapped up. Super Shifters starting up their last qualifying hits now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby. Sportsman, you've been called to the stage and lanes all ready for your first round of eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby. Limbrook, out of Port Angeles, Washington. In the 1967 Camaro, going up against Jamie Roth in the 1964 Comet. So we got some downtime, especially for the folks over there on the tower side of the racetrack and the bleachers. You might notice a Dragster down in Mission Raceway Park, Winner's Circle, right behind your backs there. That is Bob and Irene Cocatello's Henry J machine. That car has been, it's got over 30 years worth of history to it. So if you ever want to go on down, meet the drivers of that car, take some pictures, maybe make some new memories, by all means, feel free to do so. They would be more than happy to accommodate you. It's a beauty of a car and looks real nice with that yellow and white paint job here in the August sunlight. Want to once again thank all of the fans in the stands and in the pits for coming on out to join us for the main event here today of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder of 2022, as well as to the 200-plus people watching us on MRP Lordco TV. Picked a beautiful day and quite the event to come on out and go racing with us. If you're here for cars like the Jet Car, the Funny Cars, the Pro Mods, and so on, stick around until about 4 o'clock p.m. That's where we're going to be seeing them making their first trips up of the evening of what will be a couple of appearances for all of those classes as we go racing into the sunset and into the night. It is 12 o'clock p.m. on the dot. That means Half Track Snack Shack very much open for business. So if you're feeling a little bit peckish, swing on down there. It's going to be hot today, about 28 degrees at a high Celsius. Pro Shop right across the way. They got some great ice cream sandwiches and ice cream cones over in there as well. I can wholeheartedly recommend, having spoken from experience several times over the last few years I've been working here myself. As well as that, as of 1 hour ago, Team on a Mission started their sale of 50/50 tickets. So if 50/50 tickets happens to be something that interests you, feel free to swing on down to the Team on a Mission tent. They will be drawing all the way up until, I believe, about 3:30, at which point we will draw the winners. And at this time, we're going to make the call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to come on down to the staging lanes for first round of eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we need you in the staging lanes for first round of eliminations.
All right, we roll into first pair of eliminations of the Smoke, Fire, Thunder event. Randy Hermson with the upper hand on Sylvia Hoogston's dial-in wise. But on the tree, Sylvia Hoogston's had the upper hand, but Randy Hermson stays in front. Sylvia Hoogston's knocked out in the first round here today in TDN Constructors Sportsman. And Hermson moves on to the next round. Moving on to Sydney Jung versus Ken Christensen. Christensen turns on the red ball by 1/10 of a second, giving the 1981 Malibu driven by Sydney Jung a free pass into round two. I want to give a special shout out to Papa John's Pizza for supplying all the junior dragsters with pizza. So to the junior dragsters over in Al Warren's pit, you got yourself some pizza courtesy of Papa John's waiting for you. Carson Barlow took off first ahead of Ron Clark. Double breakout, give it to Ron Clark up at the quarter mile. Allier Month dialed in 1336 will leave first in the Nova wagon to Eric Hansen's North Vancouver Transmissions. 1968 Plymouth dialed at 1329. Once again, Mission Search and Rescue, Mission Fire Rescue are both here with us today. They are fundraising for the purchase of 4 new e-bikes to add to their fleet of rescue equipment. So make sure to head behind the bleachers on the parking lot side. At 1:30 p.m. during track prep, Mission Fire and Rescue will be helping Search and Rescue say bon voyage to a retired rescue truck by doing a live auto extrication demonstration. So be sure to swing on over there and check that out. For the raffle for the helicopter tour, 45 minutes for 4 people around either the mountain or city tour. Once again, $20 for every single ticket, $50 for 3. That draw for the raffle will be at 4 p.m. once again during track prep time. Colleen Davis for Skeleton Crew Racing in the 1965 Chevy 2, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts, will be leaving 0.7 of a second sooner than Kai Jessamine in the 1978 Monte Carlo. Solid reaction times for both drivers, but Jessamine already way in front. What a shame for Colleen Davis. Just couldn't get it hooked up off the line. Had her, Kai Jessamine be with a 002 reaction time. But Kai Jessamine made the pass prior to the 8th mile. Anthony Katnick was due to race against Jim Mantle, but with something going awry for Katnick, Jim Mantle will get a free pass into the next round on a competition single. Attention, Doorslammers. There will be a driver's meeting at Marcy's trailer at 2 o'clock. Canada West Doorslammers. There will be a driver's meeting at 2 o'clock at Marcy's trailer. Bring your entry fees. James McKinnon in the GMC Blazer has to be patient as Mark Muscan took off the Muscan Family Racing Studebaker, but when light shows up for McKinnon, Muscan goes red. That brings up Joanna Rebello and Rob Charlton. 1422 to a 1363. The City to City Victoria Ram machine working on moving its way forward. And this has just become a solo pass for Joanna Rebello as Rob Charlton issues setting in. And they are going to be pushing the City to City Victoria Ram from 2002 out. Joanna Rebello moves on. Born, Ford Fairlane going to be up next, dialed at 1437, going up against Archie Limpright's Ebony Monte 1982 Monte Carlo. Limpright goes red. The Fairlane, freebie to the next round. So that wraps up TDN Constructors Sportsman for their first round of eliminations in the 21-car field. We move on to the biggest field on the property. 41 cars in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket for the 9th race of the NHRA Summit ET Series at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. First pairing up, Craig Johnson in his Johnson Custom Exhaust and Rad Torque Systems Oldsmobile, going against Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Two green lights. The Falcon Fast Machine running down Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson breaks out at the top end by 0.06 of a second. Dustin Hunter moves on to the next round. Nick Rebello, dialed 11:15, will be leaving about a second and a half later than Veronica Hodgson in the dart. And Nick Rebello once more breaking out by 0.04 of a second. Veronica Hodgson
moves on to round 2. Bringing up Dylan Cairns in the Titanium Auto Group 1986 Blazer at 1180. And Jeff Whitworth in the Precise Mechanical 1984 S10 from the Nymo. And make that 3 for 3 on breakouts. TCS side, Dylan Cairns going under by almost half a tenth that time as Jeff Whitworth moves on to the next round. Off and away in the old school Cutlass. Ray Bollinger, the testatune.com Pontiac, running him now. No breakouts, no red lights. Bollinger pulls around him and makes the pass. Super Pro, we need Super Pro to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the stage lanes for first round eliminations. And here we go for Lorenz Schwartz and Jim Benke. Junior Dragsters, you're on standby. Wheels up, wheels down. The Rat Torch Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating Services Barracuda running down Lorenz Schwartz's Monte Carlo. Schwartz goes under. Jim Benke moves on to round number 2. Stu Funk going to be up next in the Chevelle from Hell. Found a 1078. Kim Cornish bringing up the 1977 Stang 2. Kim Cornish, a local racer and very much a regular racer here in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket in the NHRA Summit ET Series from the Titanium Strip. nothing still on the reaction times. I have a feeling I know who's going to be taking this one. Kim Cornish had bested Stu Funk by over half a second on the tree, and sure enough, that's enough to take the win. Kim Cornish, with that 5/10 and 3 thou lead on the tree, was able to make that a very easy race up to the quarter mile. Walter Johnson going to be taking his Chevelle up against Brad Litzenberger's Malibu, 11:36 to an 11:62. As we keep rolling through a first round of eliminations in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. And it all goes wrong for Litzenberger, slower by over a second from his dial-in. And Walter Johnson wins that race handsomely up at the top end. Jordan Almos up next in the Dart will race Brian Prescott's Chevelle. It'll be Prescott to lead first. Fairly even on the tree as they run down to the quarter. But Jordan Almos makes the pass. Got there first. Sorry, Prescott actually got there first, but actually went under the dial-in. So Jordan Almos will get the free pass to the next round. And that brings up the malfunctioning driven by Mal Patterson for Albion Tireland. Running down Dennis Winton's Shaggy Bel Air. Quarter mile, it is Mal Patterson making the pass just past the 1,000 foot to take that one away from Dennis Winton. Mike Render out of the 1150 in his Fountain Tire 1985 S10. Racing Kevin Garlock's 1971 Camaro out of Victoria. Garlock had to be patient there. Will patience be rewarded? It looks like it will. Trouble sets in for Mike Render. He slows past the 8th. And Kevin Garlock moves around him for a win. Anthony Katnick back up and ready to party with John Vandeven in the Murphy's Law Firebird. All of the trials and tribulations throughout the weekend goes red, eliminating himself in first round. John Vandeven moves on with the free pass. Chris Stone up next in the Stone Cold Racing Dart for Winter Harbor Marina, Titanium Auto Group, and Big BG Fuel Products, going up against Don Almos's 1969 Dart. Chris Stone out
out in front, trying to stay in front. Looks like we'll be able to stay out in front, and in fact he does. And no doubt, the first trip zip on the day put down by Chris Stone played a huge factor in winning him that one. Carl Gromny will turn on the red bulb in the 1972 El Camino. Everett Heath Nova will move on to the next round. Rick McKinney going to be taking up his 1996 Chevy Camaro next. He will be racing bit out of shape out of the gate for the Lordco lane, trying to chase down Rick McKinney, but I think that will do it, and yes it does. Rick McKinney easily wins that one. Problem set it in big time for the Lordco lane there, was not able to get it gathered up in time to run down McKinney's Camaro. And lots of smoke all of a sudden up there at the top end of the racetrack. We're going to shut things down for a moment while the start line crew goes out to take a look. Safety is obviously a top priority when it comes to these races, and you can see safety crews hard at work out there on the top end, checking over the track and picking up the occasional stray piece of debris that might have fallen off of the car that had just ran. Meanwhile, when we do get things back running, it'll be Bobby Ehlers in the 1989 Mustang Fox body dialed at 1054. That'll be racing Doug Marshall in his 1962 Chevy 2 from Enderby.
We're going to stage these cars up and go back racing. Bobby Ehlers pops up the back wheels and sets them down past the 60-foot. Marshall trying to chase him down. Double breakout as Bobby Ehlers up at the top end. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We're calling Junior Dragsters back to the stage and lanes. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Motorcycles, you're going to be on standby. Steve Baskerville going to take the Volkswagen Golf up against Darren Burt's Nova. Baskerville will leave first, dialed at 1182 to Burt's 995. Darren Burt couldn't be patient enough, goes red. That will wrap up Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. We will now roll into Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro. And we start first with Ted Buss and the Shawnigan Trucking Ford Roadster, dialed at 909, to Adam DeYoung's Artex Barn Solutions Chevrolet, dialed in at 843. Charging after Ted Buss. The trip zip will play out for him as he will pull around for the win. Ted Buss saw DeYoung coming, broke out, trying to stay ahead of him, but it didn't matter. Even despite him breaking out, DeYoung still crossed that line first. John Braining in the 1970 Chevy Camaro at 895 will be leaving 2 seconds after Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10. Richard Love pulls around, or stays out in front to make the win up on John Braining, who could not run it down quick enough to make the pass up at the quarter mile. Bring up Mike Stewart in the Super Chiclet Chevy 2, dialed in at 1010. Going up against Jeff Whitworth's Precise Mechanical Repairs 1984 Chevrolet. Mike Stewart breaks out at the top end. Jeff Whitworth moves on to the next round. Emily Gerard going to be up next against Kelly Voss. It's Undercover Dragster versus Hardtail. Only 1 year separated the makes of these cars. Emily Gerard also racing for Rad Torque Systems, JS Power Sports, and Sheer Solutions. 748 to an 892. Away. Both drivers with green lights. The distance is closing, and it is enough. Kelly Voss breaks out, trying to stay in front. Emily Gerard moves on to round 2. That brings up the next pairing, Wes Voth and the Lordco Acumen machine for the Firebird. Special thanks to the sponsors of Ascora Fed Tire as well in Campbell River. Going up against Stephen Robert in the Bucket Chevy Roadster, dialed at 848 to a 950. Roberts closing in on Wes Voth and makes the pass up at the quarter mile. So Stephen Robert will move on to the next round. We understand it can be mighty loud in the pits at the moment, especially with eliminations currently in progress. So if you're needing quick updates on your run orders or who's currently been called, make sure to follow us on Twitter at Mission Raceway. And you'll get all of the updates in a timely fashion as it's being reported. John Jenkins is Mackenzie Racing. S10 leaves first. Jan Christensen in hot pursuit. It's a third trip zip on the day. And once again, that nets a win for Jan Christensen. Running through the total 15,000 package up at the top end. And Steve McKenzie rolls through the beams. Al McKay Smith gets the free pass. Steve McKenzie, something went wrong. Rolled straight through. And will not move on to the next round. Bring up Zach Piston Liston in the Out of Wallet Racing Chevy Bel Air. Out of Mount Vernon, Washington, will race Dan Provo. Hails from just down the road in Abbotsford for the Rad Torque Systems M&M Dragster. seconds. Zach Piston Liston moves on to the next round. Battlebrand Craig Johnson in the Johnston's Custom Exhaust 1979 Malibu wagon for Rad Torque Systems. Dialed at 1088 will be leaving almost 3 seconds prior to Shane Williamson in the Williamson Auto Dragster out of Enderby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can racer Dustin Hunter, car number 6831 in pro bracket, come see Dave Strell at the head of staging. Dustin Hunter, car number 6831 from Bubba Speed Shop pro bracket. Come on down to the head of staging. Some slight confusion on the starting line for Craig Johnson, but that has since been resolved. And off goes the dragster. Williamson racing down Craig Johnson. Johnson stays in front and moves on to the next round. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. Hot Rod, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. That brings up a bye run. Martin Rochelle of the 1978 Chevy Malibu dialed in at a 1090. Listen up once again out there in the pits. Outlaw 275 drivers. Outlaw 275 drivers. There is a drivers meeting at 1 p.m. on the top floor of the timing tower. Outlaw 275, there's a drivers meeting on the top floor of the timing tower. That is in 10 minutes. And that will wrap up Vancouver Car Wraps Super Pro in their first round of eliminations. We have some downtime in the action. The Hard Knocks Stunt Drift Team is on the property today. They'll be making some performances later on. But if you want to feel what it's like to be in a drift car, check on out the Hard Knocks Stunt Team ride-alongs.
You head on over to the SCG Performance tent in the vendor area to sign up. And from there, you can be shuttled on down towards the road course, which is near the quarter mile on the pit side of the racetrack, where they will be more than happy to take you on a little ride along. So once again, that is SCG Performance Tent. Swing on over there in the vendor area. You can sign on up and check out some drifting ride-alongs. So we roll into Junior Dragsters for their first elimination round of the day. We'll start it off with Nick Bond for JBS Equipment over here tower side, dialed in at 894. We'll race Emily White in the White Lightning Racing, Pioneer Truck, Lordco Auto Parts, Waltco, TNT, and SNT Enterprises. Machine dialed at 890. Emily White already fully staged, just waiting on Nick Bond to pre-stage still. Now trying to bump his way fully in. 2 green bulbs. Up at the quarter, double breakout, Nick Bond wins it. Carson Burnicombe going to be out next. Out of Courtney, dialed at 1190, will be leaving a fair bit ahead, or behind, excuse me, Brody Burnicombe for Dwight at Dominion Lending. And Brody Burnicombe going to break out. Carson gets the free pass in the next round. Bringing up your number 1 qualifier, Alex Green, winner of the Badass Garage number 1 qualifying reward earlier today. Alex Green breaks out of the top end, but he will still get that reward for the number one qualifying run for Junior Thunder. As well as that, Titanium Auto Group has also contributed to bigger junior payouts this weekend. You've also got RXN Motorsports paying out for best reaction times. Bubba Speed Shop will be paying out for the best losing package. That'll be for, I believe, all junior classes, or at least the junior dragsters. We'll move on to 10 April Bond at 1080 for JBS Equipment, and Nate Green for 1215 for JBS and Titanium and Papa Roach. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, you have a driver's meeting. Top floor of the timing tower starting right now. Outlaw 275, you have a driver's meeting. Top floor of the timing tower right now. As well as that, driver 6831. Dave Strell is still looking for you at the head of staging just prior to the water box by the Lordco Bridge. Car number 6831 in pro bracket. Your presence is requested immediately by Dave Strell just under the Lordco Bridge at head of staging. Wesley Armstrong getting staged up against Alana Everett. And trouble sets in for Alana Everett. She's going to be on a very slow crawl, now stopped. Wesley Armstrong doesn't have to worry. Free pass for the BD powered machine. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The owner of a black Chevy Cruze, license plate GT054B on the spectator side by the Lordco sign. Your vehicle is not allowed to be parked there. The owner of a black Chevy Cruze, license plate GT054B on the spectator side by the Lordco sign. You need to move your vehicle as soon as you can, please. So once again,
If you want to feel what it's like to be in the drift car, you can check out the Hard Knox Stunt team. They are offering ride-alongs as of right now. They are down at the road course, and they are awaiting business. You head over to the SCG Performance tent at the vendor area to sign on up. Guaranteed that would be quite an experience, and one that I would honestly sign up for myself if I weren't on the clock. There's nobody down there right now, so if you sign up now, well, you'll be the first in line. Hot Rod, you have been called to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, you have been called into the staging lanes for your first round of elimination. This is your second call. Hot Rod, to the lanes. We finished up with Junior Thunder. We're rolling now into Junior Lightning for their first round of eliminations. We'll kick it off with Lincoln Shirk, dialed at 817, and his Titanium Auto Group, Van Torque Systems, and Bubba Speed Shop. Mike Boss, Dragster. He will race Abigail White in her TK Performance. Pioneer Truck and Trailer, Lordco Auto Parts, White Lightning, Racing Dragster. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is the third and final call for Hot Rod. We are still missing 2 people from Hot Rod. And if those 2 people are not down there soon, we will run without you. Once again, final call for Hot Rod. If you're not here, you're getting left behind. Also got a bit of lost and found. Some sunglasses. Missing the
little ear bands that were found on the spectator side behind the bleachers. So if you happen to be missing part of your sunglasses, we have that part up here with the second floor of the timing tower. Feel free to come on up and see if it's yours. Down the track, that will be the last car from the Peden Industries Junior Dragster categories. We are going to get set to roll into Badass Garage Hot Rod. So we roll now into Hot Rod. Jerry Verbander out for his first run. So Randy Hermson coming on up in the Wayne Behemoth Oldsmobile, going up against Burt Worrell in the Nova. Wormson stays out in front. Burt Worrell will not be moving on to round 2 today. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you in lane 1. Motorcycle, we need you in lane 2. Junior Street to 1. Motorcycle to 2. Rob Monroe Sr. goes red on the tree, and Jody Wilson moves on with a free pass into the next round. Bring up Steve Wilson in the Genesis Langman and GL Electric Chevy 2 will race John Nielsen's Canso. John Nielsen goes red. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, we need you to 5 and 6. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. This means that McLeod BC Super Shifters, you are on standby. Bring it up Darren Burt. Bring it up Terry Charles. Nova versus Bel Air. Both drivers away on green lights. Burt takes the win. Terry Charles will have to wait to try again tomorrow. Ryan Johnston is going to be having quite the handicap compared to Ken Christensen, coming all the way out from Winnipeg, Manitoba, with the nasty Fish and Investors Chevy Corvette. Ken Christensen dialed at 1263 for Tyrell Construction and Old Cars Center. Will be leaving first by over 4 seconds. Ken Christensen goes red on the tree. Ryan Johnston moves on. Justin Hunter up next in the Falcon Fast Hot Rod. Down at 897, Ron Clark out of Port Alberni in his Chevy Chevelle. Down at 1263, Lordco side. And Ron Clark hangs on for the win. Dustin Hunter could not run him down fast enough. Got a Roadster coming on up here, Lordco's side. Driven by Graham Edney for G&E Enterprises. Runner-up in Luke DeSoyle for 2016. Martin Jackman at a mission in the Chevelle. Dialed at 1304 will lead first. 2 green balls. Double breakout, Martin Jackman hangs on. Larry Rodenizer on the old Yeller Ford Roadster by Lordco. Doug Marshall left first in the Chevy 2. but Doug Marshall struggling even at the 8th, and sure enough, Larry Rodenizer, who's already in front at the half track, is able to pull around for the W. We continue working our way through a massive 33-car field in Hot Rod. Donnell Moss from Enderby in the dark going up against Glenn Fillingham in the AMX. Glenn Fillingham, red on the tree by 17 thou. Donald Moss moves on. So attention motorcyclists on the property, and this goes for spectators and racers alike. The Hard Knox Stunt Show will be up pretty soon here. We're expecting within the next potentially 20 to 40 minutes, give or take. Now, at the ends of each of their little sectioned off areas, they do these spin flicks to turn themselves around so they get back out and put on the show quicker. There are two motorcycles on the spectator side of the fence. They look to potentially be Harley Davidsons. Where they are right now, they are in danger of being hit. So those bikes do need to be moved. They are on the spectator side near a silver Dodge Grand Caravan. They appear to be two black Harley Davidsons. They need to be moved or they might be hit where they are sitting. So if you happen to have parked your bike over there, please move it as soon as possible. You don't have to move it far, but can't be sitting right there. Sylvia Hookston's racing Brady Peterson. Advantage on the tree by over a tenth gifts Sylvia Hookston a run into second round. Brandon Rouse in the Cash 22 Camaro not able to make it to the call. So Mark Bresinger, the out-of-time Nova, gets the free pass into the second round. Rick Hoekstra, down to 10 seconds exactly, racing Jim Benke's Rad Torch Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating Barracuda. Yet another competition single. Russell Jeffrey this time not able to make the call, so Tim Corner's Freak Child pickup truck will be able to make the move into the next round.
So once again, as we have wrapped up Hot Rod and moving to Junior Street, once again, there are 2 motorcycles on the spectator side near the fence. The stunt team, in just a little while, is going to be using that area to flick their cars around so they can turn around and come back out and put on a show for us. Those motorcycles are very much in danger of being hit, and they both need to be moved. This is the second time we're putting this out there. Those 2 black motorcycles, spectator side of the fence, they need to be moved. They are right near the road that leads around to where the Lordco bridge is, right next to a silver Dodge Grand Caravan. Those motorcycles in particular need to be moved. Tyler Smith with the #1 qualifier for Zap Strap Racing in the 1997 Chevy pickup with the bye, gets the free pass into the final as we're in the semifinals for Peden Industries Junior Street. Make that a 3rd qualifying round. So with Junior Street's 3rd qualifying round wrapped up, we will move on down into the Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle category for their 1st round of eliminations. And we will start it off with Wild Bill out of DeRoche, the Wild Racing Kawasaki. Attention in the pits, and well, actually more so accurately, attention in the spectator stands. If you were wanting to witness Mission Fire and Rescue vehicle extrication demonstration, that is taking place on the spectator side within the parking lot down there in 5 minutes. So if you want to see a vehicle get ripped to shreds with electric tools and the like, well, now you know where to head. Head on down to the parking lot area. They will be more than happy to accommodate you. Wild Bill goes through 9.8, 67, 128 miles an hour. Bring up Roger Bouchard. On the Athanas motorcycle, will race Jody Brickwood in the Brickwood Racing Kawasaki. 1.6 seconds will separate this pairing on the tree. Burnout's complete for Bouchard and Brickwood. Two green lights. Trouble setting in immediately for Jody Brickwood. Roger Bouchard moves on to the next round. Next pairing, Dieter Gerst for Torque Twisters Racing in his Harley Davidson. Going to be racing Rob Porter for Graceland Garage. 990 to a 1260. That's almost 3 seconds. Gerst is going to have to wait patiently here on the starting line. Rob Porter leaves too soon, goes red. Dieter Gerst with a free pass. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. BC Super Shifters, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. McLeod BC Super Shifters, this is your first call to lanes 1 and 2. Turn on the wind light for Al Omond as Daryl Storzuk goes under. Constant revving of Dylan Keeler, the Torque Twister Racing bike, pulling over to the left side of the racetrack, not having a solid run, as it'll be Dave DeGrassi to take the win. They're both dead even on the tree. 291 reaction times for both riders. But that's going to be a run that will not see Keeler going on up to the round two. So as Mountain View Harley Davidson wrapped up, we will roll into Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. We started off with John Lackey and Tyler McLeish. John Lackey goes red. Tyler DeGleesh in the 1957 Davis Roadster. Running the Super Gas Index, we'll move on to the next round. Super Combo cars are allowed to run one of three indexes, 1090, 990, or 890. Most drivers run the Super Street Index of a 1090. On occasion, you'll get a Super Gas Index of a 990. Very rarely do you get the Super Comp Index of 890. And now it's Jerry F. to go red. 236 red at that. Steve Lowe moves on. Dan Parsons was due to race Terry Langdon Davies, but the Langdon Davies Concrete Willis was not able to make it to the call. Dan Parsons up next. Next pair up, Al Quigley for Raptor Systems JS Power Sport will race Martin Rochelle in the 1978 Malibu. Making another pair of red bows. Al Quigley will be the driver to move on to the next round. Combo wrapped up, we will roll into Super Shifters. He turns on the red ball by 0.07 of a second. The first pass in Super Shifters in the 1963 Ford Falcon. Dale Posdeg will move on to the next round in the Riff Raff Racing Mustang. Move on to Will Zorick. Dot 1118 with Lynn Brook out of Port Angeles, Washington. Chasing down Zorick, makes the pass up at the quarter mile. Will Zorick will not be moving on to round 2 of McLeod BC Super Shifters. Graham Gordy Abagoog in the BDL Automotive Chevy Nova dialed at 873, but Jamie Roth's Comet will lead first. And Abagoog goes 0.05 of a second red on the tree. Move on, Jamie Roth. Battle of the Winter Bottoms. The Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2 driven by Scott. Tower Side dialed at 935. The other Rags to Riches Top Shop, this time in Nova. Lordco side driven by Keith. 935 to an 868. Both Winter Bottoms away on green balls. And Keith Winterbottom goes under. Scott Winterbottom goes through and takes the next round. From John DePort in the 1977 Camaro has been the runner-up in the Super Shifters category for the last 2 years. Goes red on this pass, but that will not matter once you get yourself a bye. Super Combo Racers. Attention in the pits. Well, we have found the cause of some of the discrepancies throughout the runs. It was, in fact, a technical glitch. So we are going to be rerunning the entire first round of Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Now, that will be coming up relatively soon. We're not sure exactly when, but we don't expect it'll be any longer than within about the next 30 to 40 minutes, give or take. So just make sure you have your cars ready to go. We'll get back on track of schedule here as soon as we can.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and 604 Street Legit. You are all on standby. Outlaw 275, Limited Street, 604 Street Legit. You're all on standby. And to the spectators, get your seats in your seats. We got ourselves a stunt show coming on up here.
In just a few minutes, we'll be starting the stunt show for the Hard Knox Stunt Show, put on by Gaston Morrison. And before we get going, I'd like to give a shout out to SCG Performance in Coquitlam. SCG, a full-service performance and fabrication shop for your racing and drifting needs. So we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen, for the Hard Knox Stunt Show. Before we get going, though, I'd like to introduce Danny Virtue from the Virtue Foundation.
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to see you all out here having fun on a nice day. I'm going to kick this off with my little buddy, Casey Wright, who's been with us for about 8 years. He's a great guy. He won the Courage to Come Back Award this year. And I would like for you guys all to say hello to him and meet him. And here's Casey.
Thank you, Danny. It's great to be here at beautiful Mission Raceway. And so thank you for having us, and let's kick some ass.
That's right, guys. So here we go. We're pretty close here, seconds away. Okay, guys, here we go. You ready, Casey?
Yeah.
Count it down.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right. And there goes the alternating single drifts. We've got the blue 350Z racing around, and who doesn't need a drifting taxi ride through town? Oh, a G35 making some, what is that? Look at that Nissan 240SX. All right, Mr. Hard Knox. And another taxi ride for anyone needing a ride somewhere today. All right, Allison in the blue 350Z. Yeah! Good job, boys, and here we go. Mr. Hard Knox in that SCG built 240. All right, that was the single drift. Coming up, we have tandems. Now this is where it all makes precision. If you touch here, you're rubbing paint. Nice work, team. And from the other side, we've got the BMW trying to catch that 350Z. Nice, it's like a turntable. And coming up next, a little skiing coming your way. And I'm not talking in the mountains. Oh, Jeff's just doing a little turnaround for you. Look at my nice shiny white truck. And here we go. Mr. Hard Knox coming up in his ski truck. Up he goes on, whoa, 2 tires only. He's pretty amazing on 4. Give it up for him on 2. And Jeff Sanger decides to put it down. He doesn't want to play around the full circle. And in next, we've got the drifters countering the ski truck. Oh yeah, poetry in motion. And there's even a drone getting in the business there. He wants to play too. Nice work, team. That's Gaston waving the bottom of his truck to you. Nice work, Gas. Nice work. I have no idea how it's possible to drive up on 2 wheels. It blows my mind. Here comes all the drivers in to see ya. All right, everybody, give the crowd a wave. We've got, from the right-hand side, Alex Steins going towards Gaston in that ski truck. Next behind is Clinton and Rick Beers and Allison. What a team. Nice work, Hard Knox. We'll see you again later on for another show.
Put your hands once more together for the Hard Knox Stunt Show. We'll be seeing them back up in full action later on tonight. So once more to Outlaw 275 Limited Street and 604 Street Legit. You have been put on a short standby call. Outlaw 275 Limited Street and 604 Street Legit. You're on a short standby call.
All right, everybody. While we have a little time before we continue the fun, we're going to have the trampoline team come out in front of you there. They're the BC provincial tramp team, and they're going to have some fun bouncing and flipping and twisting for you. See if you can count how many flips they do in the air. Today's tramp has been provided by Flip City in Langley. If you want to get your kids into trampoline or gymnastics, try Flip City in Langley or Club Aviva in Coquitlam. And here they go. They're just doing some warm-up flips for you right now. That's a Rudy? No, that's a Branny. Oh, to the stomach. I hate those ones. Here we go, and here comes, I believe that's Xavier. This is called jumping up and down. It's the most hardest thing to do. Oh, and he throws a flip in there. Excellent. The key is actually staying in the middle of that trampoline. That's the whole idea. Excellent. It's like watching Spider-Man fighting crime. There you go, back to the stomach, and he flips out with a twist. Ah, I love it. Here we go. Oh, I think that's Joey. Oh, get ready for this. He might fall right off the tramp. Oh, nice, what a save. You're supposed to stay in the middle, Joey. Oh, and I believe that even could be Jesse Pierce. Oh, flipping the hat, flipping his body. Ah, he gets the hat again. Nice. He's a bouncing ball in human form. Now that looks like crazy snowboarding antics going on right there. Nice, looks like we're going through some compulsories here. Beautiful form. Oh, a back full, a front full. Beautiful. You're watching some future Olympic athletes here.
He's literally been here forever.
Nice work. Those nice and clean flips. With a full. And a Rudy. I'm going to change the names of these flips. That's a Batman, and a Spider-Man, and a Captain Marvel. Looks like they need some stairs getting up there. You know, I bet I could do that if I was 20 years younger and not broken. Oh, back and forth, handstand stall, head flips. What are those, Joey? Double, double, double. Yeah, there it is, double front half out. Nice work, Jesse. Getting some good height there. Nice, right into a double back. Lovely landing. So that crash pad there is what helps the athlete land. Just in case they come down a little crooked, that crash pad takes away all the crash. One more turn on that trampoline for everybody, and then we'll put you guys away. I don't even know what that is. This is Joey. He is by far the oldest person on the trampoline. Let's see if age comes with wisdom and talent. Whoa! And that's the show. Good job, tramp players. Thanks for bouncing for everybody. Everybody have yourself a good day here as we continue with the racing shortly. And if anyone is still waiting to do a ride-along with the drift cars, at 2:30 they will be offering more ride-alongs. Check out the tent over in the vendor area, and you can sign up to do some crazy drifting ride-alongs.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Outlaw 275, limited street, and 604, street legit. You have been called to the staging lanes. Outlaw 275, limited street, and 604, street legit. You've been called to the staging lanes.
Hey, how's everybody doing out there? So nice and warm for you? Make sure you stay hydrated. I see that the beer garden is open, and there's all sorts of water and pop everywhere around the property. So my name is Jerry Lucky, and I'm helping Nolan out here. Nolan is helping me, one or the other. We'll be sharing announcing duty, so want to welcome all of you race fans here to Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. We're just a couple minutes away from getting cars down the track. It is going to be qualifying session number 4 for Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and 604. So all of that going to be coming up. They're in the staging lanes right now, getting ready, getting put together with who's running who. You can see that action down there. Hopefully you've had a chance to grab a bite to eat over lunch and everything else. Although I know when I'm at the racetrack, lunch is kind of a amorphous time period. It could be anywhere throughout the day, actually. So, Nolan, how's everything been going so far this morning? Busy?
Very, very busy, but very, very productive, I think, is the way to put it. We haven't had anything really major happen like what we had to put us out of the action from last night. We've had a solid day so far. A couple of occasional oil downs here or there, but it's usually just been on the starting line. Nothing down the track so far.
That's excellent, excellent. Yeah, last night I was here till 11 o'clock, and there was basically a couple of incidents, and a pretty serious incident with no drivers hurt or anything, but a lot of car damage. So that took place at about 10 o'clock last night, and yeah, it was pretty eventful. You would think that with all the great track preparation and everything else, that the cars wouldn't necessarily find it out of the groove, but hey, it's drag racing, so there's always the opportunity to overpower the track, underpower the track, and go into tire shake and get out of the groove. So safety crew was hot on all the incidents and made quick work of any issues on the racing surface. So I suspect that today it will be a duplicate of yesterday in terms of a great racing surface for all of the racers on the property. And boy, do we have a lot of racers on the property. We're looking at the Summit ET Racing Series qualifying that took place this morning. Did they get through 2 rounds?
They've gone through 2 rounds, and it took about an hour and 20 each one, give or take.
Yep. So they've got probably one more hit, or are they going into eliminations now?
They're going into second round of eliminations.
Well, there we go. Moving right along. Second round of eliminations for the Summit ET Racing Series. That's the Sportsman. Let's see, TDN Constructors Sportsman, Bubba Speed Shop Pro, Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro, Badass Garage Hot Rod, Peden Industries Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning. So all of those categories are part of the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series. They are having a doubleheader this weekend. 1 race today, 1 race tomorrow. Collecting points. This is the last weekend they have, actually, to collect points for Team on a Mission to sign up for that. So this is a pretty important weekend for them. And of course, it's not only the points that they're racing for positions as well. So that's great. Second round of eliminations for them for today's race. It's race number 10 and 11 this weekend. So that's all incorporated into the program with all the other hot cars. Got the run order if you've been here for a good portion of the day. And it's great to see the stands loaded with so many fans. We'll be going through Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and 604 Street Legit. And then also we're going into Canada West Doorslammers and Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley, and Pro Mod Bike. Nitro Funny Cars should be making an appearance along with, the Jet Car. Hey, I mentioned the team on a mission, and that's, of course, part of getting a team together to take have our way against other division summit racers or other track summit racers. And so part of that is getting some funds. So be on the lookout. They're selling 50-50 tickets. Sales will start. They started at 11 and they're going to go till about 3:30. So if you want to leave the track with a little bit more money than you came with, that's a good way to do it. All right, here we go. Outlaw 275, MDNA Fabrications Outlaw 275. And we kick things off in this qualifying session, number 4, with J.R. Lazick and Rick McLeod. So McLeod from Vernon, he's in that silver dart over on the Lordco lane. And Lazick, he is in the 63 Nova, that bright orange Nova over here, Tower Side. Lazick currently in the number 1 position in this category, Outlaw 275. He has run a quickest time of 4:36 at 163 miles an hour. Rick McLeod in the dart, hailing out of Vernon, BC, in the number 8 spot right now. And his quickest time so far is 4:68 with a 5. So both drivers always looking to make improvements and go just a little bit quicker, get the car set up so that it performs exactly how they want it to. Come elimination times, you see Lazick purging the nitrous, making sure that there is no air in the lines and getting pressure on the bottle right where he wants it. A little bit of slippage for Lazick, and McLeod off the gas. So Lazick goes 498 on a hot track, not an improvement over his 436. And McLeod 906, and definitely looking at better times from earlier runs. That's going to bring up the next pair, Tyler Stamler and Jason Gagnon. Tyler over here, Tower Side, pickup. And Jason Gagnon driving that 70 Yanko Nova. Gagnon from Kelowna. Sponsors include Angel Plug Racing, Gen 3 Speed, and JS Motorsports. Number 4 qualifier right now, 4.50 being the quickest time. 4:79 is the quickest time for Tyler Stambler, 4:79 with a 9, and he's in the number 11 spot. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to call all that super combo round back to the staging lanes for a rerun. All the super combo racers from the previous round, we need you back in the staging lanes as quickly as possible for a rerun of your round. And then we're going to put that means we're going to put Sportsman on standby. So both drivers out of the gate, good launches, hook up hard for, let's see, 5:013 for Jason, 5:013, and then Tyler still not able to improve on his 4:79. Which brings up Trevor Mulder and Bob Cook. Mulder from Alberta calls that little fox-bodied Mustang the girlfriend. It's a 1990 Mustang, very popular in these outlaw categories. That body style just has everything it takes to put a lot of horsepower and small rear slicks. Put it all together. Roughly 1,000 horsepower in each of these vehicles, up to anyway. And so the real challenge is just trying to get all power to connect to the racetrack and then hang on for 1/8 of a mile. Bob Cook, sponsored by Milron Horsepower Solutions from Lloydminster. He's in the number 15 position. His quickest time so far, 5:31.9. They're both pre-staged, getting set. Roll forward just a few more inches, and we're going. So the Mustang hooks up really well. The truck slipping around quite a bit. 4:81. So a great run for Trevor. Not his best run of the weekend. 4:74 remains his best run. So that's where he will stay in the number 9 position. As Tej Sangha is over here tower side, and Chris Gould over on the spectator side. Now Chris is from Spruce Grove, sponsored by CT Automotive and Diesel in that 2001 Mustang. Currently slotted in the number 7 spot, with a 4:67 being his quickest time. Tej over here, sponsored by Bubble Racing and JMS Racing, is in the number 16 spot, and Tej has been able to get a 5:55 out of that Mustang. Let's see if they make any improvements on this particular pass. Both staged. So the Mustang of Chris Gould really connected and left well. 4.70. So not an improvement, but a good run nonetheless. 159 miles an hour. It's a hot track. Very hot track. Yesterday when we took a measurement about this time, it was 109 degrees, so that is hot. Now the safety crew will have taken that into account in the track preparation and made sure that it remains sticky. And if you've never had the opportunity to walk on a specially prepared racing surface, it's quite the thing, because there is a rule. You're not allowed to go on that surface with flip-flops, because you will be in a couple of steps without your flip-flops. They will just be stuck to the surface. So it is very sticky, and it is a matter of having just the right amount of horsepower, right amount of traction set up in the chassis to take advantage of all that stickiness. If you don't have enough horsepower that you're applying, you go into tire shake or slippage. If you have too much, then you start to spin the tires. So it's all about knowing how much and how to set up the car, which is exactly why everybody gets 4 qualifying sessions going into eliminations. So sitting on the start line right now is Jason Cuglietta from Edmonton, your number 3 qualified car in the Outlaw 275 category. See how he does. Looking to do better than 4:47. Charges hard off the line and gets there with a 4.70 with a 9, 160 miles an hour. So John Cuglietta, again, a nice clean straight pass. Happy with that, but not quicker than what he did last evening on a slightly cooler track. Here's Jordan Brandon now from Lethbridge in that 2000 Camaro, backing up into the tracks that he laid down. Not all racers are doing that anymore because of the track preparation that it has become so, well, shall we say, sophisticated. There are times where you will do a burnout in a patch that is not necessarily where you want to tear up the rubber. You know, save that rubber for another time. Attention in the pits, all you 604 racers, you should be in the staging lanes right now. There's a few of you missing. We'd hate to start the party without you, so a few of you are missing. 604, we need you in the staging lanes right now. Jordan Brandon, pre-staged. He'll roll forward, and there we go, both bulbs on. Wheels are up, and that is not going to help his time. 5:09, 153 miles an hour, and he pops the chute. So he'll stay in the number 2 position by virtue of his earlier run. Attention in the pit, Super Combo. We need you back to the lanes. All of you who ran in the last round, we're rerunning that round. So all you Super Combo racers who were in that round, we need you back to the staging lanes ASAP. And so Dan Rodriguez having a lot of spinach there. So tires not hooking up as he coasts through at the 8th with a 10.76, 59 miles an hour. Again, looking at how far the setup can be affected, and he's certainly found the outer range. And come eliminations, he will want to make some further adjustments to get that car to hook up. That is a strong running car, and he's made his way to the winner's circle more than once. So Dan Rodriguez would take it back into the pits and do a remix on the car. Here's Rob Monroe now and Chris McGray. Wow, trunk open for Rob Monroe as he headed over to the center line. So a couple of things to attend to there, Rob. Not his best run, 7:12 at 105 miles an hour. Chris McGraw, he gets through with a time that is also not going to be his quickest of the day. But again, keep in mind, this is the hot part of the day. So everybody's just looking to make a pass and see how the car performs in the heat of the day. When they start their eliminations, it might be this hot, but it also might be just a little bit cooler. So that's what they're hoping for. And certainly as we work our way into the evening, it's going to get cooler. Miguel Fortino, Delta. Precision Racing engines here in the 1986 red Mustang. And Vanessa Richards, in the other lane, in the 1989 Mustang. Vanessa from Kelowna. Host of sponsors involved getting that car on the track. Gen 3 Speed, Precision Concepts, Titanium Auto Group, Fast Lane Nitrous Racing Systems, Norval Rentals, Kelowna Chevy, and Lordco. She is currently your #1 qualifier in this category, which is Limited Street. Now rotated into Limited Street. So again, they race to the 8th mile. Vanessa is off the gas. Gets there with a 6.40 at 78 miles an hour. In the meantime, Miguel goes 5.67. Marco Alessio from Pitt Meadows in the Mustang, just backing up on the start line right now. Sponsors include 604 Modulars, TNT Turbos, 281 cubic inch Cobra Jet engine under the hood of that Mustang. So as Marco brought the revs up, he bumped through the light beams and will not get any timed information, no incrementals. Not able to hold the car in the beams as he brought the revs up, and that's always a challenge for certain setups, is that you're rolling forward and you break that pre-stage beam, and then as you bring the revs up, it's a bit of a challenge for some setups to make sure that you hang on to the car so that it doesn't roll too far forward, because you've only got about 8 inches to play with after you've hit the pre-stage beam. So this is going to be a heads-up race, the finals for the 2022 Crown Door Canadian Street Machine Nationals. Imperial heads-up final. We have Ivan Drago. His white Mustang over here on the tower side. You notice the parachute on that Mustang, a bit of a sleeper car. Also notice that they have license plates. These are street legal cars. So if you're sitting at a light and a guy pulls up beside you with a parachute on the back of the car, don't accept any challenges, all right? If your car goes 150 miles per hour, NHRA mandates you have to have at least one parachute. So his twin turbo street legit driver Mustang has ruled the 604 for the last 3 years, and he's facing the 250, area code 250's finest newcomer, Gary Chaves, out of Kelowna in his slick twin turbo 1970 Chevelles. Folks, who has the baddest legit street driven car in Western Canada? Let's see as they get ready. This is their final for the 2022 Crown Door Canadian Street Machine Nationals. One's in, both's in, and they are off. So, wow, Ivan way off on his way as problems for Gary at the start line. So your winner, Ivan Sirkovic, 8.18 seconds, 181 miles an hour. Remember I said if you're going 150 or better, you gotta have a chute. So there we go. So Ivan is your champion here in 2022 for the Crown Door Canadian Street Machine Nationals. So congratulations to him and that whole team. Next up, we have the metric bike finals. And that's going to be Steve Abusini and his turbocharged Honda CBR. Currently the fastest bike in the 604 versus Tom Tarand, a regular runner in the 604 here. It is going to be a win light for Steve Abusini. 767, 182 miles per hour. So congratulations to Steve. And finally, we've got the Imperial bikes. Dustin Eagleton, TK Performance sponsored 2009 Harley over on the spectator side up against Dan Lengeek from Chilliwack in the Indian. And they are heading down track. Win light comes on for Dustin Eagleton, 10:48, 131 miles an hour. So congratulations to Dustin for all that work, that whole team. So he's your champion in the metric bike and Imperial bike categories. Attention in the pits. Constructors, Sportsman, we are calling you to the lanes. Sportsman, we're calling you to the lanes right now. Bring them up. And that means Bubba Speed Shop Pro, you are on standby. Rolling into the beams right now, Mike Probin and Mike Stewart. Battle of the Mikes. Probin in the 66 Nova tower side from Vernon. And Stewart, Mike Stewart, he's in that 67 Chevy 2 on the spectator side. They race to the quarter mile, so on that qualifying pass, 10:23 for Mike Stewart, 9:76 for Mike Probin, and that was certainly an improvement on his previous time. He slots in the number 10 spot here in the 604 category. Kim Jonkind and Rob Monroe Sr. Rob Monroe Sr. riding the 31 Model A to the finish line. That's a great looking truck. 414 cubic inch small block Chevy sitting way out in the open. No problems staying in the beams for Kim Jonkin in that 48 Chevy. So Kim leaving and getting no times, no incrementals. 913, 144 miles an hour for Rob Monroe though. 913, 104 miles an hour. That 31 Model A is currently sitting in the number 8 qualified position. It's Mandy Brooks and Rob Kleinbeekman from Edmonton will be our next 2 down track. Rob from Edmonton, as I say. Londonderry Dodge providing some sponsorship. 72 Chevelle. Over on the spectator side, here Tower side, 69 Nova from Chilliwack. Mandy Brooks will be getting there first. Clocks in at a 9:24, 144 miles an hour. 11:54 for Rob at 115 miles an hour. Richard Love now and Daryl Tippy. Daryl Tippy, the 95, well, I should say 65 Nova wagon. Over on the Lordco lane, Richard Love in the S10 here, Tower side, as we continue in 604 category. Richard Love goes 11:16, 123 miles an hour, 11:94 to 113 for Tippy. Don Murray now with the Green Goblin, 70 CUDA. Hey, when you're in the pits, check out that green CUDA because that 426 Hemi stuffed under the hood, boy, that's a sight to behold. He will stop the clocks at 9:07, 149 miles an hour, 9:07. Not his quickest time, that's a 9:03, so that keeps him in the number 7 spot. Right now, Andrew Cremello, well, he's in the number 18 spot. Here's Doug Coppendale. Langley is where he's from. 1991 Mustang. Problems right off the hit. Car bogs on the start. 828. 97 miles per hour. That car is running in limited street, not able to So technical glitches occurred in the last round of Super Combos, so we're rerunning that round, and this is it. So we kick things off just as we did previously. Jan Christensen and Mark Downing. Mark Downing in the Chevy Malibu. Over on the spectator side, Christensen here on the Tower side. You see the electronics come into play with the throttle stops, take powers out of the car and then put it right back in. The wind light comes on for Jan Christensen. 1093, 151 miles an hour. So Christensen advancing into the next round of Super Combo as John Lackey brings his 66 Acadian to the line, Lackey from Port Moody. He's up against Tyler Dalglish from Mission, his nice little Corvette Roadster. The kind of cars that you see in Super Gas. Handicap start going to John Lackey. Will he be able to stay out in front? See, the reader board says yes, he does. Goes 10.97 with a 7. 120 miles an hour. Great reaction time as well for John, 0.19. So that helped him get there ahead of Tyler's 10.01. Here comes Jerry Epp now in his Mustang. Super Combo Mustang has 1090 index. They're both 1090, so they want to get as close to 1090. You can see that on the reader board at the top end. Steve Lowe here, Tower Side in the 75 Nova. They are off, and the throttle stops come back in and back out. Who figured out the numbers the best to get to 1090 first? It will be Jerry Epp. Goes 1093 as Steve Lowe goes under with a 1083. So under 1090, not going to get you there. 1093 with a 1, though, for Jerry Epp to advance his Mustang into the next round. Here comes Warren Jacobson and Herman Chan now. Jacobson's in the 62 Chevy 2, sitting here Tower Side. Herman's in the 67 Camaro. Again, two 1090 cars in the Super Combo category, doing the same thing. Lots of throttle delay on Jacobson's car. Will he manage to get around the Camaro? He does. Goes 1092. 1092. So interesting. Herman Chan ran 1090 with a 4, but his reaction time was 300ths greater than Warren Jacobson. So that run was won on the start line. Jacobson goes 018 and then is basically 200ths off his dial-in. So that gets him going into the next round. Al Quigley, the orange Mustang, up against Martin Rochelle, a regular winner, consistent winner in the 1090 category. But not today. 1098 for both cars. 1098.0 with a better reaction time for Al Quigley. Puts him into the next round. They both ran 1098. Quigley with a 0 and Martin Rochelle with a 3. But Rochelle's reaction time on the start was at least 200ths slower than Al Quigley. Put it all together, and that means Al Quigley got there first. And you can see that by the green light on the scoreboards at the top end. So that's the rerun of the previous round of Super Combo with one more car left to run, and it looks like it'll be a competition single as Nick Rada was supposed to be in the other lane but not able to make it. Dan Parsons from Powell River gets the competition single win, goes 1093 with a 6 at 129 miles an hour. So that is going to complete that round. Hey, attention in the pits. We're just heading into the TDN Constructors Sportsman category. So that means Bubba Speed Shop Pro, we need you to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro, bring them up to the staging lanes. So second round of Sportsman gets kicked off with Ron Clark picking up a win because of Eric Hansen's red light. So Clark gets an easy run into the next round. The Port Alberni retired driver takes his 69 Chevelle down to the top end with a 1274, 104 miles an hour. So Ron Clark advancing to the next round by virtue of that red light. We're in the TDN Constructors Sportsman category in the ET Summit Racing Series. James McKinnon from Langley heading down track. And it's a bye run with the odd number of cars. Runs a 13:56, 98 miles an hour. So James McKinnon takes that 90 GMC into the next round. As Randy Hermsen and Ryan Ryan Wakelam from the NYMO, sponsored by Precise Mechanical Repairs. That 1983 Mustang. Handicap start going to Randy Hermsen, but not a very big one. Only about 0.3 of a second. So will Randy manage to stay out in front, or is the Mustang going to get around him? Mustang got around him, but went too quick to do it. So Randy gets the win, 13:74 at 95 miles an hour, and consistency winning the race once again. Their reaction times 0.70 to an 0.86, so not much of a toss-up there on the start line. But at the finish, Randy stayed under his dial, worked the shoe polish just that much better. Hey, attention for all race fans and racers. If you're a Lordco VIP, I'm told that lunch is being served in the tower. So if you're a Lordco VIP, there is lunch waiting for you, third floor of the timing tower. Joanna Rebello from Pitt Meadows driving that 86 Corvette that's dialed in at 14:22, gets the handicap start against Kai Jessamyn's Monte Carlo, and they both turn on the red light, but the lesser of the two red lights goes to the Monte Carlo. Jessamyn picks up the win, runs a 12:41 with a 5 at 108 miles an hour. So Kai Jessamyn moving on to the next round in the Sportsman category, as Bo Dickey and Colin Moore are next contenders. They're staged and set to go. The handicap start going to Colin Moore. It does not look like he's going to be able to stay out in front, even though reaction time was somewhat better than Bo's. Will Bo stay under the dial-in? He does. Goes 14:10, 88 miles an hour. And so Bo Dickey takes the Chevy S10 one more round in Sportsman. That's going to bring up Jim Mantle and Sidney Jung. I was talking with Dave Jung, Sidney's dad. He was preparing that car a couple of races in a row, getting set for Sidney to take over the ride. And so here she is, first weekend out in this ride, going a little bit quicker than that 96 Camaro. She was running a stepping stone to this car, full-fledged race car. Sidney having problems, though, not gonna be getting there after that red light. So Jim Mantle goes 14:79, 83 miles an hour. So Sidney turning on the red bulb, runs a 13:04 at 104 miles an hour, but there will be another race tomorrow. So that was the TDN Constructors Sportsman class. TDN Constructors sponsoring the Sportsman class this weekend. TDN Constructors Group is a pipeline and industrial mechanical contractor. They specialize in fabricating and welding large diameter heavy wall penstock, as well as all aspects of pipe fabrication, including pipeline coating and lining. TDN Constructors projects include numerous high-profile projects across the province of BC, be it hydroelectric projects, potable water and sewer force mains, and water waste treatment projects. So they've been operating since 1993. TDN Constructors offers unparalleled service to the infrastructure sector of the pipeline industry. They also own a Nostalgia Nitro funny car driven by Tim Nemeth, the Iceman. So I want to thank TDN Constructors for sponsoring the Sportsman class this weekend. The Summit ET Racers have this final weekend to qualify for the Team on a Mission. Certainly have the opportunity to check out the Facebook page, Team on a Mission 2022. And if any of the racers are interested in going, they need to contact Sylvia or Veronica. You need to run at least 3 Summit races to be on the team, and at least half the number of this year's races to run in the Race of Champions. So Team on a Mission. They are also selling 50-50 tickets. Sales will start, well, they did start at 11 o'clock, and they're going to continue until about 3:30, so maybe just under a half an hour. So if you have the opportunity to pick up some 50-50 tickets, I know that a couple of races ago, somebody left with about $2,200 in their pocket, which is not a bad thing. Come to the races and leave with more money in your pocket. Hey, everybody, make sure that you stay hydrated in the stands. It's a warm day out there. We're looking at somewhere around 28 degrees right now, and we need you to make sure that you're doing everything to stay hydrated, got some sunscreen on. There's lots of places where you can pick up water and all sorts of other beverages. The beer garden is open, but the property has lots of other vendors. So, as a matter of fact, this weekend, there are so many vendors located throughout the pit area that you've got quite a selection available to you. So, do take advantage of supporting the various teams who have vendors out there, whether that's also buying some merch or some food, but there's lots going on out there. Hey, if you want to get your picture taken by a Henry J, there is Bob Cocatello's Henry J sitting in the winner's circle at the base of the pit side grandstand. So he has put it there for you to take some selfies or to have pictures taken with you standing by the car saying, hey, here's me at Mission Raceway and I'm a winner. So check that out. Bob Cocatello kindly putting his Henry J race car in the winner's circle that's there for you to have your picture taken. So take the picture and post it up on the internets, and who knows, you'll be the next famous racer in the world. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we're calling you to the lanes now. Super Pro, need you to the lanes, bring them up.
We get set to roll into Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket for second round of qualifying. We're down from 41 to, I believe, 21 cars left in this field now. And we'll kick it off with Kim Cornish in the 1972 Stang 2 and Eric Stone in the 1965 Malibu. That car was in storage for 10 years prior to it being purchased by Mr. Stone in 2021, and he is celebrating his 65th birthday this weekend. So happy birthday there to Eric Stone. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. Junior Dragsters, you're on standby. Kim Cornish turns on the red bulb. Eric Stone will be able to move on with a free pass into round number 3. Good news is there's always tomorrow's race for Kim Cornish to be able to come on out and take another swing at it. Next pairing up going to be Bobby Ehlers in his 1989 Mustang Fox body from Maple Ridge, dialed in at 10:53. Everett Heath running the Chevy Nova this weekend will be leaving first, dialed in at 11:69. And making another race decided on the tree, as Everett Heath will now go red, and that Fox body will live to fight in another round. Going to bring it up for Mal Patterson in the Malfunction Acadian for Albion Tireland, dialed in at 10:27. That's going to be about half a bulb's worth of time over Jeff Whitworth in the Precise Mechanical S10 from 1984 from the NYMO. Two green lights. Wheels up, wheels down for the Acadian. And at the quarter mile, give it to Mal Patterson. Staying out in front of Jeff Whitworth. Had about a 300th of a second disadvantage on the tree, but was able to have that top end speed to give him a helping hand up at that one. Walter Johnson dialed in at 11:36 in a 1972 Chevrolet Chevelle from Abbotsford. Going to be racing Kevin Garlock in his Camaro, coming on out to race from the island. Dialed at 9:18. Garlock is running down Walter Johnson and makes the pass at the quarter mile. Kevin Garlock will be able to move on. Ran a 9:19 with a 9 on the 9:18 dial-in at 141 miles an hour. Jim Banky, one of the best racers Mission Raceway has to offer when it comes to pro bracket racing. In his Rad Torque Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating wheel standing Barracuda. Racing Veronica Hodgson's Dart. And a red light start for Veronica Hodgson. 27th thou red on the tree. Jim Banky will be able to take the next round firmly into his hands, and he'll be trying to put himself into round number 4 later on today. Jordan Moss up next in the 1969 Dodge Dart, dialed at 11:37, will have less than a second head start over Ray Bollinger in the TestandTune.com Pontiac GTO. Alma still out in front and stays out in front. 11:40 with a 6 at 116 miles an hour. Ray Bollinger lost that race on the tree. Steve Baskerville
But the 2016 Volkswagen Golf had his opponent go red in round number 1. But with Chris Stone at the helm of his Dodge Dart that he's racing for Stone Cold Racing, I doubt he's going to be so lucky twice. And in fact, it's a reversal. Now it's Baskerville to go red, and Chris Stone moves on to the next round. Ross Walker up next, and the 66 Chevy 2 will be leaving second to Craig Johnson in the Johnson's Custom Exhaust Rad Torque Systems machine. Pair of green bulbs, Walker running down Johnson in the TCS lane. Will get around him to make the pass. Craig Johnson now eliminated from 2 of the 3 classes he's entered on the day. Floating away on the green. John Vanderman also away on the green. The Murphy's Law Firebird already way out in front as the Floating Auto Dodge Dakota sets in with some problems. That truck packing up. Vanderman moves on to round 3. Bring up the bye runner, Rick McKinney, which will round out second round of eliminations for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. The new Magoo Camaro, its old 32 on the tree, will put down to 10.495 at 125 miles an hour. Tim McIsaac out on a licensing run from Chilliwack in his 1969 Plymouth.
Sent up to the tower here as and it's kind of interesting. You know, we've got lots of charities that are operating and raising funds for good causes all over the facility. This weekend, Fletcher, and we're talking about the Gen 3 Speed folks. This weekend, Fletcher and Katz have been collecting money for the MS Society. They're just doing this on their own. It's a passionate thing that they have, and so the youngsters have raised over $500. That's right. And Derek Shirk from Titanium Auto Group is matching that with another $500 as well. So both Katz and Fletcher would have to thank some of the sponsors, and that includes the Lasix Auto Group, Gen 3, JS Power Sports, Titanium Auto Group. They have a whole host of people that they would like to thank. They also would like to give a huge thank you to everyone who donated. And if you still want to donate, there is an opportunity. You can still pitch in. Head over to the Gen 3 Speed pit area and check with them. Say, I want to donate to the MS Society. And from what I hear, they're going to be doing a grudge race a little bit later on this afternoon. So it's going to be pretty exciting, I think, because there's actually some money on the line if one of them goes trip zip with a perfect reaction time. So we'll keep you posted on when that grudge race is going to happen. But if you're wandering in the pits, go by the Gen 3 Speed pit area and feel free to donate to the MS Society. So we roll into the Super Pro category. Jan Christensen and Richard Love. First pair out of the gate. Handicap going to Love. He turns the ball red, so Jan Christensen takes the little El Gringo Chevy Nova to the next round with an 866, 155 miles an hour. So Jan Christensen advancing in the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro category. Al McKay Smith from Merritt, 65 Nova Wagon. And Jeff Whitworth from Nanaimo. Whitworth, both cars having great reaction times. Win light comes on for Al McKay Smith. He runs an 0:11 reaction time against a double 0:05. 9:67 is the winning time for the wagon. 9:67 at 135 miles an hour.
The pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your final call. Your class is running right now. If you are not in the staging lanes, they are running without you. Super Pro, you need to be in the staging lanes yesterday.
So Zach Liston brings the 55 Chevy to the line here on the tower side. Mark Rochelle in the other lane. Rochelle getting the handicap start. He's dialed in at 1090 against the 838 of the 55 Chevy. And he manages to stay out in front. Had a great reaction time, 0:02 at 1093 for the win at 123 miles an hour. And that is going to take care of the Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro category this round. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Craig Johnson and Adam DeYoung, we need you in the staging lanes immediately. Craig Johnson and Adam DeYoung, you should have been in the staging lanes, and we need you there immediately.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to the rear of staging, please. Hot Rod, we need you to the rear of staging for your next round of eliminations.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, Peden Industries, Junior Dragsters. We need you to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Bring them up, Junior Dragsters. So Stephen Robert takes the 34 Chevy Roadster downtown to 854 with a 3, 152 miles an hour. That was a competition single. In the other lane was supposed to be Emily Gerard, I believe. So if you've haven't been to the racetrack since last year, you're probably noticing a number of changes, including the Titanium Auto Group sponsorship. That's right. It is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So we want to thank all the good folks at the Titanium Auto Group for everything they're doing. Every single person that needs a vehicle should be able to buy one. That's one of their mottos, and that is the goal of the Titanium Auto Group. So regardless of your credit history, they will figure out a way to get you into a vehicle you want, and more importantly, what you deserve. So big thank you going out to the Titanium Auto Group for not only the track sponsorship, but all sorts of event sponsorships as well. So here we are with the final 2 in Super Pro. It's going to be Adam DeYoung, and Craig Johnson. Adam DeYoung in the Camaro, the 67 Camaro on the spectator side. Craig Johnson over here in the grocery getter station wagon. Adam hailing out of Abbotsford, dialed in at 8:45, so Craig Johnson in the wagon will leave first. His tree comes down ahead of the other, and wait for Adam to see. Oh, and Adam goes double 02 red. So not patient enough. 0.02 of a second too soon, turning on the red bulb. So the wind light 10.95 at 119 miles an hour for Craig Johnson. You can see the instant replay on the big screen. Compliments of Valley Tech. Want to thank them for all their hard work putting the video presentation together. Check us out on YouTube, or if you're not live streaming. So great visuals that way. I didn't mention, actually, Craig Johnson. His reaction time, 003. So perfect reaction time is trip zip 000. So Craig Johnson just 3 thou off of a perfect reaction time to take that win and advance in the next round of Super Pro. And that is going to do it for that round as we continue on in the program here for the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend, presented by Lordco. Lordco Auto Parts, a company that started, let's see, a little while ago, and it was in just a tiny little 900 square foot facility, and it's in Maple Ridge, actually, 1974. So one shop of 900 square feet in 1974, and they've now grown to over 100 stores. So Lordco is the largest distributor and retailer of automotive parts and accessories in British Columbia. They carry a large variety of products and accessories for all types of vehicle applications. With over 100 stores throughout the province, Lordco is your best bet for fast, reliable, helpful advice. Lordco prides itself on fast delivery of the right parts. So when it comes to auto body needs, automotive equipment, high-performance parts, RV, or industrial goods, Lordco will have what you need. You can visit a location near you because there's lots of them, or you can check them out online at www.lordco.com.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
The NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League is a great opportunity for kids between the ages of 5 to 17. The opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing in a controlled environment. Many of today's Camping World professional competitors got their start in junior dragsters. Erica Enders, Sean Lang, J.R. Todd, Leah Pruitt, just to name a few. So competitors race junior dragsters, they're half-scale versions of top fuel dragsters, using a small horsepower single-cylinder engine. A junior dragster can go as fast as 85 miles an hour and as quick as 790 in the 8th mile. Younger competitors are restricted to slower times and speeds, as we'll see, But just like their full-size top fuel counterparts, junior dragsters must meet NHRA's stringent technical specifications. NHRA also places speed and elapsed time restrictions on competitors based on their age and experience. We've got a very healthy field of junior dragsters this year. They are upwards of 20 cars that have been rolling in from week to week, and so that is absolutely great to see. They race to the 8th mile, and they're rolling around underneath the bridge right now. So category is sponsored by Peden Industries, providing professional excavation services throughout the Lower Mainland since 1969. They got 50 years of experience of excavating and construction. Peden Industries knows what it takes to provide exceptional service for commercial, industrial, and residential clients. So they'll do their burnouts just like regular. We start with the Thunder category usually, and that means it's the slower of the two. Thunder category reserved for drivers between the ages of 5 and 12 years of age. Hey, attention to the pits. I've also noticed that the 50-50 ticket sellers are in the beer garden, so if you have not yet made a purchase of 50-50 tickets, they're in the beer garden, so head over there. So here we go with the Thunder category. Cadence Rodrigue and Nate Green kick off the category. They work on a handicap start just like the full-scale cars. That handicap went to Nate Green over on the spectator side.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Brad Owens, we need you in the staging lanes. Brad Owens, your presence is being awaited for in the staging lanes.
So the win light comes on for Cadence Rodrigue, sponsored by Ken Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, and Corvette West, along with Milron Truck Body. So Cadence ran a 12:17 at 51 miles an hour to take out Nate Green, as burnouts are now being completed for Nick Bond. Nick, of course, the one of the youngsters hailing out of Justin Bond's race team. Justin Bond taking, of course, one of the Pro Mod category racers in the NHRA. In the other lane, Carson Brimacombe from Courtney, sponsored by Lordco and Grandpa's MasterCard. So Nick Bond dialed in at 894 and Carson 1190. So handicap start's going to go to the Lordco lane, 1190 against an 894. So just like in the other categories, you got to make sure that your reaction time is spot on, and you got to get there as close to your dial-in as possible, ahead of the other person without breaking out. So Nick Bond in hot pursuit manages to get around Carson, goes 899 at 70 miles an hour. So Nick Bond moving on to round number 2. That's going to bring up Wesley Armstrong. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We want Outlaw 275 and Limited Street on standby, please. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street, you are now on standby. So Hunter Gallant over on the spectator side from Chilliwack. He's got sponsorship from BDL Automotive, Paint by Rodrigue, and Diversified Metalworks and Rocket Coatings. He's going to have to be patient on the start line as Wesley Armstrong gets the handicap start. And he will take his BD-powered Badass Garage Lordco and Tub Blue Towel sponsored Junior Dragster. See if he can hang on and stay out in front. He does, by virtue of the fact that his reaction time was 0:06. So just an absolutely brilliant reaction time, and that helped him stay out in front, even though he ran well off his dial. He was 0.3 off the dial, 13.98 against a 14.28. So if you're looking to make a call home kind of a phone call and you've realized that you don't have your Samsung phone any longer, we found it. If you're on the spectator side, we found your phone. It's up here in the tower, so do check with us. Adam Katnick getting a bye run there, 9 flat, odd number of cars in the Thunder category. So Adam Katnick goes 72 miles an hour and will advance into the next round. You're noticing now the sound of the Junior Dragsters is a little bit sharper, a little bit poppier, and you will also see that they're a little bit quicker and a little bit faster as we rotate into the Peden Industries Junior Lightning category. The Lightning category is for drivers 13 years and older, up to about 16. So 13 to 16 years of age, all these racers. We start on the tower side. CL Gagnon, she's your 2021 champion in the Junior Lightning category. Her dad, Nate Gagnon, standing behind the Junior Dragster. Well, he rides one of those Top Fuel Harleys, so we'll be seeing him probably a little bit later on too. But CL rolling into the stage beams here on the tower side. In the other lane, Colton Morin. He has seen his share of victories numerous times here at Mission Raceway, part of the Morin Motorsports team. He's got that brand new 2022 Mike Boss chassis Junior Dragster. He has dialed in at 798 against CL's 795, so it is essentially a heads-up race with only about 3 thousandths of a second I'll take it back. 300 separating them on the tree. Doesn't really matter what I say because you won't be able to notice that when the ambers come down anyway. So Colton, you could see quite plainly out first, and his reaction time said it all. 0:09 for the win. 799 at 81 miles an hour. Dialed in at 798, ran 799 with a 0:09 reaction time, and that's what it took to take Colton into round number 2 of Junior Lightning. Here comes Lincoln Shirk with his recently Vancouver Car Wraps re-wrapped Junior Dragster. Take a look at that car in the pits to see the great work that Vancouver Car Wraps does. Hayden Katnick is in the other lane. Hayden sponsored by TK Performance out of Maple Ridge, dialed in at 796. So Hayden is the quicker of the two. Lincoln dialed in at 817. So both drivers looking to get as close to their dial-ins, as close to the shoe polish that they've put on the side as possible without going under. They're staged. Here comes the tree. Lincoln goes red. That's got to be disappointing. Lincoln goes 008 red. So Aiden picks up the win, goes 807 at 79 miles an hour for the win. Aiden going on to the next round in Junior Dragster. And that is going to do it for Junior Dragsters. So here we go now. We're moving along in the program. Badass Garage sponsoring the hot rod category. And And we kick things off with Sylvia Hoogston, property manager out of Maple Ridge, who gets a bye run because of an odd number of cars. She's the quickest one and gets to, well, not the quickest, but has the best package, the best reaction time and everything. So she moves on that bye run, goes 13.95 at 106 miles per hour. And that's going to bring up Randy Hermsen with the big Oldsmobile. Well, how much is that about? I know he's got some fiberglass parts on that Oldsmobile, but that is got to be about 5,000 pounds, I think it was. Nope, 3,890. Gone as quick as 1320 in that Oldsmobile at 104 miles an hour. He's been racing that car for about 25 years. In the other lane, Jerry Brabander, no stranger to the hot rod category, has been a champion in years past, so will Randy be able to stay out in front of Jerry? He does, 13.85 at 81 miles an hour. Reaction time slightly better than Jerry, so that is once again a way of ensuring that you're going to be out in front. It's not always the quickest car. As a matter of fact, it's rarely the quickest car that always wins. It's the ones that are most consistent. Consistent reaction time, as close to that trip zip as possible, and then as close to the dial-in as possible, as Jim Benke takes the Rad Torque Plymouth. Down track, he got the handicap start. Larry Rodenizer, we haven't seen him for a while, but 006 reaction on the tree gets a win for him. 9:54 with a 3 at 139 miles an hour. So the Langley Auto Installer, Old Yeller it's called, 1946 Ford, will be moving on. Larry Rodenizer going into the next round of Hot Rod. Presented this weekend by Badass Garage. Tim Cordner and Ron Clark are the next pair. Clark out of Port Alberni in the 69 Chevelle. And Freak Child is that 55 Studebaker pickup. So Clark got the handicap start, but Tim turns the bulb red, and so Ron Clark in the Chevelle gets the win with a trip zip. A perfect reaction time for Ron Clark. So he was going to be hard to beat at the best of times. So it's a great day if you're looking for trip zip or a bag of donuts, you might say. That's our fourth one for the day as Bill Halicki and Mark Brenzinger head down track. Handicap went to the 65 Ford Ranchero. Will he stay out in front? He does not, as Mark Brenzinger takes the out of time, having a flashback there, 64 Nova into the next round, 9:69 at 129 miles an hour. And here comes Martin Jackman and Blair Criddle. Martin Jackman out of Mission, BC, and Blair Criddle, mechanic out of Delta, BC. Wind light comes on for Martin Jackman at 13:08, 98 miles an hour, so he moves on. Darren Burt, Steve Wilson. Wilson's in the 63 Chevy 2. Getting the handicap start, but he also got a red light. Darren Burt on the money, 001 reaction time, and so he was going to be tough to beat in that round as well. 10:02 at 131 miles an hour for Darren Burt. 68 Nova going on to the next round. Next pair, Ryan Johnston from Winnipeg. Nasty Fish Corvette. Dial in. He says he'll run 8:34. no quicker. Jody Wilson in the 55 Chevy. That's a cool-looking gasser 55 Chevy. 10:69, so the 55 will leave the start line first. And here comes Ryan, but he goes red. So the win light automatically comes on for the 55 Chevy to advance, and he runs 10:76, 117 miles an hour. So once again, we have a lost phone up here, and is found on the spectator side, and Brian Daniels is trying to reach you. So he's been calling. If you don't have your phone, Brian Daniels has been trying to call you. Your phone is up here in the tower. It was found lost on the spectator side. Win light comes on for Don Almas from Enderby in the 69. 983 he runs at 135 miles an hour. Brad Owens in the 55 Chevy on the losing end of that pair, 978, and that's going to take care of the Badass Garage Hot Rod category. Speaking of Badass Garage, they are on the property. Your one-stop shop for signs and vintage memorabilia, pretty much everything and anything you need to decorate your man cave, your woman cave, your garage, your bedroom, your den, whatever it is. Check out what they got here on the property. They have got neon signs, tin signs, wood signs, all sorts of decals, die casts, and things like that. At their shop, they've got new and vintage arcade machines, gas pumps, flags, antiques, and even, if your heart desires, some taxidermy. For the best in garage decor, check out the Badass Garage. And here's something special. If you've ever wanted a neon sign that's personalized, a neon sign just for you with your name, they'll look at doing that for you too. Custom neon signs at the Badass Garage, located on Shuk Road in Mission. Hey, we just always get some of the more unusual things up here in the tower that people accidentally lose or misplace. And we have got a wallet up here. So if James Reed is looking to buy lunch, he's not going to do it. You're going to have to pull out your wallet because his wallet is up here in the tower. James Reed, we need you to come to the tower. I like the James Bond card, by the way. That might be missing from your wallet. James Reed. So as you can see, we've got some track maintenance going on, but if you are wandering through the pits and you look behind the grandstand bleachers, you can see Bob Cocatello's Henry J. sitting in the winner's circle there. He's placed it there for you all day so that you can get a great selfie, a photo, a memorable picture of your time here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. So feel free to stand by the Henry J in the winner's circle, take a picture, post it onto the various internet social sites that you visit, and that will be a fine testament to your time here. So look at, we're calling Outlaw 275 and Limited Street and 604 to the lanes, please. 275, Outlaw 275, Limited Street and 604. We need you to the lanes, please. Bring them up, bring them up. And so we are doing the track maintenance right now. And basically that consists of just making sure it's all clean. And then we'll do a little bit of a spray to build up the traction compound and then get back to some racing. Hey, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we're putting you on a 20-minute standby. Canada West Doorslammers, 20-minute standby. You have been warned. So I have got a winning ticket for a helicopter ride. Wow. So if you have a blue ticket that you bought for your chance to ride in a helicopter, something I have never done, this is your chance. I have got the winning ticket. So if you bought a ticket to ride in the helicopter, dig out that blue ticket. I'm going to give you the number. Here it is, 8835248. That is the winning number. So if that's your ticket, there is a helicopter ride waiting for you. 8835248. So I'm one step ahead of you here. The winning ticket, it belongs to Blair M. So Blair M, we've got your helicopter ride up here. So we're going to give 15 minutes for Blair to recognize himself here at the tower, and otherwise we'll have to pick another name. So Blair, you got 15 minutes. Run to the tower. Hey, I had talked about how the this weekend is a doubleheader for the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series, and that would include the Sportsman Pro, Super Pro, Thunder categories, and Hot Rod Junior Street, and categories like that. This is a series that is contested right across North America. It is actually the world's largest motorsports program with 80,000 racers in competition. It's a bracket racing format, as you've been following here at Mission, and that allows drivers in all sorts of vehicles, dragsters, roadsters, sedans, coupes, and motorcycles to compete on an equal basis against each other because of the handicap system. So member tracks right across North America, like ours, host regularly scheduled events and award points, and at the end of the season, each track selects a team of racers from among its top points finishers to represent the track at the Divisional Summit Racing Series Finals. And that's our team on a mission. So we've been talking about that. This is their last weekend to collect points and be eligible to be our team on a mission. Division champions in Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle receive Division champions trophies, jackets, and cash. And then they advance. You have the opportunity to go even further still. You head to the NHRA Summit Racing Series National Championships, and that takes place at the season-ending Auto Club NHRA Finals that we're planning, I guess, in Pomona, California again. And at that race, they'll receive travel money and compete for cash and the National Championship trophy and jackets and contingency awards. So that is the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series that's taking place, a doubleheader here this weekend. Race number 10 and 11. It's the final weekend for points earners to be a part of Team on a Mission, even though they have additional racing to take place throughout the rest of the year. Still more races coming up.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, McLeod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. McLeod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become McLeod equipped.
So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need 604 to the lanes, please. 604, bring them up to the lanes. Outlaw 275 is coming up. We saw Jason Gagnon just taking the tree. His competition, Steve Skokin, not able to make the call. So in that situation, you can take your car up to the line, and as soon as the tree flashes green, you can roll forward and then back out. That is your prerogative, and it works as far as not having lane choice or not requiring lane choice. And so that's what Jason Gagnon did in that particular case, and he'll return. He gets a move into the next round. That's going to bring up our next pair sitting in the water box. So we're going out to fire up the cars again. Rick McLeod and Trevor Mulder. So Trevor, Alberta, the girlfriend, he calls that car. It's a 1990 Mustang. Sponsored by Motion Performance and Selkirk Auto Body. Trevor in the number 9 position, 4:74, his quickest time. Rick McLeod in the number 8 position, his quickest time, 4:68. Rick over here in the 1970 Dart. Remember, these guys are racing out to the 8th mile only. So whoever gets there quicker, hooks up on the start line, that will be the ticket for getting to the 8th mile ahead of your competition. Heads up start. They're both going to see green and then hit the gas. Both cars are now staged. Mustang getting out of shape pretty early there and out of the gas, as is Rick McLeod, but he gets there first. 671, 76 miles an hour. Trevor just turning on the red light and then loose all over the track in the first 330 feet. So you can see it on the instant replay as he gathers it up. Got the drone footage as well. Burnout complete for Dan Rodrigue. Again, with a weekend like this, you can expect there's going to be a lot of carnage, and certainly that's been happening this weekend as Justin Collin had the crash last night, not able to make the call here today. Dan Rodrigue, first round of eliminations, gets competition single in the booth. There he is purging the nitrous, getting the bottle temperature up to, or the pressure up to where he wants it to be, and also making sure that there's no air in the system. So Dan Rodrigue, sponsored by Ken Specialty Automotive, Westar Trailer, SD Performance, McGraw Metalworks, and Gibson Racing Transmission. He's your number 5 qualifier with a quick time of 4:56 in the 8th mile. So Dan Rodrigue from Yarrow, rolling into the stage beams right now, and he will get an easy run into round number 2 of MBA Fabrication Outlaw 275. Goes 472 at 154 miles an hour on a hot track. So Dan Rodrigue moving on to round number 2. $2,000 Camaro here, tower side, called Side Money from Lethbridge. Jordan Brandon. Brandon's your number 2 qualifier, and he has run a quick time of 4:45 at 162 miles an hour. In the other lane, Bob Cook from Lloydminster, sponsored by Milron Horsepower Solutions, 1993 F-150. Now, Rob Cook, the slower of the two, was qualified in at number 15. His quickest time, 5:31.9. So anything can happen once that green light comes on. So just because you're 15th, you could still take out number 2. We don't race them on paper. We race them on the track. So both cars pre-staged, getting set. Here we go, pre-staged, and pickup goes in further. They're set. Here comes the tree. So it's green lights with a wind light for Jordan Brandon. 477, 158 miles an hour. He puts the laundry out, brings the car to a stop. 477, 158 miles an hour. As we continue in first round of eliminations here in MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. In the lanes, coming up next, Limited Street. You should be in the lanes, Limited Street. And also 604, we've called you to the lanes. You should be there as well. So it looks like another casualty, and that's J.R. Lazick. Not able to make the call. You can see them underneath the bridge there, pushing the car back, and that's unfortunate. Unhappy about that, but the car is broke, and that's all there is to it. These cars go under a lot of pressure, a lot of stress each of these weekends, so it's all they can do, keep them together. So Tej Zanga from Surrey, Bubble Racing Team, in his fox-bodied Mustang, is going to be getting a competition single. He's your number 16 qualifier, 5:55 with a 3. So let's see how Tej does on this single run. Always looking to make an improvement in time. So they will be Tej getting directed into the right spot. Crew members will have observed what's happening on the start line and then get them into the staging lanes. So Tej getting the win by virtue of the competition single. He runs 579, 127 miles an hour. So again, unfortunate for J.R. Lazick. Hey, attention in the pits. This is your final call, 604. Final call, 604. If you're not in the lanes, we will be starting without you. You're going to miss the party. 604, final call. Pickup here on the tower side. That is Tyler Stamler, Rocky View. Burnout's complete for Adam Berard on the other side of the racetrack. Red Deer is home base for that white trash 84 Camaro. Adam is your number 6 qualified car in the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 category. Number 6 with a 4:56.9. In the other lane, Tyler Stamler calls his S10 Mini-Me. Number 11, 479. Problems for Adam as the crew are out there backing him up. So that may be yet another issue. It looks like we're going to have just a tiny bit of cleanup on that lane. Adam being backed out. So Tyler getting the competition single here to advance into the next round. He'll still go through the motions, of course. Pre-stage and then stage, and the tree will come down and away he goes. So tire slippage off the start, but back on the gas for a 565. So 565 at 114 miles an hour for Tyler Stamler to advance into the next round. So John Cuglietta brings his 2004 Mustang to the line, and I got to say, I love that paint. It is a great yellow gold. It stands out in the sun. Multi-shades. So his competition, again, not able to make the call. It was supposed to be Kurt Thompson in his Camaro, but Kurt not able to do the repairs required. So John Cuglietta from Edmonton calls his car Balboa, your number 3 qualifier, and he will run through to the 8th mile to advance into the next round, round number 2 of Outlaw 275. And it looks like basically he decided to take the tree, which oftentimes is a wise move. As I mentioned earlier, you don't always have to hurt the parts to make the run if you're on a competition single or by run. So he knew that Kurt Thompson was not there and just decided to roll in, stage the car, tree comes down, and then he can break the beam and head back into the pits without doing excessive wear and tear on the car. So John Cuglietta moving on to the next round in his 2004 Mustang. Hey, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, we're calling you to the lanes. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up to the lanes. So if you're suspecting or seeing a trend happening here, you're not alone. This is a hard-fought category, and these guys have been putting their cars through the motions in a pretty tough way all through last night and even earlier this morning. So Neil Richards not able to make the call on this run as Chris Gould from Spruce Grove takes the Mustang into the staging lane now. He's going to break the pre-stage, and will he make the run? It hasn't been determined. Looks like he's going to run the quarter. rather. Wow, tire spinning and gets back on it. 565 at 145 miles an hour. So he will advance on that competition single. So like I say, tremendous amount of carnage this weekend as they've put their cars through a good number of passes and fast passes at that. Burnout's complete for Rob Monroe Jr. and his 69 Acadian. 385 cubic inches under the hood of the Acadian. Hopefully he's got the trunk latched down this time. Came open last time. Chris McGraw in the other lane, Flipper, the 1990 Mustang. We've now rolled into the limited street category. Limited street. Again, heads up. Get to the 8th mile as quick as you can. Rob Monroe actually went deep, turned out the top bulb. Didn't help him at the 8th mile. 578 for Chris McGraw. 126 miles an hour, so the Mustang picks up the win. Attention to the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. We are going to put you in lanes 3 and 4, please. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up. We're going to put you in lanes 3 and 4. Miguel Foytino from Delta in the Mustang here on the Towers side. 1986 Mustang against the 2008 Mustang. And once again, powers of observation are that this is a very popular body, very popular car in these outlaw categories. Marco Alessio has the 2008 Mustang from Pitt Meadows on the Lordco side of the racetrack. They're both pre-staged. Again, green light comes on. Who gets there first? They are off. Both of them connecting. On the start line, wind light comes on for Miguel. 568, 122 miles an hour against a 564. Quicker, but reaction time being what it is, not able to get off the line first. The reaction time that starts with a 2 is not what you want. Justin Gibson and Doug Copendale with a win line for Justin. 1988 Fox Body. We'll watch the instant replay on the big screen as Doug has problems on the start line. 546 and 125 miles an hour for Justin to go into round number 2 of Limited Street. An odd number of cars, and so Vanessa Richards, your number 1 qualifier with a 538.5 at 128 miles an hour. Vanessa is going to get the bye run here. Her sponsors include Gen 3 Speed, Precision Concepts, Titanium Auto Group, Fastlane Nitrous Racing Systems, Norval Rentals, Kelowna Chevy, and Lordco, of course. Vanessa Richards purging the nitrous, getting the bottle pressure exactly where she wants it to be, and getting any air out of the system. crew member rolling her close to the stage beams, gets her close enough where she can take it from there. Roll into pre-stage first. There we go, and then another 8 inches for final stage. And Clark hooks up quite nicely, but she is off the gas. So we'll coast through with a 631, 78 miles an hour, not wanting to do too much damage to the car on that by run. So here we go, round number 1 of eliminations in 604 Street. Unlike so many other races, whether they be NASCAR or any other sanctioning bodies, you don't have another opportunity to make it into the race. You have this one chance, and if you make it, you move on. If you don't, you get on the trailer. Hey, we got a happy 5th anniversary here to John and Val LaRue. So big shout out to John and Val LaRue. 5th anniversary, you've made it 5 years. And now, happy 32nd anniversary to Terry and Leslie Allen. So, wow, 32 years, that's closer to my range, actually. Happy 32nd anniversary to Terry and Leslie Allen. So, happy anniversary to both those couples. That is always something worth celebrating. So Kim Jonkind in the pickup and Mike Probin in the Nova as we roll into 604. We've got cars from a wide range of area codes. That's why it's called 604. Jonkind getting the handicap start with the 1199 dial. So the big question is, will Kim stay out in front at the quarter? No. Mike Probin drives around. 963 at 135 miles an hour for the Nova to head into the next round, and a reaction time that starts with a 7. That is not what you want at all. So, hey, while there's a safety crew out at the top end just checking something out, we've got the Team on a Mission 50/50 winning ticket number. So if you bought tickets for the 50/50 draw, Team on a Mission, it's a green ticket. You want to get that ticket out of your pocket. Hold your ticket. Here's the number. This is the number. Looking at something like $1,800 coming your way if you're holding ticket number 8406735. I don't see anybody jumping up and down and screaming. That's got to be the winning ticket, eh? 8406735. That is the winning ticket in the Team on a Mission 50/50 draw. A little over $1,800 up in waiting. And so we will be waiting for the winner to bring that ticket here. And you've got 13 minutes and how many seconds? 20 seconds. 13:20. Not coincidentally, because that's the distance of the quarter mile. But there you go. 840-6735, and it is a green ticket for the Team on a Mission 50/50 draw. Safety crew back behind the start line, and I believe both drivers have been given the go-ahead to refire. On the start line, Rob Monroe Sr. He's driving that White Knuckle Racing 31 Model A. A whole bunch of small block Chevy sitting out in the open, 414 cubic inches actually. Monroe from Langley. And he's dialed in at 9:09. So the quicker of the two cars here is Daryl Tippy in the 9065 Nova. He's dialed in at 11:87. So Daryl Tippy, number 17 qualifier, has run a best of 11:94 in that Nova wagon. Robin Rowe has run a best of 9:090, hence the dial-in 9:09. So again, drivers expected to be as close to perfect on the green light, getting a great reaction time, and then running as close to the shoe polish number that they've given themselves. So reaction time's just about the same. And it'll be up to Rob Monroe to drive around Daryl Tippy. Tippy on the brakes, so he gets the win. 11:87 on an 11:87 dial, so he was right on the shoe polish. Monroe just a tick faster reaction time, but not enough to get around Daryl Tippy. 11:87, 108 miles an hour. So that brings up Mandy Brooks and Andrew Camello. Andrew from Edmonton in the 68 Chevelle. And Mandy Brooks from Chilliwack in the 69 Nova. Andrew getting the handicap start. Mandy in hot pursuit. Some of this is going to rely on reaction times as Mandy's on the brakes, and that's enough to get her the win. 9:56 her reaction time, and 0:66 against Andrew's reaction time that started with a 2. So it's going to be hard to not get there first with that kind of a reaction time. So 9:56 for Mandy Brooks to advance into the next round. Dan Lengeek and Don Murray now. Motorcycle versus 70 CUDA. Got a big Hemi under the hood of that Green Goblin. 426 cubic inches. Old school Hemi. Motorcycle, it's an Indian, and it is out first on the handicap, and here comes Murray in pursuit. Gets there with a 9:24 at 125 miles an hour. So Don Murray taking the 70 CUDA one more round in 6:04. See the motorcycle crew member pointing to a very specific spot on the start line, taking an advanced look for the motorcycle rider to plant him in a spot that is what they figure to be the best for the launch of the motorcycle. So Steve Abessini rolls into the stage beams, and nice smooth start, and he is off and running down the quarter mile. Stops the clocks at 7:63 at 182 miles an hour. Hey, so I had a request to repeat the 50-50 winning ticket number, and that is 840-6735. 840-6735. So the Mustang takes it through the top end with an 812, 177 miles per hour. That's a very sleepy-looking 2012 Mustang that runs really, really quick. Pay attention in the pits. Doorslammer 6775. Doorslammer 6775. If that's your car, we need you back in the car ASAP. 6775. Doorslammer, we need you back in the car ASAP. So Tom Turand on the start line along with Dustin Eagleton, TK Performance. Handicap start going to Dustin. Here comes Tom Turand. Green light comes on for Turand. It goes 867, 136 miles an hour. Going too quick. Dustin runs 1108 on an 1180 dial, so not at all close to the dial-in time that he had selected for himself. His reaction time was slow with a 2, so he was obviously trying to make up for that at the stripe. Rob Kleinbeekman now from Edmonton, sponsored by Londonderry Dodge. It's a 72 Chevelle here, tower side, and motorcycle action on the other side. The monster, Chris calls it. That's Chris Weems. So Rob gets the handicap start in the car, and Chris goes red. Not patient enough on the start line, so red light comes on for Weems. And that means the win light will be for the Chevelle that runs 1162 with a 5, 113 miles an hour. So Richard Love rolls up into the stage beams. Competition single. His competition, Darren DeRocher, is not able to make it to the lane, so Richard Love picks up the win. The SS Motorsports S10 runs 11 flat, 124 miles an hour. And yet one more competition single as Gary Chaves not able to bring his 70 Chevelle to the line. Mike Stewart, who is there in his 67 Chevy 2, sponsored by Ken's Specialty and Bucky's Mini Excavating Kit Trailers. It's the buy run or the competition single to advance into round number 2. So Stewart runs a 10:23 at 130 miles an hour. So here we go with Canada West Doorslammer action, and I'm going to turn that over to Nolan.
All right, first round of Canada West Doorslammers qualifying, sponsored by Winter Harbor Marina and RV for 2022, and this weekend brought up by Greenboy Auto Sales and Financing, along with VP Racing Fuel Distributor Jason Field. First paired up going to be James Kennedy, a sheet metal worker in the 2004 Pontiac Grand Am, calls that car Blueberry. Going up against Mark Schuppener out of West Kelowna in a Seal Power Wix Filters 1995 Lumina.
Mark Schuppener turns on the red light. Doesn't matter though in qualifying. James Kennedy lays down a 006, 7.762, 175 miles an hour. Mark Schuppener at an 8.373 at 161 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mod, we're calling you to the staging lanes. Top Fuel Harleys, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Mods to 5 and 6. Once again, Top Fuel Harley to 1 and 2. Pro Mod to 5 and 6. As well as that, request from Lost and Found. There was a black fanny pack found in the women's washroom. It has an EpiPen in it. So if you're missing a black fanny pack with an EpiPen from the women's washroom, I believe it will be up here, second floor of the timing tower, waiting to be picked up, assuming that it is found. We are requesting that somebody please look around, and if you find it, bring it up to the second floor of the timing tower. That is obviously something pretty important that I'm sure somebody would love to have back. Peter Lacanis in the Transport Logistics 63 Corvette, going to be going up against Brian Ritchie in the Ritchie Racing Engines Chevelle with Green Light Auto Sales. Brian Ritchie gets there first, 7.97 to 6, 171 miles an hour. Peter Lacanis, 8.634 at 153 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mod Bike, we are calling you to lanes 1 and 2 behind Top Fuel Harley. Pro Mod Bike, you've been called to lanes 1 and 2 behind Top Fuel Harley. Here comes Bill Bolt in the Brutus Truck Bodies Camaro. Will go up against Scott Grant in a 2001 Camaro. So a pair of Chevys. Puts in an 8.639, 159 miles an hour after going 033 red on the tree. Next pairing up, Howie Winklehorse in the heavy equipped mechanic Chevy Bel Air will go up against Tom Katnick in his TK Performance Camaro. The entire Katnick fleet out here today. 3 in the junior dragster categories. Anthony Katnick has been racing the Mustang in Pro. And Tom Katnick in the Canada West Doorslammers category. Tom Katnick runs a 7.611, 180 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorst, 8.317 at 163 miles an hour. Next up, Blake Miller in the Searles Auto Repair Camaro will race Paul Debris Jr. out of Shawnigan Lake in the straight line race cars and Bandy lift trucks Valiant from 1966. .512, 157 miles an hour from Paul Debris Jr. Blake Miller, 8.695 at 155 miles an hour. Warren coming out of Cloverdale in the Blue Max Bel Air. Pause for burnouts. Eric Horvath up next on the Tommy Guns Barber Shop 1963 Corvette. Once again, Eric Horvath having to pedal it right out of the gate as Dave Warren runs through to the quarter. 8.010 at 169 miles an hour. The Tommy Guns Corvette will run down to 880 with a 3. Up at the quarter mile. Next pair no will be Rod Leclerc. The Paradise Homes 1967 Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Jason Field in the Lil Overkill Nova. Owner of Greenlight Auto Sales and Finance, this weekend's title sponsor for the Canada West Doorslammers Winter Harbor Marina and RV Series. And he is also sponsored by VP Racing Fuels Distributors. .036 on the tree for Leclerc, .080 for Field. Take it off to the quarter mile, 8.294, 165 miles an hour for Jason Field. 10.813 at only 78 miles an hour for Rod Leclerc as he was off the throttle and on the brakes by the quarter. Henry Zacharias going to be up next in a Zacharias Inventory Limited 1953 Corvette. He'll go up against Grant Howell in the Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Willys. To an 034 light. Grant Howell out in front. 771 with a 5, 174 miles an hour for Grant Howell. Henry Zacharias, 772 with a 7 at 177 miles an hour. Greg Field in the Active Care Auto 1969 Opel GT for Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco Auto Parts. By far the fastest door slammer on the property. Will go up against Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines 2002 Cavalier. Two green lights. That's a great pass for Greg Field. All over the groove, though, in the left-hand side. Runs down to 6.779 at 182 miles an hour. Paul Stretch a 732 with a 0 at 188 miles an hour. But Greg Field has the ability to go faster. We've seen him go at least 40 miles an hour faster than that machine by the time he gets down to the quarter. Solo run here for Derek Shirk, the Titanium Auto Group J's Dakota, along with Jazz Power Sports, Bubba Speed Shop, and Rad Torque Systems. I believe this will make this the last Door Slammer run before we move over to the big guns. .058 on the tree for Derek Shirk, and he will run that through 7.677 at 177 miles an hour.
So that's going to wrap it up then for Canada West Doorslammers qualifying, sponsored this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Are you in the market for a new vehicle? At Greenlight Auto Financing, they have access to over 1,500 vehicles varying from all makes and models. With decades of experience, they pride themselves on honesty and compassion. Their focus is getting you approved through their large pool of lenders, and they offer free delivery anywhere in BC. They are located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission. You can contact them at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get approved today. So if you wanted to see one crazy grudge race, well, how's about this? You've got what appears to be a raccoon or something on the starting line in a topless golf cart and a human in an actual golf cart. So Fletch and Katz going to be grudge matching it out to the 8th mile. You remember that Pro Mod final that we had over at Door Wars earlier this year? Yeah, I guarantee you this is going to be crazier than that. I'll put money down on that one. And they're off. Fletch has about a 4/10 advantage on Katz. It is the slowest drag race in NHRA history right here. And it's somehow closer than our usual drag racing. "12 seconds of the 330-foot, and the wind light comes on for Fletch. 21.353, 27 miles an hour. 20.989 at 27 miles an hour. Victory for Fletch over Katz by about a 10th. New record at MRP for the slowest 8th mile pass from a go-kart we've ever seen. Or would that be the fastest one? Who knows? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nitro funny cars to 5 and 6, please. Nitro funny cars. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. So with the golf cars just clearing the racetrack, next on up will be the West Coast Pro Modified Series. So I'll pass it to somebody that can tell you a little bit more about these few cars that are going to be making hits tonight.
Thank you. Yeah, we got, this is Keith the Chap Peterson, chatting with the Chap. I don't know if you guys followed on Facebook and Instagram, but check it out. This car coming into the burnout box is brand new. This is Tony Moretto's rebuilt 903 cubic inch nitrous breathing 55 Chevy. And testing it this weekend, getting it all figured out for 2023 season is Scott Blake, PDRA veteran. So Scott Blake running the computer for the WPI crew. That's Steve Goddard and Tony Moretto. And Tony got this car up and going and said, you know what, Scott? I'm going to let you tune this thing from the seat of your pants. And he's going to see what this little 55 can do. He had some good, made some good gains on it here yesterday. Got about 200 feet out before it started shaking the tire, but they think they got things figured out now. So goal is for a full pull on this, and always looking for those 3-second passes. Out here at Door Wars, we had guys like Justin Bond, Khalid Al-Balushi, like we just talked about, Dean Bettinson, all running in that 370 range. But anything in the 390s for these cars this weekend is a win for them. Waukesha Pierce Industries is a major sponsor of the West Coast Pro Modified Series. They were supposed to do some grudge racing against the 24/7 crew, but we just haven't been able to get them at the same place at the same time. Steve Goddard got to run Dean Bettinson in the final at the Rocky Mountain Nationals in Edmonton a few weeks ago. Bettinson coming out on top of that one. Whoa, and a whole lot of tire speed out of that. It's a fine line. They want a little bit of slip. Dead hook isn't what they're looking for, but that was way too much tire speed. So Scott Blake will go back to the tune on the computer. While he coasts on down, another major sponsor of the West Coast Pro Modifieds, RCD Engineering, has been on the cutting edge of drag racing for over 50 years. Manufacturers of the highest quality starters, gear drives, and accessory drives in the industry, from blower pulleys and belts, oil pumps, battery packs. RCD has what you need to get a competitive edge. Buy RCD parts direct or from our trusted distributors. Visit rcdengineering.com to learn more. And I know there's some RCD parts on this 55 black Chevy. This car has been around the Northwest for decades. And this year, Chris Murphy, who used to crew chief for the car, is now got himself in the driver's seat. Picked up his license at Door Wars. He's going up against a name that you've heard in pro mod racing since the beginning in the Northwest. Keith Korecki in the KS Machine Mustang. He built the mold for that body, and now you see that body all over North America. So as we see, there's some nitrous being purged out of Korecki's monstrous Ford-based, well over 900 cubic inch. And these blower cars, the Roots blown cars, sit at around that 526 cubic inch range. On and off the throttle, 456 for Keith Korecki, 454, both cars skating around in that first 100 feet. So a good side-by-side race on the Lucas instant replay, door-to-door at the 8th mile. Not in that 3-second range, what they would have liked to have seen, but a good side-by-side race. And here comes a couple of big monster nitrous motors. Oh, we're gonna run a couple singles. So this is Steve Nicholson. If you've been around Mission Raceway, he's been trying to get this car tuned back up to where it was when he got it. He went down and won Vegas. I think a couple of years he won Vegas in the Outlaw 10-5 division. And it seems that he's struggled the last couple years. We've done a lot of testing with the West Coast Pro Modifieds in the last 2 years. But Steve's been struggling, and he's out here with that big Sonny's 959, but he's doing it all on a tire that's only 10.5 inches wide. Now, most of our pro mods run a tire that's, 16 or 17 inches wide. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. The Volcano jet car. Volcano jet car. Make your way to the staging lanes. If you're heading around in the pits, that is your cue. Get on up here to see one of the best jet car shows around. Nicholson pulling down into the stage beams. Gonna see what this little 10 fire will hold on this hot Mission Raceway track here at the Titanium Strip. Real soft on the launch. Burped it and lifted it. So that is definitely not what we were looking for. Steve Goddard. Second in points right now in the West Coast Pro Modifieds. He went to the semifinals in Seattle, the finals in Edmonton, and he is went 4:06 out here yesterday, and looking to put that car in the threes. Not sure if he'll be able to do it in this heat, but keep an eye on him as the day gets later. So again, Volcano jet car, come on up in lane 6. That's lane 6 for the jet car. Junior Street into lane 1. Bikes into lane 2, and that's we're also going to put the Lordco Super Combo Series on standby and the Super Shifters on standby as well. So this is just a little nitrous motor. It's only running around that 800 and something cubic inch mark. So, just small nitrous motor. When you're looking at monster nitrous motors and monster all-motor motors, I don't know how I managed to get that out, but I did. 959 is the standard for these Outlaw classes, and then you get into the all-motor guys, and they're running over 1,000 cubic inches nowadays. Steve Goddard rolling in short. Carries the front tire out about 100 feet. And goes another 4:06, 179, one flat, 1 second to get from start line to 60 foot. They want to see that more down in the 9.7 range. Ooh, and hugging the center of that groove on the replay. Anyhow, thanks for having the chap up here and chatting with the chap. And, you had a chance to have a bit of a break up here, and we'll hand things back over for some Nitro action with the Harleys.
Thank you to Keith Peterson, and thank you to the West Coast Pro Mods for coming on out and making some hits for us. Move your seats to the seats. It's Top Fuel Harley time as we get set for some of the biggest, baddest motorcycles that you can find on a drag racing circuit. Nate Dagnong, if it's Sonic 2011 Weekend Nitro, going up with Jim Schellenberg. Hold on to your hats. Both bikes on full pulls to the quarter. 6.621 at 211 miles an hour for Nate Gagnon, TCS side. Jim Schellenberg, 6.947 at 204 miles an hour. Could not ask for a better pair of Top Fuel Harley runs to kick off some of the special classes this evening. And they are not going to be up for the last time as well. They'll be back up before the end of the night. Pro Mod Motorcycles now rolling into the water box. Burnout complete for Rob Aston out of Calgary in the Cure Zen Custom Suzuki from 2018, going up against Matt McKay Smith in the MTMM Performance 2018 Suzuki. Matt McKay Smith, a 4-time CMDRA Pro Mod Bike champion, so he knows for sure how to wrangle one of these things under control. Trouble sets in for Rob Lawson as he spins the back tire off of the line. Matt McKay Smith powers through. 6.750, 199 miles an hour. Rob Aston, despite his problems on the start line, still put down 190 miles an hour. One more Pro Mod bike, Austin Christopher. Making the short few-hour drive out from Hope. Carrying the front tire all the way out to the 330 mark, sets it down just past the 8th. 6.457, 212 miles an hour for Austin Christopher. So we get set to hit up some nostalgia funny cars. And it looks like it'll just be a solo pass for now for Nathan Sitko out of Edmonton, Alberta, in the Arctic Traveler, modeled off of a 1995 Ford Mustang. Sitko sporting a 457 Brad Anderson engine underneath that Mustang body.
Hey, Nolan, it's interesting how when you have jet cars on the property, there's all sorts of renovation that takes place on the start line. The jet cars produce a tremendous amount of thrust, 6,000 pounds of thrust, actually, and so anything that's not nailed down tends to be, well, we just nail it down or move it, one or the other. So that's what we see happening there. And the other thing is that you've probably seen running all afternoon the sprinkler at the end of the strip, making sure that there's enough moisture in the air so that those trees don't necessarily suffer any damage from the jet car. Their thrust, they will do a fair number of burner pops, and it's worth keeping in mind that the Volcano is the record holder here at Mission Raceway. So he has run over 300 miles an hour, and so I think the record for him here at Mission is 314 miles an hour. So we may see a 300 mile per hour run sometime today. So I know that we don't usually see 300 mile per hour runs here at Mission Raceway, so you picked a good weekend to be here because you're going to possibly see one of those happening. Hey, also the Sitko family is sitting in that nostalgia funny car. They are a family that go way, way back. When I used to announce at Saskatoon, I used to announce their patriarch, their family patriarch, who used to run the Regal's top fuel dragster, front engine car, back in the late 60s and 70s. So they used to be there on a regular basis, come down from Edmonton to Saskatoon. It was a regular occurrence, so you used to see them racing, and the family has continued in racing for all these years. It says that on their hero card, hopefully when you're in the pits, you get a chance to wander by their trailer and pick up a hero card. 2019 marks the return of the Arctic Traveler for the first time since 1996, this time in the Nitro Funny Car class. And just like the original Arctic Traveler dragsters that debuted way back in 1983, the new car and team is ready to tear up drag strips across Canada and the USA. Nitro breathing, eardrum busting, 4,000 horsepower Nitro Hemi. And then talking about the Sitko racing family, they return to the track would not have been possible without the support and help of family, friends, and the drag racing community as a whole. So to the crew and everyone else that supported them, a big thank you goes out to you from the Sitko family. And they are right now in the staging lanes, just getting ready to make their run as we make some preparations for the jet, which will be running right after that. Hey, the Arctic Traveler, Nathan Sitko, fired up. Running on nitromethane, one fuel pump, one magneto, developing 4,000 horsepower, but they got the big slick and they are ready to rumble. Are you ready for some nitro? Here it comes. Edmonton, Alberta is home for the Arctic Traveler and that 95 Mustang. They got it all sorted out. Been working on it. Had a great couple of runs yesterday. Very nice. Goes 392 at the 8th mile, 191 miles an hour. 392 to the 8th mile. 191 miles an hour. So nice, clean, straight pass for the Sitko family.
That was it for the Nitro.
So here we go. This is the Volcano jet dragster. Here, let me give you a little bit of background. This is propelled by a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine. It's a engine that produces over 6,000 pounds of thrust. It inhales 30,000 cubic feet of air per second and burns up 24 gallons of jet fuel over the quarter mile. So not fuel friendly. Nonetheless, it all goes into an estimated 14,000 horsepower, propelling this state-of-the-art dragster and pilot to low 5-second elapsed times in the quarter mile and speeds exceeding, as I mentioned, 300 miles an hour. Your driver, Chuck Haynes. This is a car that is based in Billings, Montana. Now, Chuck's love for speed and his attraction to the high-performance automobiles began over 50 years ago. His drag racing career was launched behind the wheel of a modified production 427 cubic inch 66 Chevelle, and that was followed by a fuel-injected fiberglass Camaro funny car and then a blown alcohol Pro Comp dragster. Over the past 30 years, Chuck has been thrilling fans from Canada, the USA, Saudi Arabia. He's performed over 26 different years in Australia. He has numerous track records for both ET and mile per hour. His career best in the Volcano dragster, 4.95 seconds in the quarter mile at 319 miles per hour. I mentioned earlier that he is the track record holder here at Mission. That was set back in 2009 when he ran 5 flat. So almost in the fours, 5 flat at 314.57 miles an hour. So if you were hoping for a 300 mile per hour run this weekend, this is going to be your best opportunity. Great to see all of you race fans here in attendance, and hopefully you're having just a spectacular time for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. So the Volcano Dragster just sitting in the staging lanes right now, getting set to come up into the water box or just behind the water box to fire up. The safety crew is still prepping the start line to make sure that nothing goes flying around. As I mentioned, there's 6,000 pounds of thrust, and so unless it's nailed down, it's going to be flying in some direction or other. Just looking at the promo sheet for the Volcano, he's the quarter-mile speed record holder in Australia at 319 miles an hour. In Idaho, 310. In Montana, 303. In Oregon, 313. And in Mission, 314. The quarter-mile elapsed time record, well, he's looking at 5:14 in Idaho, 5:38 in Montana, 4:95 in Oregon, and 5 seconds flat here in Mission. So what you're going to see is a tremendous amount of fuel being put through the jet engine, and then when he lights the afterburner, that is when you see the flames kick in. A popular thing that jet dragsters do these days that they never used to do is burner pops. And so he will start popping on the afterburner and popping it off, creating a series of shock waves that is really quite intimidating. So if you've never seen a jet dragster before, you're in for a treat. This is the Volcano, driven by Chris Haynes out of Billings, Montana. They've plugged it in. You'll hear the high-pitched whine as the starter kicks over and starts to turn the turbines on that J60 engine. A jet engine that was popular in planes like the F4 Phantom and so forth. We used to have a few more bushes behind the starting line. Those eventually disappeared to nothing as a result. I won't say as a result of the jet dragster, but here we go. It's winding up and getting up to speed. I'd say it's time to get your cameras ready if you're going to be taking pictures, and who doesn't have a camera these days? So Chris Haynes, owner, driver of the Volcano, sitting there building up the heat and the RPMs. You can also see a tremendous amount of pressure. So remember what I was saying, he's going to burn up about 24 gallons of jet fuel in the quarter-mile run, and he's sucking in that jet about 30,000 cubic feet of air pressure every second. So that's got to get your attention. I mean, the thud of the afterburner in and of itself. So he's going to roll slowly up into the stage beams. Build up the RPMs. Fire off some pops. Pretty nice synchronized burner pops. Doing their best to dislodge the windows here in the tower. If you're watching online, you're going to have a great view from the drone. We've got the big screen here. as the drone stay out of the hot area, otherwise it may be an X drone. So he's rolling into the stage beams. Let's see how he performs. First pass of smoke, fire, and thunder for the Jets. He's pre-stage. Chris Haynes rolling forward. Kicks in the fuel. And he is off and running 575. 575, 280 miles an hour. First pass on the track in a long, long time. Last time he was here was 2019. So what do you think of that? That was, hopefully you got a few pictures on that one for next time. We're watching it on the instant replay. It was nice, clean, and straight. I think he can do some tune-up. He'll probably pull a little bit more performance out of the car. A little bit later on this evening, he will be back at about 9 o'clock tonight. Word from the top end is all's well with the driver at the top end. Chris Haynes is all in ship shape. He's got no problems from that run, so he'll be back a little bit later on, about 9 o'clock. We've also got Darkside top fuel team that they'll be making another pass, and that'll be closer to between 7 and 8 o'clock. So obviously we need to do a little bit of track maintenance right now because of the fuel that's left and the dust kicked up and everything else. So bear with us as we get set for the next rounds of Outlaw 275 and Limited Street and 604 Legit. And they will be coming up next. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Combo, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Combo, bring them up. And Super Shifter, we're going to put you in the staging lanes as well. Let's put you in 5 and 6 until I'm told differently. Super Shifters, bring them up. McLeod Super Shifters, we need you to the lanes, please.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, McLeod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. McLeod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become McLeod equipped.
I'm just reading some handwriting here, so I might get them all wrong. Uncle Steve, Mama Joyce, Curtis, Glenn, Tyson, Chris, Emily, Gen 3, Jackie. Hey, all of you folks, thanks very much for supporting the MS, donating on that crazy golf cart program. Hey, that Levi, he's Johnny on the spot. That's pretty cool. We needed that motorcycle moved, and within 3 seconds, he said, I can do that. Hey, attention to the pits. All of you in the pits, we have a car blocking another car. It's a gray Monte Carlo. License number PB714A. A gray Monte Carlo. PB714A. We would ask you to move that immediately as it is blocking someone's exit. We always ask for you to make the move before we make the move. If you're wondering what are they doing on the by the burnout box, what we're doing is actually drying the track a little bit. There was some moisture there, more than we wanted anyway, for the stunt drivers who will be coming through momentarily. So we just wanted to get that part of the racetrack dried before they come in, so that they have a known commodity surface that they can work with. Show is ready. I'm going to turn it over to James. Take it over, man.
Thanks, Jerry. Here we go, guys. Let's get this ripping. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Action. Let's start the stunt show. And here they come, the Hard Knock stunt drifters coming from opposite sides. The 240 challenging the BMW there a little. Here comes the 350Z. That's Allison running through, making room for the drifting taxi. And Mr. Hard Knocks himself in his 240SX, built by SCG Performance. Making a little noise for the fans. 240 going past again with the 350 coming back in. Nice work, Allison, burning through, and I love my taxi. Make some noise for Hard Knocks. That's the single drift followed up by the tandem. 2 cars in one. The whole idea is to get as close as you can without touching. Come on, taxi, tighten it up. I think that guy stole your fare. Get in there. Nice. Now that's a drift coming from the other side. Mr. Rick Pierce and Allison closing in quickly. There we go. Allison's gonna punch it on the way out. And there it is. Followed by a little bit of 2-wheel action. No motorcycles today. Right here, it's a 2-wheel truck coming by. Waving to the audience with the backside of his car. Here comes the drifters, making his job a little more difficult. Round and round they go. Gaston keeping that car up on 2 wheels, making it look oh too easy. Well, almost looks like a traffic jam. These guys picked rush hour to try to drift around. And out they go. Nice work, drifter. And here comes Mr. Hard Knocks, Gaston, taking his 2-wheel drive out to the side. Nice job, drifters. Nice job, Hard Knocks stunts. Let's bring it back in and say a thank you. It looks like the drone might have got into the action there. All right. Go Clinton. Ripping those tires, giving you a smoke show. And we got a fire on the car. Doesn't that look exciting? All right, everybody. Let's give a thanks to these drivers. From the right in the taxi, we've got Alex Steins by Gaston going into Clinton, followed by Rick Pierce and Allison. What a team. That is the Hard Knocks drift demo for you guys. Not only did they drift, they stuck it on 2 tires for you. Nice work, Gaston. We'd like to say thank you to Mission Raceway for having us here for the Hard Knocks drifting stunt demo.
Hey, James, that is quite amazing. I mean, I marvel at how much dexterity the cars have and how much the guys and gals have to be thinking in the car. When they got like fly eyes looking to see everything, right?
There's no time to think. They're just reacting, and that's exactly what that is.
What about the guy on 2 wheels? He's got to be thinking about something.
I think he's thinking about not peeing himself. That's incredible. I can't imagine having my car up on 2 wheels.
Yeah. Oh, I can sort of imagine it, but I can't imagine the impact of coming down.
And that's the hardest part, is when you come down, you got to have a nice, even little flat landing there. Gaston's been doing this for a little while. He's a professional. He's even done it on film and TV.
So, great team, Hard Knocks. Thanks for bringing them by here at Mission Raceway. That's wonderful. It's always a great experience to see something that you normally don't see. And next time you're watching movies and television programs and you see cars doing all sorts of unusual things, well, remember, you saw it first at Hard Knocks. So we're just getting cars in the staging lanes for the next round of the Summit ET Racing Series. And so just to fill that that time in between, we got some trampoline action for you to take a look at.
All right, everybody, we've got back the BC Provincial Trampoline Team to do some bouncing for you. They're going to hop up on there and warm up with some flips and tricks. This trampoline is again brought to you by Flip City in Langley. If you want to get into some trampoline or gymnastics fun, check out Flip City in Langley or Club Aviva in Coquitlam.
That's why you gotta space them out.
That was one of the bigger kids on there, Jesse. And here we go. A few bounces gets us into nice, a back layout followed by I remember when I was learning trampoline, I bounced and flew right off onto the floor below. Xavier's not doing that. Stay in the middle, buddy. That's a nice back full. Here we go, going through the full Marvel superhero movement prep. Oh, that looked like a double.
Hey, Pepper, no.
And we're gonna have to call it there on the tramp. The cars are ready to go. Finish with a big one.
Hey, thanks very much, James. Great to see that extra entertainment. I've always wanted to be on a trampoline. I'm not sure I do very well, but always wanted to. Hey, we got Junior Street coming up to the line. Now, Junior Street, one of the newest racing categories, actually, in the NHRA. They started the Junior Dragster program, and they found out that there were still a lot of young people who wanted to go racing but couldn't necessarily or didn't want to race in a Junior Dragster. So they said, okay, well, if you've got a street vehicle, what we can do is you get a competition license for NHRA, and because you're going to be under 16 years of age, you need to have somebody with a actual insurable license for the other vehicle. And so this is the only class that has two people inside the cockpit. Now, Richard Peterson is in the 2016 Chevy. Richard, of course, son of Chappie Keith Peterson, and he goes through with a 1017 for the win. 65 miles an hour, sponsored by Pro Power Management and stitches by Shireen and Naughty Nans. Tyler Smith was on the losing end of that. He ran too quick, 11:25. So Junior Street, they run to the 8th mile just like Junior Dragsters. But again, there's two people. It's the only class where there's two people inside the driver's compartment. And that's simply because one who's driving will have a competition license but will not be able to be old enough to get an actual driver's license that's insurable. So we need the passenger to have the driver's license to probably give a little bit of guidance to the driver in the, well, behind the steering wheel. So that's the Junior Street category, and it has become very, very popular because, as I say, it has minimal investment, but still gives you the opportunity to race down the quarter mile. Hey, attention in the pits. We are missing a car in the staging lane, 656B. It's a motorcycle. 656B. If that's your number, we need you in the staging lanes ASAP. So Taryn Monroe taking the big Suburban down, 1098 at 64 miles an hour. To the 8th mile, they race their races just like anybody else. Works on a handicap system, and you need to perfect that starting line launch, get a great reaction time, and then you also want to make sure that you run as close to your dial-in as possible. So motorcycles up next. Dave DeGrassi and Wild Bill. DeGrassi on the Suzuki here on the Tower side. Wild Bill, he's on the Lordco lane. Wild Racing, 88 Kawasaki. Handicap going to Dave DeGrassi here, closest to the Tower. Everybody leaves clean and green. They're off to the quarter-mile strike. Wind light comes on for Dave DeGrassi's 961, 129 miles an hour. So Dave DeGrassi picking up that win. Make a last call for Super Combo and Super Shifter. You should be in the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. Super Combo and Super Shifter. Hey, attention in the pits. We're now going to call Sportsman, TDN Constructors Sportsman to the rear of staging to be laddered. Sportsman, we need you to the rear of staging to be laddered. So it looks like Al Oman getting a competition single here. His competition, Dieter Gerst, not making the call. He was in the water box, but something set in, and he's no longer a factor in this race. Heading down track from Abbotsford on his 2007 Kawasaki. He runs it through with a 922 at 140 miles per hour. So Al Oman. Advancing into the next round, his competition Dieter Gerst not able to make the call. So here we go into Super Combo. This is an index class, and by its nature, a little bit different from some of the other classes that we run, although we do run the index class at most races. So the Super Combo class involves the throttle stop racing. It's index racing with 3 classes. If you were in Super Comp, you're racing to 890, Super Gas 990, or as is the case here with most of the cars in a Super Street category, running 1090. So if you're in one of those classes, you need to be able to run your index no matter what the conditions are. You have to have enough power to be able to run under, and then you use the throttle stop to pull back the power and then introduce it back into the system just enough so that you get as close as possible to that 1090 index. Wow, both of them run under, but Warren Jacobson was the lesser offender. He runs a 1085.4 on that 1090, 1085.4. Jan Christensen ran 1084.2. So the lesser of the two offenders moves on, and that is Warren Jacobson. Jerry Epp now and Dan Parsons, same idea, racing to 1090. This type of racing produces some of the closest racing at any given event. So you get both of them launching hard off the start line and then doing their best to get the electronics involved to make sure that they end up with that 1090. There's a lot of figuring going on in the electronics department. Win light comes on for Jerry Epp again as both drivers go under the 1090, but Jerry Epp, the lesser of the two offenders, 1086, 151 miles an hour. Boy, the margin of victory, 8 thousandths of a second. That's right, it was super close, 8 thousandths of a second. Dan Parsons took the stripe with 036, but he was the greater of the two offenders. Here's Al Quigley and John Lackey now. Same idea. Great reaction times from both drivers. Blindingly fast on reaction time at the stripe. Win light for John Lackey, who manages to stay over the 1090, goes 1092.9 with a double 02 reaction time. That's a great win. 1088, Al Quigley moving too fast, and his reaction time, 006. So John Lackey going to be moving on in the Super Combo category. Here we go now into the Super Shifter category. It's McLeod Racing Super Shifters. Looks like it's John DePork and Dale Posnick. McLeod Racing is your #1 stop for drivetrain components, from single and twin disc clutch kits, Tremec transmission, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You'll find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things in the drivetrain. Check out McLeodRacing.com and become McLeod equipped today. The sponsors of the BC Super Shifter category. Make sure that you listen to the sound as these guys and gals are manually shifting all the way down the quarter mile. Doing it with a clutch and a stick. Win light comes on for John DePork and his 1977 Camaro, 1047. 128 miles an hour. Wow, he got to the stripe first. Margin of victory, 2 thousandths of a second. So it was real close at the top end. But John DePork pulls out the win by 2 thousandths of a second. Here's Jamie Roth now and Scott Winterbottom. Handicap system on the tree is going to send Jamie Roth down the quarter mile first. He is off in the 1964 Comet, but turns on the red light. So Scott Winterbottom manages to pick up the win as a result of Jamie going red, runs 9:35 with an 140 miles an hour. So Scott Winterbottom from Langley taking that 63 Chevy 2 into the next round of Super Shifters. Here's Lyle Bruce, 67 Camaro, one of the few American runners here in BC. Port Angeles is home base for Lynn Brook. runs 886, 154 miles per hour. And that is going to do it for Super Shifters. And if you're looking under the bridge and you're saying, hey, we don't have any altereds here this weekend, actually, that is the Wonder Bread Nitro Funny Car. They have an alternate body, and they're using that altered body. It's a very classic body style from the heydays of altered, AA fuel-altered racing. The Mob used to be deadly as a group. It was a name assigned to some of the senior members who were racing at the time, still in the AA fuel-altered category, and the Mob was extremely regular in running events all over the United States. So we've got a bit of a treat here. Instead of running the Wonder Bread Vega panel, they are running the Mob altered funny car, or sorry, altered body. Based out of Calgary. I was talking to members of the crew on this car and the driver involved, Curtis. He has quite an illustrative, shall I call it a curriculum vitae, or shall I just go slumming it with resume? I'm not sure. Either way, he's raced out in Bonnyville. He's a member of the 300-mile-per-hour club there, running 341.79 miles per hour in a diesel streamliner. So he also runs a top alcohol dragster, nostalgia alcohol funny car, the Outlaw fuel-altered the Mob, and a nostalgia Nitro funny cars. So racing definitely in their blood, and we have the opportunity to see them make a pass. They've been working on this for a good portion of yesterday and today. So here's open for big things from the Mob, AA altered. It's AA fuel altered, in fact, because they are running nitromethane. You ready for some nitro? Here it comes. Nice lengthy burnout there to get the tires ready. As I say, they've been working on the car for a good couple of days now to get it ready. So this is going to be the proof in the pudding for this 23 Ford Model T. They, I'm sure, are hoping that they have figured everything out and the car performs as they hope it will, running in a straight line down the quarter mile, except we'll just take the time at the 8th mile stripe. Curtis Halverson is your driver out of Calgary. So once again, one fuel pump and one magneto and a whole bunch of other wires and pneumatic timers, probably. Gonna roll that AA fuel altered into the staging beams. Gets the motion from the crew member that you are close enough. It's all up to you. Pre-stage it and get it in the stage beams and hit the gas. Ooh, that is not good. That sounded like about 6 of them that went up there out of the 8. Hopefully it's not 6, but yeah, that was not quite what they were hoping for. Did manage to run 507 at 101 miles per hour, so safety crew will be running out there to take a look. Here it is on the instant replay. Check the big screen out. Watch it, launches hard, a little bit of bounce, and then right about 330 foot, boy, it started to get a little bit out of shape, and there was something exiting the engine block, I suspect. So we'll send the crew out there to check to see and make sure the track is clean and clear. Hey, attention in the pits, Sportsman. We have called you to the lanes, the rear of the lanes to be laddered. Sportsman, you should be there ASAP because we're now calling Pro to the rear of staging. So, Pro, you're next. You need to be heading up to the rear of staging right behind Sportsman. But, as always, we don't want to run without you, but we do need you there. So, Curtis Halverson, running 5:07. At 101 miles per hour, having problems at about the 330-foot mark. So engine losing a couple of, well, it could be just one or two pistons that were touched. So they'll get it back into the pits, and I'm sure be able to fix whatever it is. They usually have all the parts and pieces at hand. Hey, all of you race fans, if you're looking to do some charging on your TD access card, your debit card, and you find out that, boy, it's not in my wallet anymore. What happened to it? Well, we've got it up here in the tower. So if you've lost your debit card, come on up to the tower, tell us what the bank is, and we'll be able to get it right back to you. Hey, attention in the pits. We've called Pro to the rear of staging and stand by Super Pro. As we move through the program, Super Pro, we need you on standby.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, McLeod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. McLeod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive, from the street to the track. Become McLeod equipped.
So as we start off with Sportsman, Bo Dickey picks up the win on a double breakout, 13:29. And we once again are calling Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro, you should be rolling into the lanes as we need to get this program underway. Super Pro, bring him up. So Ron Clark on the losing end of that pair, but James McKinnon now and Jim Mantle going to be doing their best. Mantle looking to be the Sportsman champion for 2021. No, that's the runner-up. Carson Barlow is our champion. Mantle is the runner-up for 2021. And will he pull this one through? He does. 14:64, 88 miles an hour. So Mantle taking his AMC Pacer to the next round. We have got a lost brown leather zipper bag. It's about 6 by 10 inches, found on the pit side near the tower bleachers. 778-866-3025 is the number if you found a brown leather zipper bag. Hey, Randy Hermsen now and Kai Jessamine. Randy Hermsen got the win because Kai goes red. He red kind of big time as well. So Randy Hermsen advancing to the next round in the Sportsman category. Attention to the pits. Junior Dragster. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragster, bring him up. Thunder 1, Lightning 2. Hey, I hear the junior dragsters fired up. Papa John's is again providing pizza to the junior families. This weekend especially, payouts are collaborative with Peden Industries and the Titanium Auto Group, with contingency from Bubba's Speed Shop, the Badass Garage, and RXN Motorsports. So Peden Industries, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, 2 categories. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket now. We kick things off with Rick McKinney and Eric Stone. Rick McKinney moving up from his Monte Carlo into this 96 Camaro this year. The new Magoo, he calls it, 305 cubic inch Chevy power. Under the hood of that Richmond-based Camaro, 1047 is the dial, 1033 for Eric Stone. So Rick McKinney will be getting just a tiny bit of a handicap start. In the 65 Malibu, will be in hot pursuit, 1047 against the 1033 dial. They're getting in the stage beams right now. So Rick McKinney pulling the wheels on the Camaro and runs a 10:47.3 for the win. Right on his dial, has a reaction time of 0110 or 010 rather. So better reaction time actually on the start line than Eric Stone, and that certainly helped. Stone was right there. Jim Benke now in the Brad Tork Plymouth Cuda. Over here, Tower Side, and John Vandeven goes red in the Firebird. So Vandeven not able to sit patiently. Green light comes on for Jim Benke, 10:14, 131 miles an hour. So Jordan Almas and Bobby Ehlers now. Ehlers in the 89 Mustang from Maple Ridge. See 10:55 on the reader board and on his window. Handicap will be going to the Orange Dart. Both leave clean and green, and Ehlers is in hot pursuit of that Dart. Manages to get around him at the top end, 10:57, 123 miles an hour. Mal Patterson now in the Malfunction Acadian, 427 cubic inch big block Chevy, up against Kevin Garlock in the 71 Camaro. Garlock out of Victoria, BC. Has 632 cubic inch Merlin under the hood. So quick car, 918 is the dial against the 1026. So the orange Acadian, Malfunction Acadian, going to be leaving the start line first as the Camaro slowly gets up to the staging lights. Green light comes on for Kevin Garlick because of the red light of Mal Patterson. 920, 142 miles an hour. 920. So Kevin Garlick advancing into the next round as Chris Stone and Ross Walker now get set for their face-off. Stone, sponsored by Winter Harbor Marina, Titanium Auto Group, and BG Fuel Products. Red light start for Chris Stone. He goes 004 red. Ross Walker goes trip zip. Perfect reaction time for Walker. So they both break out, but Walker has the lesser of the two, 10-14. Would have been the winner anyway, but 10-14 Ford, 130 miles an hour with a perfect reaction time. So that's about the 5th or 6th here this weekend so far. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw 275 MDA Fabrication. Outlaw 275. We need you to the lanes, please. Limited Street. We're going to put you in lanes 3 and 4. And 604, we're going to put you in 506. So all those classes, we need you back up here. Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and 604. Wind light comes on for Stephen Robert. The Bucket 34 Chev Roadster goes 856 to get around Jan Christensen. Runs 151 miles an hour. So the Courtney runner will be back for another run in the next round. Al McKay Smith in that 65 Nova. I remember it was a few years ago that he brought that out. Brand new car for him, and he's been working on it ever since for a few years. He's a farmer out of Merritt. It is a cool looking 65 Nova. Nice paint job, nice sponsorship all around. 585 cubic inch under the hood. And Martin Rochelle, probably one of the more consistent runners here at Mission Raceway. Handicap start went to Martin, and will he stay out in front? No. Al McKay Smith get around him. 964 at 136 miles an hour. It was super close though. 4 thousandths of a second at the stripe separated the two of those cars, but Al McKay Smith got there first. Craig Johnson now, odd number of cars, so he gets the bye run. Johnson's Custom Exhaust. It's a 79 Malibu wagon sponsored by Rad Torque. He's got 10 flat for his dial-in. Let's see how good he is at the shoe polish. How close will he be to that 10 flat? That's one of the things he'll be measuring for his next round. He runs 10.91, so he'll probably want to make some adjustments on that. 10.91, not anywhere close enough to a 10 flat. 120 miles an hour. So that's Craig Johnson finishing out this round. So just a correction in the pits. Apparently, we are canceling the call for Outlaw 275. Canceling the call for Outlaw 275 for right now. We will be calling you again, so please stand by. So we are getting down to semifinals here with the Junior Dragster category. This is Junior Thunder. And it is going to be Nick Bond and Cadence Rodriguez. So two pair left in the category, putting us in the semifinal. Cadence Rodriguez from Chilliwack. In the 2006 Creative Junior Dragster. Special shout-outs going to Ken Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, Corvette West, and Milron Truck and Body. Dialed in at 11.95, the slower of the two dragsters, Nick Bond. Getting support from JBS Equipment. 8.94 is the dial-in. So Cadence will leave first. They stage ever so carefully, just like the big cars, and looking to get that perfect reaction time like everybody else. So Nick Bond in pursuit of Cadence Rodriguez. Now they run that out to the 8th mile. Wind light comes on for Nick Bond. 8.96, 71 miles per hour. So he had the better reaction time, which I'm sure served him well at the finish line. Here's our second pair, Wesley Armstrong and Adam Katnick. Who's going into the final against Nick Bond? That is the question. We're going to find out the answer here after these two make the run. Adam Katnick, sponsored by TK Performance, 8.98. Wesley Armstrong, $13.99. So Wesley and the BD Power Junior Dragster are going to be leaving the start line first. Sponsored by BD Power, Badass Garage, Lordco, and Tubbo Towels. They're both pre-staged, getting set, rolling in a few more inches, and here we go with the handicap coming down for Wesley. Adam is now in hot pursuit of Wesley. Long ways out there. Will he come around him at the 8th mile stripe? He does. Goes 9:01, 72 miles an hour. 9:01 for the win. So Adam Katnick goes into the final against Nick Bond. And that means I hear the Lightning category. And this is our final. Aiden Katnick and Colton Morin. Aiden Katnick from Maple Ridge has a dial-in of 799. Remember, Lightning, the quicker of the two junior dragster categories. 797 for Colton Morin from Mission, part of the Morin Motorsports team. 2022 Mike Boss chassis. Got some sponsorship from JBS, TDS, Tires Plus, and Big Kids Racing. Look for support where you can get it. So there is a handicap in the system, but it is only 2/100ths of a second. So you're not likely to see that on the Christmas tree. This is the final in Junior Lightning. Winner of this pair gets to hoist the trophy, if there's a trophy. Certainly gets all the points. So who will it be, Colton Morin or Aiden Katnick? Pretty much heads up start. Not a whole lot separating them in reaction time, but at the stripe, win light for Colton Morin. 8:04, 82 miles an hour. So congratulations to the Morin Motorsports team. Great win. Looking at a test pass from Abigail White just to get the performance check out. They do have another race tomorrow, so any information they can gather today is going to help them tomorrow. They'll have some qualifying times tomorrow as well, so you try and get as many runs as possible. So as you can see, we are doing just a little bit of track preparation. Safety crew is out there scraping the excess rubber off the start line. What happens is that as more and more of the cars make their way down the track, especially on a super hot track, they're going to be leaving a certain amount of rubber all over the place. And it gets to a point where it builds up, and too much rubber on the start line is just as troubling as too little. So what happens is if there's too much on burnouts and as cars leave, you'll have bits of rubber balling up and causing traction issues for whatever class is there. So we've learned over the years that it's a good opportunity to scrape. You have to do it by hand. I don't believe that they've actually invented a device, although they've invented lots of safety devices. But I don't believe that they have a automatic scraper yet. So it's kind of one of those things that you have to do by hand because you have to visualize it. And so that is what's happening right now. It's an important process. What'll happen is they'll scrape it so that it's nice and smooth, and then we'll run the tractors. Behind the tractors, you see the rubber pads. Those are old racing slicks. Still have some rubber on them, and so we use old racing slicks to reapply a series of rubber that is fresh and is going to adhere to a hot racetrack. And so it's a controlled amount of rubber that we can see on the surface. And so that is what's happening. And they are going to take a few minutes to take care of that. You might need to take a few minutes to, well, I see a few people checking out the beer garden. That's always great to see, and there's lots of concession stands and everything else all around the property. So by all means, if you're looking for a bit of a snack here, I would certainly urge you to head over and grab a snack while we've got some downtime, and then I'll be calling everybody back to the lanes, or Nolan will be calling everybody back to the lanes and back to the bleachers as we get closer to the next rounds of qualifying and eliminations. I want to welcome all of you once again to the great weekend here, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We're making another call, second call for Limited Street and 604 to the lanes, please. Limited Street and 604 to the lanes. Pits, I guess we're going to cancel that call for Limited Street. We have canceled the call for Outlaw 275, and we're canceling the call for Limited Street. So attention to the pits. We are now making that call for 604 to lanes 5 and 6. 604 to lanes 5 and 6, and we're also calling Outlaw 275. We need you in the lanes now. That means stand by for Hot Rod and Doorslammers. So 604, we need you to the lanes. And Outlaw 275. Bring them up. Hey, you know, from time to time we need to remind everybody of the rules here at Mission Raceway. And this is a rule that applies to all race teams who have scooters and bikes in the lanes. We we have a rule, no kids on scooters and bikes. You have to be of age to drive a golf cart. No kids on scooters and bikes. Remember that the paved lanes in the pit are for the cars. Those are for cars to make their way to the staging lanes, and when we call them, they're going to come up the lanes that are closest to them. So if you're walking on the paved areas in the pit, we have to remind all spectators, walk on the edges, keep your eyes open, and make sure that you don't stand in front of or are in the path of any cars that are coming to the staging lanes. So responsibility is yours, not the driver's. So keep an eye out, walk on the edges. We really appreciate it because it is a safety issue. And for the vanishing ones on the motorcycles going up and down, give them a big hand for the skills that they display on the motorcycles. That is not easy for them to be able to maneuver. It takes a fair bit of skill, and we've got our little drone out there taking nice close-up pictures. So let's see if we can get rid of one more tire. Everybody put your hands together for the vanishing ones. Once again, we have called 604 to the lanes and Outlaw 275. You should be in the lanes as well for your next round. Outlaw 275 and 604. I made the assumption that the motorcycle team were the vanishing ones, but it turns out the vanishing ones have actually vanished, and they're not here. So we want to thank the team that is here doing all this work on those motorcycles. I know they're working overtime to try and blow those rear tires. I mean, that is that's sort of a challenge with these guys. Let's see how long that rear tire lasts if I do 16 bajillion donuts. So far, we haven't lost a tire yet. but they're working hard on it.
Where on the number scale does a bajillion fit in?
That's lots of zeros. Way lots of zeros. Pits, we're calling Canada West Doorslammers to 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up, lanes 5 and 6. And we're also calling Hot Rod to the rear of staging to be laddered. So once again, Hot Rod to be laddered, rear of staging please, and also we need Canada West Doorslammers in 5 and 6.
All right, we roll back into MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. 16 cars still in competition. And the carnage from the weekend continues as Rick McLeod looks like he's going to be up on a single pass. A competition single was Duty Racing Tej Senga. But in fact, I think you can see Senga being pushed around to the tower side of the wall, which will see the 1970 Dart out of Vernon, BC, your number 8 qualifier on a single pass. McLeod on a good pass, hooks up right away, puts down a 4.797, 148 miles an hour. So a comp single will see Rick McLeod move into round number 3. Next pairing up, Chris Gould in the CT Automotive and Diesel Mustang out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. Will race Jordan Brandon out of Lethbridge. Calls his 2000 Camaro side money. Jordan Brandon, the current number 2 qualifier, put down a 4.455 at 162 miles an hour. Jordan Brandon is the first driver to move closer towards the pre-stage beams. But it will be Gould to properly pre-stage first. Both lanes building up the revs. Jordan Brandon carrying the front tires and gets there first. 4.641, 158 miles an hour to 4.694 at 100 and also 58 miles an hour. It's about as close as you can get. 0.07 of a second, the margin of victory on that one. So Dan Rodrigue was due to be racing Jason Gagnon. Rodrigue still purging the nitrous over there in the Lordco lane. the Boo Malibu for Kent Specialty Automotive on a tear. 4.632, 156 miles an hour. It's a slightly higher speed than the speed that put him on to the number 5 qualifying spot. Tyler Stamler making the trip out of Rocky View, Alberta in the Mini-Me 1998 S10. Will be racing John Cuglietta out of Edmonton, Alberta in the Balboa Mustang for North Logistics. The Mustang backing up behind the stage beams first, followed close behind by Tyler Stamler. Here the turbo starting to spool up. And issues for Tyler Stamler out of the gate. John Cuglietta will move on to the next round. 4.587, 161 miles an hour for the Mustang. And the S10 only throwing down a 6.483 at 129 miles an hour. So attention down there to the starting line crews. If you don't have a car coming on up here in 604 Street Legit, we're going to need you to vacate the area, please. So we roll back into 604 Street Legit, and it's Steve Abusini dialed in at 775 in his Honda 1100 XX. We'll go racing against Rob Kleinbeekman out of Edmonton in the at the Londonbury Dodge Chevelle, and Abusini goes red on the tree. Kleinbeekman will be able to move on. Abusini runs through a 7.586 at 168 miles an hour. Kleinbeekman goes under the dial. Doesn't matter though if your opponent goes red. Bring up Mandy Brooks in the Nova, going up against Tom Turan's Kraken GSXR from 2017 for Daytona Motorsports. Tom Turan running down Mandy Brooks, still behind the 1,000 foot, and is not able to make the pass. Mandy Brooks will move on to the next round. Tom Turan lost that race on the tree. 0.07 of a second off. The margin of victory at the top was just 4.5 hundredths. Ivan Kirkovic, running up into the 2012 Ford Mustang for Ken Specialty Auto, Lund Racing, and Jawanda Motorsports. Down at 795, will race Don Murray in the Green Goblin Barracuda. Don Murray still out in front of the 8, still in front of the 1,000, still out in front of the quarter. Don Murray went a 9.212, 125 miles an hour. Kirkovic did run an 8.064 at 183 miles an hour, but a 3/10 reaction time meant a whole shot win for Don Murray. Bring up Daryl Tippy and Mike Stewart. Nova versus the Super Chiclet Chevy 2. Stewart also hoisting the Ken Specialty Auto, Bucky's Mini Excavator, and then Kit Trailers colors. It's a race for the quarter mile as both drivers left on the green. Mike Stewart makes the pass. 10:31 with a 3 at 122 miles an hour was 110 on the starting line to Daryl Tippy's 177. Bring up the last pairing in 604 Street Legit. Richard Love for SS Motorsports in the S10. With Mike Probin of the Probin Motors Nova trying to chase him down. And Mike Probin will make that pass between the 1,000 foot and the quarter mile. 182 on the tree there for Richard Love, and Mike Probin put down an 0.97. So that will wrap it up then for 604 Street Legit. We'll move back into the next round of Hot Rod, sponsored by the Badass Garage. And we'll start it off with the old Yeller Ford Roadster driven by Larry Rodenizer. We'll be racing Martin Jackman in the 64 Chevelle, who will have about a 3-second head start. Rodenizer could not be patient enough. Goes red. And Martin Jackman will move on into the next round. Bring up Darian Burt's Nova.
Down at 995 to Sylvia Hookston's Ford Mustang. Jared Bird's been making testing runs all day yesterday. And so far had a relatively successful afternoon as well. Hookston's leaves too soon. Red light by 24th thou. And Darren Bird will be into the next round of competition. Randy Herbson will be leaving first by almost 4 seconds in the winged behemoth Oldsmobile. Donnell Moss and the 1969 Dart Lordco side will have to be a patient man if he wants to try to run him down. Both drivers turn on the red bulb, but Randy Hermson red lit first. And thus, Donnell Moss went red worse. 011 to a 005, so turn the wing light on for Hermson. Mark Bresinger will take the out-of-time Nova for Vinny's Speed Shop on a bye run out to the quarter mile. That'll wrap up the next round of Hot Rod Eliminations for the Badass Garage. So for the folks out there that are waiting for the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster, you can expect that to be coming on up within the next 20-25 minutes or so. Bring it up for the next round of Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. And it's Paul DeBree Jr. to race James Kennedy. The 66 Valiant for straight line race cars and bandy lift trucks will race the Blueberry Pontiac Grand Am from 2004. .043 to an 013, but in Doorslammer qualifying, it's how good is your quarter mile? James Kennedy not going to improve. Only 7 thou slower, though, so it looks like James Kennedy has his car fairly dialed in. Paul DeBree Jr. will stay 13th. Peter Lacanis driving the Transporters Logistics Corvette, waiting for Brian Ritchie and the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle to back it up towards the stage beams before completing his own burnout. Lacanis bumps in first. And with courtesy staging involved, he'll have to wait for Brian Ritchie to pre-stage before he can fully stage, and goes right on the tree. Brian Ritchie runs a 7.963, 172 miles an hour. Lacanis puts down an 8.622 at 153 miles an hour. So both drivers improve on their times, but not on their positions. While we're waiting for Dave Warren to back his car up to the staging beams, want to make a reminder in the pit area that there is not going to be any test hits. No testing runs whatsoever. Absolutely zero exceptions. Mark Schubiner with a sealed power Wix Filters Lumina currently sits 12th on the qualifying board with an 8.373. Dave Warren is in the Blue Max Bel Air. That's the number 9 qualifier, an 8.010 at 169. The Blue Max fully staged, waiting on the Lumina. And Schubiner turns on the Red Bull. Dave Warren improves by 1 thou for an 8.00 with a 9. Mark Schubiner will improve to 11th place on the qualifying sheets, 8.304, about 0.03 of a second faster than his previous best time. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Lordco Super Combo and McLeod BC Super Shifters. Super Combo and Super Shifters, we need you both to the rear of staging, 2B ladder. Jason Field in the Little Overkill Nova. Gonna be going up against Howie Winklehorst in the Heavy Equip Mechanic Bel Air. Two green balls, the VP Fuel Distributors Nova trying to outrun the Bel Air. 8.228, so Jason Field will improve on his time, as will Howie Winklehorst. They'll now sit 10th and 11th on the qualifying sheets. Adam DeYoung and Blake Miller. The TDS Artex Camaro going off against the Searles Auto Repair Camaro. 8.465 at 159 miles an hour for Adam DeYoung for his baseline time. Blake Miller, an 8.70 with a 1. So not going to improve on his current 18th best time, an 8.695 at 155 miles an hour.
Henry Zacharias and the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette already out in front. The Nova driven by Jan Christensen in hot pursuit. Zacharias will stay third for now. John DeYoung bringing up the Artex Barnes and Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. He'll go up against the Brutus Truck Bodies Camaro driven by Bill Bolt. John DeYoung on his first pass of Doorslammer qualifying on Saturday logs a 6.888, 201 miles an hour. Bill Bolt goes 9.307 at 153. And while that might be fast, it's still not fast enough to beat Greg Fields' 6.779 for the number one spot. Scott Grant in his 2001 Chevy Camaro currently sits 16th with an 8.501. Rod LeClaire currently not eligible for the field, a 10.813, sits 22nd. You have to qualify an 870 or quicker. So some work to do for the Paradise Homes Camaro. Scott Grant pre-staged, waiting on Leclerc. Can't get himself fully staged until his opponent is already pre-staged. That looks to be a much better pass for Rod Leclerc that time around. 7.572 at 168 miles an hour. That'll be enough for Leclerc to make the show. Scott Grant, meanwhile, will also improve on his time. Runs an 8.443. That will promote him to 15th. Derek Shirk runs a 774 with a 7 at 150 miles an hour. He will improve on his time, but not on his positioning. And Tom Katnick out of Maple Ridge in his TK Performance Camaro will now go up against Greg Field in the 1969 Opel GT for Active Care Auto, Total Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, Acumen Machine, and Jubilee RV. Field currently sits the number one qualifier with a 6.779 at 182 miles an hour. That car, though, even just yesterday in testing, has been capable of hitting up to 221 on the mile per hour docket. Tom Katnick turns on the red bulb, and Greg Field shakes the tires. Katnick drives through the 7.635 at 181 miles an hour. Grant Howell in the Lordco Auto Parts Chevrolet will be racing Eric Horvath in the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette. Horvath, another one of the drivers that still needs to put down a time fast enough to make the field. Currently has an 880 with a 3. Needs to improve by a 10th. And once again, Eric Horvath gets out of shape. Howell will not improve. Well, he will improve in his time, but I doubt on his positioning, and Eric Horvath won't be doing any of either. So it's been so difficult for that Corvette to be able to hook up off of the line. I don't think there's been one solid pass, and I think that was on the Friday test. But other than that, Eric Horvath has just not been able to find any grip underneath that machine. Really hoping, though, that he'll get whatever issues are going on in that car figured out. It would be nice to see him out and running later on. So I have a special announcement going out to inanimate objects that car manufacturers use to test the destructive capabilities of their vehicles. There is a cat that is looking for you on the starting line. There's a test, so for the testing dummies, yeah, there's a little kitty cat. He's calling you out, and he's waiting on the starting line for you.
It is Pro Mod time. On the property, West Coast Pro Mod. 8th Mile Racing. This is a non-points race for these guys. And we've got our first runner, which is Kerry Stone. So Kerry Stone rolling into the stage beams, running to the 8th mile. And he gets the turbos wound up. Pretty straight down the track. Wow, 6:02 at 243 miles an hour, so wanted to run it out the back door. 6:02. 243 miles an hour. At the 8th mile, he was 4:008. So obviously making a great pass all the way down 1,320 feet. He was 193 miles per hour at the 8th and 243 miles an hour at the quarter. So car moved along quite nicely in that last half. Obviously, they'll be looking to make some improvements. They're 60 foot, 1.05. They'll be able to do a little better on that one, I'm sure, when they get that sorted out. That car is easily in the 5s. That's going to bring up Steve Nicholson and Steve Goddard. Now Nicholson, he's over here tower side from Aldergrove, sponsored by Diversified Metals in the 63 Corvette, 959 cubic inches under the hood. That's big. And he is your number one qualifier at 4:53 to the 8th mile. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Darkside, Top Fuel. We need you to the lanes, please. Darkside, Top Fuel Dragster. Bring him up to the lanes, please. In the other lane, beside Steve Nicholson, is Steve Goddard. Red Deer County. Steve's driving that ACS Red Deer 2008 Mustang GT. He's got 784 cubic inches under the hood. No slouch there. So again, these two are running to the 8th mile. Pro Mod is the category. Both cars pre-stage, getting set. And they'll roll forward just a bit. Heads up, and that small tire car of Steve Nicholson not able to grab hold of the track, and so he spins through to a 7:00, 77 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pit. BC McLeod Super Shifters. We need you in the staging lanes. McLeod Super Shifters. Bring them up. Bring them up. This is your call. Hey, I got a note up here as well. There is a blue Dodge LN6 88P. You are blocking some traffic. Blue Dodge LN6 88P. You're blocking some traffic. We need you to move that car or truck. Well, it's even worse. You're blocking a dumpster. We need you to move your blue Dodge. Hey, attention in the pit, Sportsman. We're calling you to the lanes now for your next round. Sportsman, we need you next. Sportsman, bring him up. All right, so Chris Murphy in the 55 Bel Air. Been working on this thing for a while. It's amazing how much louder some of the Pro Mods are with the superchargers on them and the zoomy headers. Keith Korecki in the other lane from Kelowna, the originator of that Mustang body style that now you see in so many places. He's the one who started that. KS Machine, he's a machinist. Kelowna, it's a 67 Shelby. Chris Murphy, he's in that 55 Bel Air. 477 cubic inch heavy underneath the blower. But Keith, well, he's sticking with only 814 cubic inches. Problem set in for Korecki right at the hit. Not able to make a full pull on that car. Chris Murphy goes 476, 140 miles an hour. Watch it on the instant replay. You see Keith having problems right at the hit, and so off the gas. 1777 just for the record books, but 476 for Keith Korecki.
This is all sorted again.
That is Scott Blake from Red Deer County in his 55 Chevy. It is fascinating to see how many variations there are on that classic body style. He's managed to retain a lot more of the body shape, although it is channeled the lower half. The top half is probably channeled only by a few inches, but manages to keep that front end bumper section upright, and that puts a whole new character on that 55 Chevy. Nice little wing on the back, not to disturb any of the body outlines. Purging the nitrous right at the moment, getting the bottle temperature to the right pressure, and also clearing out the lines of any air. Temperature outside will have a lot to do with how much they purge as they try and set the bottle temperature to where they want it to be. So Scott Blake rolling forward now, getting set for his run here. 903 cubic inches under the hood. And he's pre-staged, getting set for his 8-mile pass. Whoa, getting out of shape pretty quickly there and off the gas. He manages to wrangle it back into the center and did that very nicely, I might add. 11:03 is the time for the record books. And I don't mean fast record books, I just mean the books that keep the records of a race. So, 11:03. Hey, that sounds like Nitro to me. That smells like Nitro to me. Yeah, that's for sure. That is Big Kids Racing action. Top Fuel Harley. Who are we talking about? Pete Waugh? Are we talking about Nate Gagnon? No, that looks like Pete Waugh. See Nate pushing him into the water box to wipe the front tire so that gives it a little bit of grip when he holds the brakes and starts the burnout. And there we go. That is how you do it. But check this out. These guys explode off the line just like a Top Fuel dragster. There's no revving the engine. They leave at an idle. Whatever that idle is, it's just instantaneous. On or off. So they'll maneuver up. Idle is set. Hit the throttle and they explode off the line. 1,000 pounds, roughly. 1,000 horsepower, roughly. So the weight to horsepower ratio, 1-to-1. Get set. It is Nate, it says. Wheels up 300 feet, almost the 8th. 642 at 216 miles per hour. So that's a great pass from Nate Gagnon. 642, or 6.42 rather, at 216 miles an hour. So Nate Gagnon getting right up there, getting after it. Not too far off of the track record here at Mission Raceway, which is 624 at 234. So creeping up on that quite nicely with a 642, 216 miles per hour. More to come. I see two more Top Fuel Harleys getting set. Was I right about the sound? Was I right that they just sort of explode off the line? They start the motorcycle with the driver off for a safety precaution. All the drivers have got protective gear, much like a Kevlar vest. And they've got that under the fire suit that they're wearing, the leathers. And basically it protects them from anything that is going to happen on the side of the engine. And this is Pete Waugh, also running out of the Big Kids Racing trailer. Great burnout from Pete Waugh as he rolls up to the start line. So Pete Waugh is checking the idle on the Top Fuel Harley. Rolls into the beams on the big screen. You get a nice little close-up. What he's doing, he's watching the dashboard, making any adjustments that he has to make before hitting the throttle. Grabs the brakes and gets ready to roll forward. Here we go. We're set. Rolls in pre-staged, puts the visor down, gets set. Watch the front wheel off the ground. Tremendous amount of body English to keep it in the center groove. Goes 761, 132 miles an hour. Sails through the top end. So, yeah, you're basically wrestling that Top Fuel Harley all the way down the quarter mile. And I mean wrestling. It does not have a lot of steering with the handlebar situations, just enough to maneuver. But when your front wheel is off the ground for maybe upwards of 330 feet, you got to use everything at your disposal in terms of weight shifting to keep that bike going straight. So here is Jim Schellenberg now, the third of our Top Fuel Harleys. Waiting for the top end to clear. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, we need you to the rear of staging. This is your call, Pro bracket. We're calling you to the rear of staging. Pro bracket, bring him up. Okay, Jim Schellenberg, a truck driver from Surrey, BC. Lighting the rear tire. LMS Reinforcing, Alder Auto, SRL Industries, Reckless Restorations, Thiessen Hot Rod, and Fast Lane Custom Cycles. All doing their part to get Jim Schellenberger heading down the track. Once again, wheel is up, sets down about 330 mark, 686. 686 pops the chute, 208 miles an hour. So great run from Jim Schellenberger. So we got the Pro Mod bikes now. So both the Pro Mods doing their burnouts quieter, not running on Nitro, quieter in terms of their performance, but they are quick on the track. They are fast. Two bikes, Austin Christopher from Hope on his Suzuki. He's your number one qualifier on the TCS side here, and Matt McKay Smith, MTMMM Performance 2018 Suzuki. So get set to make a pass to the full quarter mile. So both Pro Mod bikes heading down the quarter mile. Clock up a 6:33 and a 6:69. 6:33 for Austin, and Matt goes 6:69, 214 and 199 miles an hour. And here comes Rob Aston now from Calgary. The Cure, he calls his bike. The Cure is a 2018 Suzuki. Rob Aston also in the Pro Mod category of motorcycle. Likes to get all sides of his racing tire nice, clean, and hot. Rotates the bike. .723, 196 miles an hour for Rob Aston. So here we go. We've got Super Combo on the line, the 1090 class, running against the Index. So using all electronics in the car to launch hard and then throttle stop to take power away. So you'll see the car launch hard and then all of a sudden fall to, well, sometimes virtually nothing. And some cars will hold off before returning the power for a long time. Each of these cars can run quicker than 1090. I mean, that is a must. You have to be able to run quicker than 1090. The trick is using the electronics to control the car to run exactly to that number. 1090. Heads up start. They are off. See Jerry Epp using a lot more throttle stop than John Lackey. Then Jerry Epp turned the red light on. So John will pick up the win. 1088.2. Reaction time, really, really good. 003 reaction time. And remember, perfect reaction time is trip zip. 0.000. Here comes Warren Jacobson then to set up the final, I believe. So Warren Jacobson getting the bye run goes 1093. So nice safe run for him, 136 miles an hour. Warren Jacobson going into the final. Hey, I got an announcement here about another car that is blocking the washroom. It's on the spectator side, a Ford Flex. On the spectator side, if you drive a Ford Flex with NF169G as a license plate, we need you to move your Ford Flex ASAP. Hey, so if my eyes aren't deceiving me, I think we are just moments away from a run from the Darkside Top Fuel Racing team. They are in the staging lanes, getting set to pull the dragster forward. Want to thank all of you race fans. There's still people coming into the track. It is a great turnout. Nice weather. We're really happy that you've chosen this weekend to spend here at Mission Raceway. So we do really appreciate your patronage. We always try to put on a great show, and so it's nice that there are so many of you here to see it. Hopefully you take some videos, some pictures, send it to your friends, tell them what a great time you had, and then come back on another race day. We've got a few more races in the calendar that you might want to keep track of. Those ones coming up a little later on in the year include, we've got, of course, the major historic hot rod reunion of the 4 premier BC hot rod clubs. That is coming up August 22nd. Then in September, on the 10th and 11th, we've got race number 12 and 13 of the Summit ET Racing Series. The Mission Finals take place at the end of September, and then at the very end of September, we have the West Coast Outlaw Shootouts. So some great racing yet to happen throughout the year, but Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, always one of our most popular events, and your attention has borne that out. So hopefully you had a great time so far. We've got lots of racing yet to happen. We've got the Jet Car going to be making another appearance a little bit later on. All the funny cars are going to be out again. So don't get set to leave anytime soon. Here goes Randy Hermson in the Sportsman category. He's heading down the Contractors Sportsman category. Hermson getting the bye. And he runs a 1372. 1372 to put him into the final. Who is he going to be racing? Will it be Jim Mantle or will it be Bo Dickey? So that is the big question that's going to be decided here with this pair. But Randy Hermson going into the final in Sportsman. So Jim Mantle, he's your runner-up in the Sportsman category in that Pacer for 2021. Over here, this lane, Bo Dickey driving the pickup truck. Bo sponsored by Bay Industrial, Lordco, and Morin Motorsports. Chevy S10 there, staged. Handicap is going to go to the Pacer. And the Pacer gets out of the gate with no trouble whatsoever. Now the job is just ahead of the S10. So far, the plan is working according to Hoyle. No breakout, 14:65. Jim Mantle takes the 77 Pacer into the final round against Randy Hermson. Semi-final round action now for the Super Shifters. McLeod's Super Shifters. So John DePork and Lynn Brooke. Brooke dialed in at 870. John in the 77 Camaro 1044. So the black Camaro leaves first. Red light for Lynn Brooke. 004 red. So John DePork going into the final in the Super Shifter category. And that's going to bring up the bye run because of 3 cars in the semifinal round. And that's going to be Scott Winterbottom. Langley is home base for the pipe fitter, Scott Winterbottom. Rags to riches, top shop, 415 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood. Dial in at 935, torques it up on the left front wheels, and heads down the quarter mile. 944, 139 miles an hour. So here we go into the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category now. 5 cars left in the mix. Ross Walker gets the bye because of the odd number. Langley is home for Ross Walker. 66 Chevy 2, 427 cubic inches. He's on his way to an easy run into semis. Runs a 10-15, 130 miles an hour, so he'll be back for the next round. As Jim Benke rolls up here tower side in the Rad Torque Plymouth Cuda. Jim Benke having a great season so far with his reaction times. You'll notice that the Barracuda does like to lift the front end a lot. The other lane, Bobby Ehlers in the 89 Mustang from Maple Ridge. Red light start for Jim Benke, and it was a real big red light. So something obviously distracted Jim. Win light for Bobby Ehlers, 10:55 at 125 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Junior finals. Junior finals. We need Junior Street, and we need Junior Thunder. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Junior finals, Street and Thunder. Here we go, Rick McKinney with his new Magoo 96 Camaro against Kevin Garlock from Victoria. Kind of a sleeper 71 Camaro, 632 cubic inches, double. Oh, what's under the hood of the Camaro here, tower side. Good old super stock fashion, lifting the front wheels. That is Rick McKinney. He does run in the super stock category at some national events. Breakout for Kevin Garlick. Goes 916 and a 918 dial. So Rick McKinney goes 1045 and 127 for the win. And look what I see rolling up to the water box. So if you've never experienced a Top Fuel dragster, this is going to be it. This is a Calgary-based team. They're a community-focused, family-operated enterprise. They take this thing to all sorts of car shows and business meetings and team productions and that kind of thing. So they're heavily involved in the community. Now, Top Fuel dragsters, they are the quickest accelerating vehicles on the planet. If you've seen them on TV, well, it is nothing like it is on TV. You gotta be here in person to hear it and to feel it. When they fire up and launch off the start line, they will move the earth on the Richter scale to about 2 to 2.5. So roughly anywhere from 8 to 12,000 horsepower. Top Fuel dragsters reach a speed of 335 miles per hour under 4 seconds, and they accelerate. Now, this is fascinating. When somebody says to you, hey, my car goes 0 to 60 in 6 seconds, all you have to say is, yeah, the cars I watch go 0 to 100 in under 1 second. That's right. They're at 100 miles an hour in 0.8 of a second. So when they leave the line, it's a launch. Get ready for some flames. Get ready for some noise. Get ready for some thunder here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Burnouts first for the Darkside Top Fuel team. David Fedorowicz piloting the Darkside Racing Top Fuel dragster. They've got a 500 cubic inch TFX motor sitting behind him. 500 is the spec size for all Top Fuel cars. You cannot run anything larger than 500 cubic inches. They have sponsorship from Lordco, Happy Homesteader, Jagchima Realty. So backing up the car in the right groove for them on the start line. And then they'll do some last-minute adjustments, setting the idle, clean the tires. They'll take off the throttle stop. They do the burnout with the throttle stop to make sure that they don't over-rev the engine. They crack the butterflies only by about 1/4 of an inch to get the burnout, and that's enough to rotate the tires and create the smoke. So right now, settling in, adjusting the flow to get the RPM in the right spot. They leave at about 2,600 and get up to about 8,000 pretty quick. So get set. It's going to rock. Here comes Darkside Top Fuel Dragster at Mission Raceway. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. It's about to happen. You'll hear the cars gets low, turns on all the way down to about half track. 352 at 173 miles an hour. So that ought to wake you up a little bit. You felt it. You heard it. It was quite something to experience. You can see it on the instant replay. Flames out of all 8 pipes. Clicked it off just a little before the 8th mile. So how about that? As the crew heads up the return road to get their driver in their car, give them a big hand for that demonstration of what a Top Fuel dragster is all about. And we're happy to have them here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Great performance for that car. All right, we made an announcement earlier for a car that is blocking somebody on the spectator lot. We need you. You're blocking the washroom. You need to get out of there. We're going to give you the opportunity once more. If you're driving a Ford Flex, here's the license, NF169G. A Ford Flex, NF169G. We'd really appreciate it if you would move your Flex right now before we have to take extra measures and move it for you. Hey, so you saw the unusual grudge match that happened earlier in the afternoon. You know, the grudge match between with the cat. Yeah, it was all part of the raising funds for MS. Well, there has been a follow-up to that, and so I'm looking on the start line, and I see the cat, although he seems to have lost his hat, but there is a bee there. There's a bee in one of those golf carts, and it does look like it might be taking on the crash test dummies. So this is, beating up on the cat. Beating up on the cat, the crash test dummies. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We've called juniors to the staging lanes, or the lanes 1 and 2 for your finals. Number 77, you are not there, and we need you there, all right? 604, we're calling you up to lanes 5 and 6. 604, 5 and 6, but we need car number 77, one of the juniors, to the lanes. Hey, look at this grudge match. What's going on here? You know what happens to crash test dummies? Their story never ends well. So I do hope that they've got proper seat belts in the golf cart, and that they've got all of the safety gear that they need. We got the cat and the bee in the other lane, so this is a grudge match. He's just letting the tires, letting the air out of the tires, it looks like. Chasing them down on the other side. You know how ornery cats can be sometimes. So that's not good. That is not good at all. Beating up on the cat, you know. It does not end well, though, for the crash test dummies. I have a feeling that is the situation. It's a grudge match. Anything can happen. We don't race them on paper. We race them on the strip. So they're going to stage up, and the proof will be in the pudding. Are we better than you, or are you better than us? I just hope the crash test dummies manage to stay inside the cart the whole time. They're having a little bit of a staging duel with one going in and one going out on a regular basis. So this is sort of beyond a staging duel. This is like just a battle of the lights more than anything else. So there's a lot of animosity on the line. I sense it. I can feel it up here in the tower. Cat and Bee are staged. And the crash test dummies just decide to, there they go. Now we're backing out again. This is getting real hard to keep track of. Red lights come on. That's because there was too much activity on the start line. Crash test dummies just broke the Christmas tree. So we're going to have to get that reset. Doing it up here in the tower because they are just messing with us. All right, cat's in. All the way in. Crash test dummies in. And they're off.
Sort of.
Cheer on who you want to win. You want Cat and the Bee to win? Give them a big cheer. You want the crash test dummies to lose? Well, it looks like they're going to do a good job of that, actually. They're just not getting to that 8th mile. Cat and B just crossed the center line. I'm not sure. And Crash Test Dummies crossed over into their lane. So there's a fair bit of mayhem going on that we should not actually be talking about here. And that golf cart that the Crash Test Dummies got is not the swiftest thing on the planet. You can see it on the big screen. They're just sort of crawling their way, whereas Cat and B, well, they're well on their way to the 8th mile. Look, there you see them, way down there. I think they're pedaling that golf cart. I don't think that there's actually a motor. They're just pedaling their way down the quarter mile. Well, Cat and B made it past the finish line, so there they go. And they're, still going. They'll hit the sand trap eventually, and that'll slow them down. Oh, they're turning off right now. Oh, and it looks like Crash Test Dummies just decided to take a break. So they got off the cart, and so they're going to meet up again one way or another, I'm sure. Crash Test Dummies are going to get out there, and Cat and B are coming back on the return road. A little bit of tomfoolery. I see the Mission Firefighters are back on the property with the best seats in the house. Way up high on the top of the ladder. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All vehicles still in competition. All classes, all vehicles still in competition. If you're still in a round, we need you to the rear of staging right now. All cars still in competition. We need you to the rear of staging right now as we're going to get you all set up as we are getting awfully close to the final rounds. So attention, let me just make sure that I got that out there. All bracket cars still in competition. All bracket cars, we need you to the rear of staging. So let me make that call again. All bracket cars, if you're still in competition, bring them up. We need you to the rear of staging, please. We've got one more pass from the Volcano jet dragster that's going to be coming up in just in a little while. Sometime after 9 o'clock, we're looking to have another pass in the dark with that flame brilliantly lit. And so if you're feeling just a hint of coolness, that ought to warm you up quite nicely. Bracket cars that you're seeing here this evening are part of a doubleheader. They'll be finishing their race today. It's race number 10. And then the bracket cars are all back in action tomorrow morning as they complete their race number 11. All of that is points for heading to Team on a Mission to the finals. So everybody's looking to have the last opportunity tomorrow to get the points they need to become part of that program. So I see Junior Street rolling up to the line. Junior Street, one of the newest race categories. Over here on the tower side, that is Richard Peterson. And now Richard is the son of Keith Peterson, who wrangles the Pro Mod from Alberta. He is a RFC chaplain, as am I, and so he's got his son in the driver's seat. Junior Street, one of those programs where the only racing category where there's two people in the car. You've got the driver with an NHRA competition license, and then you have, because they are underage, the driver with the provincial issued driver's license for insurance purposes. So they are both staged. Handicap's going to come down, and it'll be Taryn Monroe leaving first from Surrey. Final round in Junior Street. Wind light comes on for Taryn Monroe. Goes 10.92, 61 miles an hour at the 8th mile stripe. Richard goes 11.18 at 67 miles per hour. So they'll take the early turnoff at the top end. That's your final round, so congratulations to Taryn Monroe. So we had called Junior Dragster number 77. That is Adam Katnick. We needed him in the staging lanes. Maybe there now. And that is going to be half of the Thunder final. Always interesting to see how they got to where they are. Nick Bond started the day beating Emily White. And then in round 2 took out Carson Brimacombe, putting him in the semifinal round where he took out Cadence Rodrigue to go into the final. Adam Katnick, well, he took out Alex Green earlier in the day and then followed that up on a bye run going into the semifinal where he took out Wesley Armstrong. And that brings us to our final round. Action here, Nick Bond and Adam Katnick. Adam is over on the Lordco lane. He lives in Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. Katnick family has 3 junior dragsters on the property, and Dad has his own Canada West Doorslammers. So that is one racing family. Nick Bond, same thing. Dad, Justin Bond, drives Pro Mod on the NHRA circuit and has done really well for himself. Won a race just a few weeks ago. Out of Mission. Sponsors, JBS Equipment. 8:92 is the time for Nick Bond, 8:94 for Adam Katnick, and so it's pretty much a heads-up race. What's separating them is 0.02 of a second, and that's going to be awfully difficult to see on the tree as it comes down. Here we go. Both cars leave clean and green, so this one will definitely be decided at the finish line where the wind light comes on for Nick Bond. Nick Bond goes 8.96, 72 miles an hour. Not far behind, 8.99, Adam Katnick. It was all down to a better reaction time for Nick Bond, 0.44 against a 1.39. So Nick Bond got him on the start line and then ran just a tick quicker at the 8th mile stripe. 72 miles an hour, 8.96. So congratulations to Nick for winning Junior Thunder here in this race number 10 of the Summit ET Racing Series. Hey, once again, want to take the opportunity to thank all of you race fans for joining us this weekend. We still have got some finals and qualifying to continue on. We've got Pro Mod that'll be making another round, Canada West Doorslammers, and so on and so forth. The Jet Dragster, the Volcano, will be making another hit, as will the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars. So, boy, there's still plenty of action to be had. .604. That is what's on the line right now. 604 Street Legit. We have got 5 cars left in competition. Don Murray here with his Hemi-powered CUDA. Green Goblin. He originally qualified in the number 7 spot and has made his way through the rounds. So this is an opportunity for him to roll into the semifinals. So Don rolls forward, gets into the pre-stage beam. There we go. He'll light up the stage beam next, and the tree will come down, getting him the opportunity to head down track. So not just taking the tree, he wants to make a full pass. 604 Don Murray goes 902, 149 miles an hour. So that's going to bring up the second of 2 pairs, Mike Probin and Mike Stewart, a battle of the Mikes again. Mike is from Vernon, the 66 Nova here tower side, and the 67 Chevy, a Nova by any other name, Mike Stewart from Langley. So handicap start win to Mike Stewart. On in a double breakout, 958, 137 miles per hour. And here we go. Mandy Brooks, we need you to the lanes, please. Mandy Brooks, you are required to be in the lanes. We don't have you there. Mandy Brooks, bring it up. Hey, got another birthday announcement. Happy 50th birthday. Uh-oh, made me say it. Patricia Marshall, happy birthday to you. Patricia Marshall, this is your day. You get cake today. See, there's a big lineup for the beer garden. That's always good to see, too. Pay attention in the pits. Randy Hermson, we need you to the lanes, please. Randy Hermson. And Mandy Brooks, we are waiting for you for your run in 604. Mandy Brooks, we need you as we are on hold for you in 604 Street Legit. This is a grudge match. Used to be a time in drag racing where many drag strips would open up on Wednesday night, and that would be grudge racing night. So if you had particular animus towards a fellow racer, in a good way, a friendly way, nice competition, you bring it down to the drag strip and work it out over the 1320. That's how grudge racing used to be. So every so often, we have a couple of racers who see the opportunity. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything on the line on this, but it's certainly one of the aspects of grudge racing that I think makes it kind of exciting. Over here at this lane, Tower Side, Ivan Kirkovic. He's driving that Mustang that's a bit of a sleeper. As I said earlier, if you pull up to the stoplight and there's a Mustang with no stickers, nothing, but it's got a parachute on the back, I'd probably just ignore that and do my own thing. NHRA mandates that if your car can run 150 miles an hour, you got to have a parachute, at least one. If you run 200, you got to have 2 chutes. So he's up against his grudge victim, so to speak. Bumps in. Took too long to stage. The Christmas tree gives you 10 seconds, and that is it. Once the one driver has staged and is set to go, now, interestingly, Ivan got no incremental time, so it's possible he left too soon. Hey, attention in the pits. Ross Walker, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Ross Walker, we need you to the staging lanes. So Mandy Brooks and Rob Kleinbeekman. 6:04. Win light comes on for Mandy Brooks from Chilliwack in her 69 Nova. So took her a little longer to get to the staging lanes, but it obviously paid off in the long run. So it runs a 9:37, 113 miles an hour. So Mandy Brooks going into the semifinals in 6:04 Street. Al Oman bringing his motorcycle to the line. Al Oman on a 2007 Kawasaki. He's a 13-time Mission Raceway champion, so he knows how to get it done. He heads down track, doing a little bit of manhandling of the motorcycle in the process, goes 925 on a 913 dial. 139 miles an hour. So Roger Bouchard, not exactly lightning off the start line, a reaction time that starts with a 6. Now Dave DeGrassi got there first for the win. His reaction time started with a 3, so he was twice as good as Roger, but that's not necessarily saying a whole lot. But in the end, he got there first. So BC Super Shifters is sponsored by McLeod Racing. McLeod Racing is your #1 stop in drivetrain components, from single and twin disc clutch kits to Tremec transmissions, steel and aluminum flywheels, and more. You will find what your hot rod wants. From the street to the strip, McLeod Racing is your one-stop shop for all things drivetrain. Check out McLeodRacing.com and become McLeod equipped today. So we thank them for sponsoring the Super Shifter category, and it looks like in the final here, it is going to be a competition single. As John Court not able to make the call, and Scott Winterbottom runs it through on a competition single for the win in McLeod's Super Shifter action. 938, 139 miles an hour. We talked about it before, but there is always a tremendous amount of carnage that takes place, and so Scott Winterbottom was the winner on that side that time. So congratulations to Scott. Taking it to the strip. Burt goes red. Wind light comes on for Ron Clark. The 69 Chevelle goes 1272 at 104 miles an hour. So Mark Brenzinger brings the out-of-time Nova to the line. I always love what Mark Brenzinger has on the back. That car sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. It's a good mix of business there. Wheels up launch for Mark. He loves that Back to the Future theme. Got the out-of-time license plates and everything. Heads through the quarter mile, 966 with a 3, 136 miles an hour. So that is going to take care of the hot rod category. So it looks like we are going to make a quick draw here for the firefighters who We're selling 50-50 tickets over on the spectator side. Let me make a selection here. It's a blue ticket. If you're on the spectator side, all right, that's facing us here in the tower. Dig out your ticket, and if it's ticket number 741-4865, well, you've got some money waiting for you at the firefighters booth. 741-4865. So if that was your winning ticket for the firefighters 50-50, you need to head over the bridge and visit them by the fire trucks, and they'll set you up with your winnings